It's 11:59 America, and this is Uncle Ponery with news, videos, and podcast until dawn. Right now, I've got a few words for our brothers and sisters out there in the YouTube demonetized zone. The Boston Celtics have begun looking for charter fishing boats. The Boston Celtics have begun looking for charter fishing boats. The President's Wall Tour continues today in Italy. The President's Wall Tour begins today in Italy. It's 12 o'clock America, and we're now a day closer to victory. For all of you Gunchannels out there, this is your stream. Good morning, everybody. Um, if you didn't know, I actually got YouTube smacked yesterday, which sucks. Um, you have to be really careful with the words you choose to use in your topics or your subject lines. So I got nailed just because I had the word ISIS in it. Probably that and the word nuke. It is what it is. Trying to get Gunchannels loaded up right now, make sure the overview is working, so I'm a little bit behind. Let me refresh the page and hope it worked out this time. I got another call from my friend in Manchester yesterday. Everything seems fine. His daughter's stable, and life goes back to normal so far. Let me go ahead and get the links out. I did hear that the British Parliament is looking for, uh, or they approved putting military personnel out on the streets in hotspots in popular areas in England because they're still on ultra high alert. Honestly, I think that's not enough. I think what needs to happen is the Queen needs to decree that there needs to be a suspension of all refugees for a little while, for the security of the nation at least. It's her right to do so. It's her country, or it's the people's country, the people of England's country. I've got to answer this phone call, so links are out. Everyone jump in, and I will be back with you shortly. Cool. All right, I'm back. Woo-hoo. I'm pretty sure that's the link. Looks like we're having a very slow morning in Gunchannels. I don't even see my cohorts. Hmm. I know I said I was going to do show prep last night. I just didn't have time. Let me give you a rundown of what happened at home. So, I built a machine that could literally bring down a satellite. That's a joke, but it was pretty powerful at the time I built it. In that time, it had one operating system install ever. I built the machine 9 years ago. I overclocked it to insane speeds, and it's only had one processor and one operating system build, but it's been through two motherboards, two sets of RAM, three power supplies, four video cards, about 30 different hard drives. I mean, everything's been replaced except the two things that matter. And 2 weeks ago, the operating system decided to crash on a bad video card driver install that I had. So I went ahead and I bought a solid state hard drive, and I figured, you know what, now's as good a time as any. So I rebanged Windows 10 from scratch. Originally, I had 7 and I upgraded to 10, and it caused a few compatibility problems, but by and large, it was decent. Anyway, uh, when I went to access the old two hard drives that I rated for data, everything important to me was missing. My desktop folder, the users folder, the Windows folder, the program files folder. It had all my YouTube video master files because I don't just do lobby chats if you didn't know. I do gun reviews, I do reloading videos, and I host these morning chats. And I lost all the masters for that. I lost at least 15 years worth of photos that I guess I have backed up from time to time, but I usually format the backups every once in a while and update them. But I hadn't done that in a few years. So I lost all my pictures. I lost all my video files. I lost a ton of music. I lost half the programs I used, including my video editing software. And I had to start from scratch. I was in a foul mood. But as every day went by, I started to take stock in what I really didn't need anymore. And I managed to take a 2 terabyte RAID system install, have it crunched down to 250 gigabytes on a solid state drive. So, and I have room to spare. Now, yesterday I was going through folder after folder after folder of Windows check folders, file check folders. When it corrupted itself and it tried to fix it, it renamed all these folders to check files, which was really irritating because fucking Microsoft doesn't have a way to reverse that shit. They're going to put everything and rename everything and screw up everything, but they don't give you the method of reversing the screw up. So I had to go through, I want to say there's 2,700 folders that are ending in .chk, and you have to go through them one at a time to see if the stuff that you had was just moved over and not renamed. By some miracle yesterday, I found my documents folder, I found my shortcuts, I found my desktop folder, which had half of my YouTube master video files, which that's better than nothing. I found all my pictures, so I still have 1,300 folders to go, and I'm hoping I can find more. I just didn't have time to do shit yesterday. The day in history and the vehicle of the day are incredibly substantial to history in general, so that's going to be interesting. The movie of the day, I didn't want to do this because I've already used this before, but I'm going to use it before again today just because it's substantial to today's history. And the gun of the day is not exactly a gun. It is a gun, but it's not a gun. It's not something you can hold. So we pretty much have all that covered. And I think I do have a trivia for you today as well. I think I do. The one I'm looking at is a little too specific. If I had you look up the answers for the first one, you could probably find the answers for everything else. So I probably will not use that today. Maybe I'll go with this I think we'll go with this. Oh, this one's pretty weak, actually. It's weak, and yet I missed a few. Maybe it's not as hard as I thought, or easy as I thought. Interesting. I can't use it anyway because most of these are multiple guess, and I can't give you the options. It would be too easy, and I can't make it difficult enough for you to name the one thing that I'm looking for because it's going to have multiple answers that would be correct. I don't know if you're going to like this one, but let me take it real quick and I'll see if it's worth doing. I'll probably get in the habit, or I'll make an email address for the show just in case. I was thinking about that the other day. At least until I can get, well, maybe not. I'll try to reach out to Jimmy this weekend and see if he can show me how to get into that Ask Gun Questions bit in his spreadsheet. That'll make things a little smoother, I suppose. Oh, this ought to be good. Yeah, this is gonna troll the hell out of you guys. Hmm. Today's quiz is going to drive you crazy. I guarantee it. But what's really funny is most of these I know the answers to, only because of a particular game I used to play. Wow. Yeah, this is not going to be an easy one. I'll use it, but I don't think you people will like it. You people. Alright. What about this too? So did anybody actually see or hear from Jimmy this or from Tony this morning? While we mull on that, so I did notice that was it white supremacist racial killer Dylan Storm Roof? Apparently now he's appealing for leniency in his sentence because he doesn't want to die. I guess when you're 23 years old and you don't know your ass from a hole in the ground, you don't really understand consequence for your actions. Federal judge denied his first request probably a couple weeks back, but now he's going for a new one because he says he's not transient. But because apparently, thanks. He says he wasn't transient, which makes it not a federal case because he purchased both the gun and the ammunition in South Carolina, making it all stay in the same state. Whether or not there's an argument to be made there is irrelevant because he still killed 9 people. Oh, I'm gonna use this one for a day in history. That'll trigger a few people. You're gonna love that one. Oh, I gotta look this one up. Oh, good. Okay, cool. I'm gonna use this one too. Very cool. What the hell? Oh, I've got the wrong one open. Okay, that's a good one. It's gun related too, technically. Obviously, that's going in. Oh, that's a good one too. Oh, that's a good one. This is weapons related too. Dylan Roof. Yeah, they should execute. They should just push his ass into a wood chipper. I think the wood chipper method is covered or protected from denial by the Eighth Amendment. It's not cruel. It's very quick. Very quick. Hmm. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Mm, that's good enough. Two, three, four. Wow, this dude is a badass. Yeah, that guy's a badass. Okay, let's get the links out again. Things might get a little quiet because guess what? I have to pull parts again. Fantastic. My job is never done, is it? There's the link. I should read up on the struggling Celtics woes. I did do a Red Dawn intro this morning for those of you who don't know. I do them before I send out the invites. That way nobody comes in because good morning while I'm in the middle of it. Kind of ruins my cadence. It totally throws me off. But Yeah, the Donald Trump wall tour continues. Landed in Italy yesterday, and then he went to the Vatican to meet the Pope. I jokingly call it the wall tour because if you look at the nations he's visited so far, he started his trip in Saudi Arabia, which has a gigantic border wall with Iraq. They built it. Then he went to Israel to become the first sitting president ever to go visit the Western Wall. And then he went to Italy, namely Rome, and then he went to the Vatican, which is surrounded by a gigantic wall. Funny that. I'm pretty sure he met with the Pope this morning or yesterday, probably this morning for us. And he was like, uh, "Hello, Your Grace. This is a beautiful, stunning, incredible wall. It's huge. It's huge. We need one of these in America. I got to tell you, I've been looking at walls all over the Middle East and Europe, and yours is by far the best. I'd like to shake your hand if you'd stop staring at mine." Anyway, um, the only reason he didn't visit Berlin in this trip was number one, it's overrun by refugees that want to kill him, and number two, there's no wall anymore. But people asked me yesterday, why didn't he go visit China? And I'm like, because China's not in the Middle East. See, I think the reason he didn't go to China is because that wall is great. It's not. It's a great wall. It's really great. It's great. It's huge and it's great. I think that's why he didn't go because people would be like, "Ah, I see what you're doing there." The Vatican thing, though, what's really funny is if you look at the three cities he's visited, they all have something in common aside from a wall. They were all built to repel Islamic terrorists or pirates, whatever you want to call them. The Vatican Wall was built in the 1300s, if I'm not mistaken, to deliberately curtail the attacks of Islamic pirates. It specifically says that in their own doctrine when they built it. The Western Wall pretty much speaks for itself, and the Saudi Arabian border with Iraq, that's pretty obvious too, isn't it? So he's probably thinking, well, if he can stop terrorists, he should be able to stop illegal immigrants. Oh, I'm sorry, undocumented. No, fuck it, illegal immigrants. Be right back. Yeah, this is an unusually quiet morning. I mean, unless the chats ran really long and were really exciting and people are just tired this morning. A bit awkward. Oh, never mind. I think I know where Tony is. He's probably at his local gun shop right now. So my dog is at the vet today. My surviving dog. Getting a GI profile today because they tell me that his insulin regimen twice a day is enough. He doesn't need more. And yet, he's still not gaining any weight. Like, my German dog looks like he's come out of a camp of his own. He's very skinny, and I feed him a lot, but he has to be fed a very specific kind of dog food for dogs with pancreas issues and diabetes and all that kind of crap. So they're going to study him all day today, try to figure out what he's missing in his bloodstream or in his gland, his hormones or glands or whatever, and then they're going to try to come up with a plan of attack of supplements. He's He's gonna be 9 this year, so he's just at about retirement age for the dog, for his breed. He's a Schnauzer. He's actually my third as an adult. Me as an adult. He's my third Schnauzer. Angry. My quiz today is gonna drive you crazy. I'm almost certain of it. Anyway, I gotta start taking stock of what I need to buy or pick up today. Let's take a look. This is later. I am not a happy camper today. Sick of these. All right, stand by. I'll be back in a little bit. Okay, that was awkward. I'm gonna share this with you. So my coworker, the guy that was in, like Desert Storm, and he was in the freaking South American drug wars in the '80s. This dude's been everywhere. His kill count's ridiculous. Anyway, he's half Romanian, he's half Mexican, but he looks like the last Mohican. You probably heard me tell you this a lot. He's a really nice guy. Anyway, I just walked back to my warehouse. And he's just doing his thing, putting pallets together or whatever was going on. And I swear, I was sitting there and I heard J-pop music in the background. Now, you have to visualize this, okay? half Romanian, half Mexican, looks like an Indian, like Native American Indian. And I could see him sort of wiggling around, listening to J-pop, a language he doesn't even know. And I looked at him, I'm like, really, dude? J-pop? He's like, yeah, why not? You only live once, right? YOLO. It's kind of funny, my sinuses are crazy today. Thought it was allergy related. Kind of sucks. Man, I really don't feel like building these. That's later too. Oh, what do I have in here? Oh, there you are. All right, so what gun did you buy? I figured you were at the shop this morning.
Yeah, I bought a
I knew it.
629.
Did you? Were you allowed to take it home?
No.
3 days?
No. I bought it last night, so yeah, 3 days. I did get it Friday. I bought a Ruger Blackhawk with 10.5-inch barrel.
Another one? Just longer?
Yeah, not the Hunter, just a regular Blackhawk. A Ruger Vaquero. A Marlin 94. And a old Davis side-by-side 12 gauge.
God, you went on a spree.
Yeah, well, I only get to shot once in a while, so.
Yeah. Well, the amazing thing is the fact that. Good God. So, which 629 did you get? Did you get the sledgehammer gun with the 6-inch barrel?
No. What? It's a 5 or 6-inch barrel. I don't remember, but it's just a plain 629.
Well, yeah, that's what Sledgehammer had. The only special thing he had was different grips on it.
This has got rubber grips, but I don't know.
I'll do you a solid. When I find the guy to make my grips, I'll make an extra set for you. Because I think you got the exact same one. Like, it doesn't have a full underlug, does it?
No.
Yeah, you've got the Sledgehammer gun then. That's awesome. I'm just amazed, man. Like, I mean, congratulations. I mean, the wife is fucking cool as shit to let you get all of them.
Yeah, well, she don't know, so. She knew I was getting 2.
Yeah.
For sure.
She didn't know you were coming home with 5. Sorry.
She knew I was going to end up with 6.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you get her anything, or she just going to share what you got?
I'm going to get her a CCP, I think, but I'm still waiting for her to commit whether she wants to actually get into it or not.
Man, like a whole new box of toys. Makes up for all the other people who haven't gotten shit.
Well, I, went for some years without getting much of nothing.
Yeah, it was probably time.
Although, I did get 2 new ones in February or March. So.
We won't count that. Steven says you're more diverse than he is. That is an interesting spread you did pick out. Oh, crap, man.
Actually, Cowboy Action is what it is.
Yeah. Good God.
And the old double barrel is just $100 gun that needs some work.
I think the cool thing is that's going to be the coolest looking 4470 freeform. It's going to have, what, 5 guns on it? That's going to be badass.
No, there's 2.
Yeah. They couldn't fit it all in one form.
No, I bought the 12 gauge today.
Oh, you went back.
See, I initially bought a Rock Island 1911. Thought I'd get one, and I found out that they would penalize me for trying to use my Hunter because it's got a freaking removable front sight too.
Stupid law, huh?
Even if I fix the rear sight so it's not adjustable, the front one's removable, so it can't be used in a standard match. It has to be open, and like, fuck that.
That is crazy. All right, so you can't ever tell me that you're gonna not buy something smaller or bigger than 44 because you bought a 12 gauge damn, and that kicks just as much as like my 454 does.
It's not a 12 gauge handgun. I've had a 12 gauge for years.
Yeah, still it's a thumper, big time.
And my 30-06 is worse than that.
Very cool.
With Remington's ultra soft metal butt plate.
Oh, that's not Remington's. That's a Packmeyer decelerator pad. Is it Packmeyer that makes them? I think it is. It's called a decelerator pad, I think. My 1895's got one.
My gun's got a freaking, it's not steel, it must be aluminum butt plate.
Yeah.
Both of them do.
Yeah, my 336 just has like a. Did Marlin use Bakelite back then, or was it just plastic? But it's got a plastic, I think, butt plate in the back that says Marlin on it. But I want to get an accelerator pad for it, just because I want that extra length of pull. It's like a 3/4 of an inch thick.
Yeah, I got a pad here that I'll stick on my 30-06 when I shoot it. The 12 gauge, I don't give a shit about because I'm not going to shoot anything that ultra light loads in it anyway.
Oh, like those Aguila mini shells?
Probably pretty cool. Black powder stuff.
I got you. Those Aguilas are actually pretty cool.
I got a number of boxes of trap loads or whatever you want to call them. Light.
Akbar loads. It's a trap.
$25, $100 stuff.
I talked to my buddy in Manchester this morning. He's fine. His daughter's fine now. She's stable. And,
excellent.
He was saying that their parliament just passed a mandate saying that they were going to put military personnel out in the streets of England at strategically important places, I guess you would call it.
There you go.
I told him it's not good enough. You know, there was a huge backlash all over the web. Like, you know, there's a tragedy, right? And people, there's 2 types of people. One is the ones who talk about the victims. And the other is the part that actually criticizes the victims. And the critics of the victim sort of drove up a semi-decent point. They were like, well, this is the government you chose, and this is the policies you chose, and this is the risk you took having an open border. But most people didn't. The parliament did, or whatever.
Well, for damn sure, them underage kids did.
Yeah. I told him it wasn't good enough. I was like, you know, the Queen just needs to release a statement saying she's suspending all migrants into her country. All of them. Immigrants, refugees, anything. If you have no business being in England, like you just want to come and emigrate, you're not going to be able to for a little while. You know, she
guy was a naturalized citizen, or was it a born citizen? He wasn't an immigrant.
Yeah, but he's still radicalized. It's like they're going to find a reason to stop something. You know what I mean?
Harm the fucking population.
That would help. That would actually help. I mean, this one was a little bit more personalized to me, so I didn't do my regular "how's that gun control working for you" thing, because I could say that to the people, but I'm sure there's tons of people in that country that are asking the same thing. So I don't want to pick an open wound.
I doubt like hell if an open gun policy would have stopped some stupid ass like this.
Maybe not, but the thing is like the attacks at the Parliament building, those could have been stopped or stymied.
Right, yeah. I'm just saying this particular instance.
And I think well, that's the thing. If you were able to stop it at the street level, like that in front of the Parliament building, I think it would stymie off a lot of other potential, attacks.
I don't disagree with that
they'll shoot
either.
us in the street. Yeah.
But that's not the way that left is going to perceive that at all. They're just going to say this one did not.
That, and I feel like. Go ahead, Ben. Sorry, I lost my train of thought.
Gun control wouldn't have, or lack of gun control wouldn't have stopped this, which it might have. If somebody had seen that he was packing a freaking bomb, but
I have a feeling that security in the building didn't even have, arms.
from what I get, he didn't go in the building. He did it right outside the freaking exit.
Was it? I know it happened after the concert. I thought he was like in the stands with the people.
No, what I got, he was outside on the path where they have to go from that building to get to the subway.
Okay.
Whatever the hell they call it.
Like all the videos I saw was in the arena and people were like screaming. But if that was like just at the exits or whatever, then that was just, lying in wait and ambush or whatever. That's different. Definitely.
But if you see the video, there's no evidence of explosion in it.
Oh, you're talking about the aftermath one. I've seen that. Live Leak is going to blow up in the next day or two with, people's phone videos, I'm sure.
Yeah, I would imagine. Oh, goddamn, come on, hurry up Friday.
Well, you can always start making the rounds to feed all those.
Yeah, I did buy 5 pounds of Trail Boss and 2 pounds of Ogden H110, just so I can have more because I got lots of fucking guns that are going to be fed with that.
Yeah. So I'm guessing your to-do list has been chopped down substantially, but I doubt there's anything new on it since, right? Like, you're good for a good long while.
Single shot of some sort.
Might I suggest the Martini Henry?
No, I want a Winchester 1885 high wall.
Well, that'll work. I'd like to have a Remington rolling block and a converted Martini Henry.
But that was going to have to be 4570 or something like that.
Yeah.
But I don't even know that that's included in the matches that we do locally, so that's why it wasn't up on top of the list.
Well, I mean, it is a Buffalo rifle, right? 4570. So.
I know that they do the handguns, the lever action, and shotgun, but I don't know about the buffalo gun part.
Yeah. I never looked to see if the 1875 Outlaw would qualify. Is that considered too new? Even though it's just basically an 1858?
Shouldn't be. They allow the 92 and 94.
Okay. Yeah, it's probably not going to be a problem then. I like the Outlaw. I think it's like the Corvette of cowboy action pistols. Or the 59 Cadillac of cowboy action pistols. It's huge.
The Ruger with the fixed blade front sight gets a pass if you put on a rear sight that's non-adjustable, which is not a problem.
Yeah.
And then the Vaqueros already.
Those are in. Those were made for that. You didn't get the bird's head, right? You just got the standard one?
No, just standard one. That's what they have there.
Was that one in 45 or?
44 Magnum.
So you went all 44?
Yeah.
That's going to be a handful. That's
Probably
only
not
what, a 5-inch barrel?
I think it's 6, but it might be 5. I don't know.
Yeah, that's going to be a handful. Because it's still got that sweet at the top of the grip anyway. I mean, not as much as the bird's head, obviously, but it's going to be fun.
Right, but the loads in it are light. I mean, light as in my hunter don't move with them.
Yeah. I would imagine, like, of the era, you're looking at probably 44 Russian style power. Because that was a copy of 44 Smith & Wesson back then anyway.
It's right in there with 4440.
Yeah.
Which is pretty much what we try to duplicate, I would say. I think the Ruger's the only reason that 44 Magnum gets a pass, because there's already so many of the damn things out there.
Mm-hmm. Good job, Smiggy.
Thanks,
I'll be right
Smig.
back. I gotta get the phone call real quick.
Damn, he beat me. So, yes, if you didn't hear, I just purchased 4 44 Magnum guns last night and this morning. And I'm just waiting on Friday to get them. Thank you, Illinois. See if there's any news.
All right.
Welcome back.
That's a Jimmyism. Usually he does that. He gets back and he's like, all right.
Who's Jimmy?
He must be, huh?
I said, who's Jimmy?
He's probably been busting his ass the last couple of weeks.
That's no damn
I've seen him.
Shirking your
Well, I mean,
responsibility.
he posts a few Instagram pictures here and there, but that doesn't take any time at all. Ain't nothing to that. Yeah, my allergies are weird today. I have this inhaler thing. Clears my sinuses instantly. And then I take like just regular antihistamines that last a couple hours. And yet my sinuses are still a mucus factory down in my chest. Kind of weird. Anyway.
Trump may have revealed location of nuclear submarines to Duterte, whoever the hell that is. Yeah, Trump may have slaughtered 10 million babies too, but it seems unlikely.
You're talking about Dmitry Lavrov?
I don't know. It's Duterte.
Oh, Duerte. He's the president of the Philippines. He's actually considering locking down his country under martial law because of some mass murder, or some attack or something. I read about this one. I heard one of the girls from the movie Clerks died yesterday too, at only 44 years old. Anger probably knows what I'm talking about. Katy Perry released a statement that she was like, we need to love our enemy and all this other bullshit. I swear to God, that woman's got no fucking brains. You have to imagine people in ISIS just bust out laughing when they see these idiots say this shit. They say they should love us. That means they're gonna come closer and we can bomb them quicker.
Yes, go hug him and press the fucking button while you're standing there, you idiot fucking bitch.
The other strange thing is I noticed there's a lot of Ariana Grande bashing too. Apparently she was at a autograph signing session one day. She was like, I fucking hate America. I wish they all died. I was like, whoa. I don't know if there's any truth to that, but if there is, bitch needs to go. That's crazy. It's like the nation that gave you fame and notoriety so you can go out to other countries and talk shit. You know, she's spitting in the bucket, basically. She's going to have to drink out of. That's a Korean saying, by the way. Never spit in the bucket you have to drink out
of. We always preferred don't shit in your dinner plate.
Yeah.
Same idea.
Shit on someone else's. Yeah. Fuck, I forgot what I was about to do. My short-term memory's going bad, man. I think whatever my dad's got, I must have gotten too.
Your short-term memory is affected by heart issues if you have issues with circulatory stuff.
Oh, that makes sense. Starving my brain of oxygen.
In effect, yeah.
And yet I'm still quick to sarcasm.
That's because that's ingrained in the psyche.
That's awesome.
Why can't you join the hangout? Snake Doctor 78 is who I'm asking that. What the hell is a snake doctor?
It used to be my old nickname, similar. Everyone thought I was a craps player because I used the nickname Snake Eyes.
I ain't getting you guns on Friday.
You got room for all of them?
Actually, no.
That's what I was thinking.
I'm going to have to rearrange my ammo cabinet so I can lock the handguns up. I don't care about the long guns.
You know, the other day I was thinking about that. I'm like, you know, when I get my next gun safe, I want something from for a few dollars more. I want the safe that looks like a piece of furniture. And then maybe have a fake safe. So if there was like a burglar that broke into my place, he would go for the thing that looks like a safe instead. And pop him in the back.
I was actually thinking about making a hidden one. I put a kind of a loft in here over my head. So I can store shit that I'm not using, like old guitar equipment and whatnot, up off of the floor, but yet still accessible if I ever want to use it. And
yeah,
it's just kind of an open frame underneath, and I could kind of rig something up under there to stick long guns and handguns in, but I don't know if I want to go through all that freaking work or not. I
Yeah.
might just go buy a cheap ass gun safe.
I was gonna say I
I,
see a trip to IKEA in your near future.
I can buy a freaking 14 gun safe locally for about $200. All I care about is keeping the kids out of it. Yeah, because I can't walk around carrying all of them, which is kind of how I do it now. When I leave, I take all of them with me, all four. Although I didn't. Actually, today I locked them up. But I locked them up as I was taking the kids to school, so there's no worries about the little bastards breaking in. Now, this cabinet I got's big enough to stick the handguns in if I uh, take the loaded ammo out of it and put it somewhere else, which I have places I can put it with a little rearranging. Me and Sean have to avoid baloney. Both of us are feeble heart patients. Nope, they had a 29 there also, and it was used the same money as the 629. Uh, and I held both of them, and I actually liked the 629 better. What the hell did Sean get NSA'd? What the hell are you smoking, Smegs? Please share. I could really use something to pass the next 48 hours as quick and painlessly as possible. Morning, G Webs. Turn the damn phone off. Get your priorities straight. That would be fine, G Webs. I don't know what the hell Night Strike's doing. He was excessively late yesterday.
God damn it. That was awkward. What was I talking about before I got interrupted by a phone call?
Oh no,
Shit.
my short-term memory ain't any better.
All right. No, this dude had a CD-ROM or DVD-ROM go bad, so I told him where to buy one. Then he got on this morning and he was like, "My power supply's dead." So now I'm thinking one killed the other. And he says that the holes don't line up when he tries to install the new one. So I'm like, that's not possible. It's a universal pattern. I'm trying to explain it to him. He's 72 years old. He's a pretty keen guy on tech though. Just not this one. So someone send me a picture and I'll take a look at it. Photoshop will have supposed to work.
Steven's telling me to make a run to Peoria, hit up his boy Cadillac. He stands at the corner of Lincoln and Western. He has H&E. I ain't going to Peoria until I get all them 44s in my possession.
He's got the hookup.
I was really shocked at how much lighter that Ruger Blackhawk was, even with the longer barrel, than my Hunter. I mean,
it's because there's a lot less steel. The top strap is thinner.
There ain't no top strap on it.
Well, you know, I'm talking about on your Hunter. There's this gigantic top strap across the whole top of the barrel for that scope.
Oh yeah,
that's a lot of weight.
The barrel is quite a bit bigger in diameter too.
Yeah, the Hunters are bull barrels.
The regular Blackhawk is probably half the weight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you definitely have to be mindful of your loadings on that one. That's just going to be a standard steel cylinder. That's not going to be carpenter steel.
Well, they said it'd take anything that the factories dish out.
Yeah. Like the Hunter will take a lot more abuse than the standard will, for sure.
Well, the 44s I got today, aside from the Smith, is meant for cowboy action stuff. It's not intended to load Magnum loads in at all.
Your lever action is going to be a 44 also, right?
Yes. Yeah, it's 44 Magnum too.
That's going to feel really soft compared to your 30-06.
Oh, I know.
What was the finish on it? Is it just like stained wood, or was it?
Yeah, it's kind of satin wood.
Walnut?
Yes.
Blued finish?
Blued.
Cool. If it did, I'll have to wait till you get it, but do you know if it's a genuine Marlin or a Remarlington?
I don't know.
When you get it, I'll ask you one question. It'll make it obvious.
I think it's the Remington version. It's brand new.
So, but it is blued. It's not parkerized.
Right, it's blued.
Okay. Maybe they went back to that. Like when I was looking for my 336, they were saying that after Freedom Group took over, that they did away with the bluing and they went to parkerization. So it kind of had like a matte finish. And I wasn't really looking forward to it. But then the gun that I found that I went and traded my Beretta for, it was a pre-Freedom Group Marlin, so it actually did have a blued receiver, and it had a gold trigger too. Pretty nice. I was pleasantly surprised. It's got a walnut finish.
This one feels a little rough, like it needs taken apart and polished up really good.
The only thing about the Marlin that I would recommend, especially if you're going to compete with it, you don't have to do it right away, but knowing you probably will. You're like, I got the money, I might as well do it. There's a trigger kit for it. It's called like Happy Shooting or something. It's got some goofy name. But one thing you're going to notice is you've had Marlins before, right? Your 30-06 is a Marlin, yeah?
No, my 30-06 is Remington. I've got a couple of Marlin 22s.
Okay. Did you ever, maybe it's the same. Is the trigger on your 22 really floppy? Like you can grab it and just kind of wiggle it like a really loose tooth?
Not that I've noticed, no.
Okay. Because on this rifle, when you get it, before you cock the hammer, just grab the trigger with like your thumb and index finger and just see if you can wiggle it. Like if it just moves around like a really loose tooth. The reason I say that is because it's a two-piece trigger system. It's kind of goofy. And a lot of people that compete, they don't like it because it kind of takes away some sensation of actually working the trigger. And what they do is they get this kit that makes a one-piece trigger and sear assembly. And you replace the trigger that's in it with that. I've seen one guy actually take the two pieces apart and super glue the shit out of them to make a one piece. And he said it lasts about 2 years and the glue eventually gives out and you just have to redo it. But when I replace the one in my 336, I'm just going to do it once and forget it, you know?
Yeah, that's what
my
I'm
4570 has it too, and it's really frustrating.
I actually did not try the trigger to dry fire the thing. I just cocked it and then I decocked it.
Yeah, the triggers are really floppy on Marlins. They did this two-piece trigger and sear assembly. It feels funny as hell. I don't like it. I got to replace 2 of them.
I know both my 22 Marlins the triggers are fine in them. The bolt action one is really good, actually.
Let's see if I can find it. Oh, it's called the Trigger Happy Kit. Yeah, Wild West Guns Trigger Happy Kit for the Marlin rifle.
What's it cost?
I've seen them for like, they're not cheap. I think they're like $169.
Ow.
Yeah, they're kind of pricey. Oh, sorry, $120.
So is the gun, though.
Yeah, I have to get one blued one and one nickel one. I might just get 2 nickel ones. Take the gold trigger out. Because it does feel really strange. I think Moon told me about it originally. Either Moon or PBR, which I haven't seen him in a long time.
I'm not ever going to use the gun for anything but cowboy action. I mean, there's no reason to hunt with it here unless they somehow legalize hunting with pistol caliber rifles.
That's like
Cool.
law.
But I doubt it.
That is a bit of a goofy law.
If I move to like Missouri, I can hunt with 30-06. I don't have to use with the pistol caliber.
I still want my 444. Just to have it.
Wrong. 10 millimeter is not big bore. 41 and above is big bore.
Yeah, see Clay typing. I told you, Clay, the only concession I can make is Chris Vector and 10 millimeter is absolutely brilliant. I do like it. And I didn't like vectors before. I thought they were kind of goofy, but the 10mm one's growing on me a lot. I may have to own one. That the vector to me is like an Edsel car. It was ugly when I first saw it, and it got better the longer I looked at it.
44 Automag is bigger than 41.
Unfortunately, the 44 Automag, there's no modern gun in it. Nobody wants to make a gun for it. I wish Glock would. Or Kunin. Kunin can do it. That'd be fine. Like, that'd be a good intermediary step between the 454 that I want and the 357 that they make. Can we do that in Automag? That'd be groovy.
Big bore is 41 and up, and I picked that up somewhere. I didn't just pluck that out of my ass.
That came from me.
No, I got it from somewhere reading too.
Yeah.
Because if you have to include 10mm in it, then you have to include 40 Smith & Wesson, which is not.
I mean, this is the last tenth of the legalities of small arms here in the States. But can't do it. Technically, 44 Automag shouldn't even be on that list because it's not a modern. There's no modern gun for it made for it, and cartridge popularity diminished to almost nothing.
And technically, it was big bore revolvers.
Yeah. It's essentially just a rimless 44 Magnum.
I ain't giving short shift to 10mm.
Yeah.
It just ain't big enough to be big bore. Absolutely, the 45 Colt rifle counts. That's one of my wish list guns. Although I got to justify spending $500-600 on one, I can't quite do that yet. And figure out how to sneak it in here without the old lady ever finding it, which is the harder part. I did come to a realization earlier today that 44 Magnum is the ideal carry caliber because now with the advent of 454, 460, 480 Ruger, and 500 Smith & Wesson, 44 Magnum is a medium caliber cartridge now. Not the hand cannon it once was like when Dirty Harry carried one. That way, if you get hauled into court and people say you used such a big, powerful gun, like, no, Hey, if I want a big, powerful gun, I got 500 Smith & Wesson. Not admitting to the fact I'm too much of a candy ass to have one. I looked at a 460 last night. They had one there with I don't know, 9-inch barrel or so. It was a longer barrel uh, for $1,200. Man, I thought about that for about 2 seconds. Thought, I don't spend that much money for something I won't shoot 2 times. Uh, that sounds pretty reasonable. Well, that would be pretty reasonable for the one without a scope. To be absolutely honest, I have no reason to own one. I mean, I already bought the 44 to hunt with, so I don't need a second one. The other 44s I've got, I bought one to carry and uh, 2 for cowboy action shooting, or 3 if you count the Marlin rifle. I only did that partially because they won't let me use my hunting one. You're going to be highly scrutinized no matter what the hell you use in self-defense. Hell, I get that kind of effect out of just letting these friends shoot my 44 Magnum. So far, everybody that's tried is stunned at how much it freaking recoils for as heavy as it is. I'm like, yep, I was just as surprised as you the first time I shot it. And now you can run the 45 Colt and the 460, can you? I guess that's what you're saying. Okay. It probably would be. Uh, I think any of the hotter cartridges would be really good in lever gun. Even like 357 Magnum.
Sorry, Tony. I keep getting my phone blowed up. I'll be right back.
All right. Telling you, rip the fucker out of the wall. I like the idea of having the highest muzzle velocity out there, but I'm too much of a fucking coward and a sissy to shoot one, so I passed. Although it was cool looking as all hell. I figured that the 629 will serve me just fine. And about the scrutiny with shooting somebody with a 44 in self-defense, odds are I'm going to run uh, 44 special self-defense stuff in it. What's their coffee cost a pound? I don't think I can afford it. Not at the amount I drink. You know, my wife is fine and dandy with me buying guns and shit because she actually told me to, but extravagant coffee and shit, she's like, no. You can buy freaking Folgers. I'll let you buy Colombian Folgers if you want. $60 for 5 pounds. That's $12 a fucking pound. Nope, I think my wife would kick my ass. Oh shit, I drink let's see, at least 12 pounds of coffee a month. We buy the Folgers, regular, whatever the fuck it is, in actual 3-pound cans. They're the plastic cans that are like 14 inches tall. They're not the little ones. They're actually 3 pounds. We go through 4 of those a month. I'll tell you something to try, Angry, if you like a rich coffee, and that is Hills Brothers Colombian. I would drink that only if I could find it all the time, but I can't. And it's not stupid expensive. But it's only the damn Colombian that uh, I can say is really good. The other stuff isn't quite as robust. But when I started using the percolator, the regular Folgers actually got way more tolerable, and the Folgers Colombian is actually really good. So, you know, it's fine as long as I keep the percolator cleaned out about once every couple of weeks. The like Keurigs, my old lady bought a Keurig. You know, she just had to have one, and you cannot get a coffee packet that is strong enough to suit her and I both. So we ended up pitching that thing in the trash. And I bought the damn percolator to go camping with. It's just a cheap ass, like $13 percolator in the camping section of Walmart made out of Chinese stainless steel. and we went camping and used it. Gosh, it was so good that we're like, fuck it, we're gonna do this at home, and been using it ever since. I tried them too. I couldn't pack enough coffee in there to make it worth my time. Yeah, if you go to Walmart, man, they sell Folgers in the actual 3 pound can. It's one of them red plastic cans about twice the size of what you buy anywhere else. So yeah, I have electric stove too, and it was a pain in the ass. But then I bought a thermos bottle, Stanley 1 quart thermos, and I fill up my thermal cup and the thermos bottle when I make it. And it lasts me for hours. I got to get some more Hills Brothers steel cans because I use them for sharps to dispose of my insulin needles. I'm afraid to put them in the plastic cans where if somebody kind of mashed it, it would poke through the plastic. Protector cover of the needle and the coffee can too. And I know that for sure because I've done it to myself once. This is not a good idea.
I got some weird ass call from some dude in New York.
Okay. I'm
Like,
getting
you have a real estate in New York?
444s.
I'm like, fuck no. Like, your gun laws suck.
Yes, they do.
Hmm.
We're number 4 on the list behind them, California and Hawaii.
Suck.
But I think Oregon and Washington's leading the charge to passes. My dear old dad, who's really old because I'm old and drank coffee all his life, cannot stomach my coffee. He's like, how in the world do you drink that with nothing in it? Well, when I stopped using cream and sugar because I got the ulcer, I had to have something for taste. And I happen to like exceptionally strong coffee. And my wife just happened to tag along for the ride, and now she likes it. But she puts cream and sugar in it, so it tastes like frappe or whatever the fuck you want to call it. I put cream or sugar in my coffee, it made me sick as a fucking dog.
New day.
This is 44 chat. Actually, I'm saving that for Friday. 444 is Friday.
I didn't know you bought an XLR.
Unless I happen to find another $500, and it'll be 544 is Friday.
5 times 44 Friday. Sounds pretty good to me.
Well, I almost did it. And I thought, oh shit, I got bills I got to pay, and she'll kill me if I don't.
I'm surprised she hadn't already. She's like, you got how many?
She don't know.
Like, don't worry, honey, it was a good deal.
She knows I was getting 2 for sure, and she knew I wanted 5. And she was fine with it because she wants me to do it because I need a hobby that's gets me off my ass doing stuff. So we're going to pull the old, no, hell, I've had that a long time. In about a month.
Good luck with that.
Well, when you shove them in the freaking holster,
They all
they
look
all
the
kind
same.
of look the same.
We had a Tino. I see a G. Yeah, I was saying new day, new pain because now I've got this throbbing in my shoulder. Like I pulled something. The thing is I haven't been doing my normal workout for weeks. I'm thinking maybe I should start doing that. Go back to it, just lighter.
My wife is not one to buy shit. I mean, I could hand her $1,000 and say, "Go blow it on what you want." She'd come back with $999 in a small sweet tea.
See, my mom's the opposite of that. You give her $1,000, she'll come back with $1,001. I'm like, how'd you do that?
I mean, honest to God, I gave her, when we got the tax refund, I gave her like $2,000. You know, whatever you want, because I'm going to spend that much on guns. Freaking beads. And a dog pen. She's like, that's all I wanted. Okay. But ever since then, she's been buying maybe $100 worth of beads a month, which I don't give a shit. She makes more than enough to pay for whatever the hell she wants along that line. That's probably why I get by with doing what I do, is because I don't ever bitch at her, except for the disappearance of $200 for whatever that fucking genealogy website is that you supposedly quit. Genealogy.com or familytree.com or some shit like that.
You know, Pants, you've got a good point there. Mine was too. It seemed like every time we went to the bar, money would just vanish.
Yeah, some people are good at that.
And she drank shitty beer, man. She like fucking. She was a Corona girl. I was like, you had that. That was back when I didn't like beer. So I was like, you drink some piss.
I actually, if it's really hot, I actually like Corona with a lot of lime in it.
I got to admit, when I eat Mexican food, I go ahead and do as the Romans do and drink it too. It's considered one of the world's worst beers, but it's also the most consumed and it's the most bought beer in the world.
Corona is?
Yeah.
And it's not cheap either. It's not like it's the cheapest beer.
Yeah, it's shitty, it's cheap, and it's the most popular. Go figure.
I'm actually trying to cut back on the caffeine by drinking decaf, but I'm out, so. And I like decaf instant all right, but I'm not brewed. Ugh. Or perked, however you want to say it. It's not drinkable. I actually like Corona with about half a lime cut up in it.
Yeah, it needs a lot of lime before it's consumable.
It's got to be really,
same
really.
With Blue Moon. I'll crush half an orange into the glass.
It's got to be really, really hot. I also like Bud Light lime, same way, with a lot of lime in it. But again, got to be really hot.
My beer of choice on a hot day is Rolling Rock. It's like water. I think it's.
But you know, I'm one who really doesn't like beer.
Yeah.
I kind of like Michelob Dark if I'm in the mood.
That's a name I haven't heard in years. Still trying to get a vendor out here in my area to carry Strohs for my dad. So far, no good. Like, nobody wants to do it.
Can't you get it sent to you?
I did. I had a guy that was in Minnesota. He drove over to Michigan. Then he went back to his house in Indiana, and then he shipped it to my dad in Texas.
Silencer co-wraps for what, Flippy? I obviously don't know what the hell you're talking about, so I haven't tried one. I'm gonna have to get silencers for my revolvers. I can tell.
No, you have the freaking gun. You need a loudener.
Actually, I'm most anxious, to be honest with you, to get the shotgun home, see if I can make it work. Because the guy said it actually wasn't safe to fire, and I said, "Why is that?" And he said the action's too loose, and I'm like, "There's no play in this action whatsoever." So I'm a little curious as to what the hell they're talking
So
about.
you got it as a bargain.
Yeah, I paid $120 for it actually. By the time you pay the freaking tax and whatnot.
That's not bad.
No, and a friend of mine's looking for an old one. If it doesn't serve my purposes, I'll just give it to him.
This
It
is
is
double
a-
hammer side by side thing.
No, it's enclosed hammers, side by side. It's a double barrel 12 gauge with 36-inch barrels.
Twin triggers.
Yep. I'm going to guess it's somewhere in the 30s era because it does actually have a tang safety. But as long as I deactivate the ejector, I can use it. I don't know if it's got an ejector just to push out extractor, so I haven't
It
tried
probably
that.
has the push out.
I know my
Which-
2250 New England Arms has push out, and the 223 has an ejector, and it's world difference. That 250 is a bitch to get the freaking round, spent round out of, and the 223 will freaking shoot it out about 10 feet behind you. I'm like, somebody fucked up here somewhere because these guns are basically the same damn gun, just a different chamber. Both of them should do the same thing. You know, it's a Davis something or other side by side double barrel 12 gauge. I really like the 22-250, but for most of your varmint stuff, 223 is fine, and a hell of a lot cheaper to deal with. And I varmint hunt. I don't take either one of them. I use 30-06 with the 110 grain spritzers in it. Because I'm not varmint hunting for little freaking prairie dogs or nothing. I'm varmint hunting for coyote. The problem that I see with 22-250 is that the bullets are so light that they tend to really suffer from wind drift or the rotational effect or whatever the hell it is, but they start really losing it at 400 yards. It gets really unreliable accuracy wise. It's superb at anywhere from like 200 to 400 yards, or maybe even a little less, maybe 350. But I have better luck on longer range stuff running 308 bullets.
The sledgehammer grips are $129. And they don't even have the logo on them. Still got to pay someone to put that on it.
I'm actually kind of happy with the grips that are on that 629. I don't know if they're aftermarket or if it came with rubber grips, but they're really good in my hand.
Typically, they're factory. If the back strap's not covered, it's a factory end frame Hogue monogrip with the S&W logos on them. It's like the most common one for it.
God, now I can't remember.
I still want one, but I got to get those grips. Like, it's an obsession now at this point.
The Blackhawk I bought's got aftermarket rubber grips on it, but I will change those back to wood. It's got the square back trigger housing too, which they say is a bitch if you shoot hot loads in it.
Yeah, it'll smack the hell out of your index or your middle finger.
And the rubber grips that are on it cover that up, so I don't know, hell, maybe a lot better with them.
It'll be all right. The palm of your hand might not be too happy with the exposed back strap. That's why I switched over to an X-frame grip.
I don't think it's got an exposed back strap on it.
Most of the end frame grips do.
No, this is on the Ruger.
Oh. Yeah, I think theirs are covered. Well, don't quote me on that because the monogrip I bought for my dad's Ruger actually does have the back strap exposed. But it's still really comfortable.
I don't know, I'll try and see, but I think for the look of cowboy action shooting, I'm going to go with the wood grips on it. And it's not like I'm going to run hot loads, so it's not going to be that big of an issue for recoil.
Yeah.
I got to find some stainless steel stock and make a freaking rear sight for it.
You just need one that's not adjustable, right?
Right.
They sell those. Like my night guard has one. I don't know who makes it for Smith & Wesson, but it's basically just a screw-in U-notch rear sight, fixed rear sight.
I know it, but I'm just going to get some stainless steel stock and cut one to groove the full length of the sight. Leave it at that.
You're going to do that.
Unless I can find one, for like $20, then I ain't gonna waste my freaking time.
Let's see if I can find it.
I actually could just alter the freaking sight that I changed out on my Hunter and use it because they're exactly the same damn thing.
I don't know. All the ones I'm looking at are adjustable. It's kind of weak.
Yeah, that's. I had when I broke the side blade, when I dropped that damn thing, I had the base. You know, it just doesn't have the blade in it. I could probably do some customizing on that and make it work.
Yeah.
But I'd still rather have a stainless steel piece screwed down on top of it as opposed to a blued. Not quite sure why Ruger did that. I suppose for light reflection and shit.
Oh, we're gonna have a Dano.
Who's on the artificial breathing one?
That's Sean Vader.
Is that my fan?
That's Sean assembling robots.
Does it sound like this?
No. You ever seen when they put together RoboCop? That's what
Yeah.
it's like. That's what he's doing right there.
Oh, sorry. Man, this thing, it's really weird. It picks up the sound 3 feet off my hand, you know, past the mic, but I can't pick up my voice half the time. Weak. Bring it back. I'll do it.
Hi, Dano. Hi, G.
Hey, Tony.
Howdy.
God damn it. This guy and his fucking problems with his computer, I swear to God. I'll be back. I have to make a phone call.
God, I'll tell you, the wait for disability ain't as bad as the 2-day wait to go pick up freaking guns.
Yeah, but Tony, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but if you have zero income versus you have a shared income,
I got my disability started yesterday.
oh, it did. Congratulations. I'm not on the disability part, but you know what I mean.
Well, you know, it is what it is. It was way quicker after the medical part than I expected. So,
Did they offer to backdate it to your application date?
to a certain extent, it went before my application date by 3 months. But there's a 6-month period where you don't get it.
Right,
So 9 months of back pay turns out to be 3 months.
right. But still,
We got good news and bad news. We're going to extend this out to 3 months before you even asked for it. The bad news is you owe us money for every month that you asked for it and you didn't get it. So we're charging you for an extra 6 months.
In essence, yeah. But it's all right.
some
It was
back
enough.
pay better than no back pay.
It was enough to make my owner of my local gun shop take a vacation. So
Exactly.
hence the whining about waiting 2 days to go pick up what I bought yesterday.
And have you done a reveal on what that is, or are you waiting till it shows up?
No, I've said it. I bought Smith & Wesson 629, Ruger Black Hawk with 10.5-inch barrel, a Ruger Vaquero 44 Magnum, and a Marlin 1894 44 Magnum, plus an old double barrel 12 gauge shotgun.
Wow. Tony went shopping.
Well, I only get bulk of money ever so often, and
Exactly.
you know when you got it. My old lady's statement was, you make sure you got enough to pay your part of the bills. I'm like, that's fine and dandy, woman. It's already covered.
Yep.
I ain't told her how many I'm getting, and I ain't going to. She knew for sure I was getting 2. And probably 3. Because I was going to get the 2 revolvers and the 44 rifle. Now, as far as the old shotgun, that was $120 out the door by the time taxes and whatnot were on it. The wild card was actually the Vaquero, because I wasn't going to buy it until they told me I couldn't use my fucking Black Hawk Hunter last night after I got home.
You couldn't use your Black Hawk for what?
Cowboy action shooting.
Oh, okay.
See, on the regular Black Hawk, you can change the rear sight for a non-adjustable one, and they'll let you use those, but mine has a changeable front sight too. And they're like, nope, you can only run that in the open class.
Oh.
I don't want in the open class. Open is for guys who got $10,000 guns.
So now you'll have 2 Rugers?
3.
3.
Yeah. 2
Super Blackhawks.
Super Black Hawk Hunter, a regular Black Hawk, and a Vaquero.
So can the regular Black Hawk be used in cowboy action?
Yeah, I have to change the rear sight for one that's non-adjustable. Front
And
sight on the blade.
What about the Vaquero?
Vaquero is a cowboy action gun.
Okay.
It's a copy, basically, of the Colt. I mean, the inner workings are different, but I mean, it's got the groove down the top strap and the blade sight on the front like a Colt does.
And they're all in 44?
Yep. If you're going to shoot the thing with the scope or the silencer, you want to zero with the silencer, Flippy. I don't know that it would matter, but that's my take on it.
Oh. Someday we may have that option.
Obviously, my selection in handguns precludes me from giving a shit about how loud it is. I really wonder how loud a revolver is with silencer on it. I wonder how much noise that cylinder gap lets escape.
I would think it has to be enough to, kind of make a silencer useless, because I've never seen very many threaded barrels on revolvers for a silencer, unless it was that Mosin.
I seen him use a silencer on some freaking TV show, and I can't remember what the hell it was now. On a revolver, and it was perfectly quiet.
It's TV magic.
Dirty Harry,
Power.
the second one,
Oh yeah, Magnum Force.
when he went up and murdered the
The cop.
bad guy with two naked people with him and the cop.
Yeah, a little piece of trivia. That was one of Suzanne Summers' first movies, and she's totally nude in it. She's one of the girls in the pool, swimming around topless.
Wait, what movie are we talking about?
Magnum Force.
Magnum Force.
Downloading it now, Magnum Force.
Yeah, that was a Snap-on suppressed 357. And it was just quiet as a blowgun. Somehow the burns I got all over my freaking left hand from my 44s tell me that that gun wouldn't be quite that quiet.
So I'm on the Guns movie page. It says the officer smacks a suppressor on his Colt Python before it hit. A suppressor like the one shown here would be ineffective in real life. I hate ads.
I saw Alex Jones was in the news yesterday.
Yeah, it's a Colt Python. Angry. For doing what? Talking about globalists?
I don't remember. All I remember was he was trolled hard by all the commenters. Is he having a custody battle with his kid or something?
Yeah, I think so.
Hmm.
That's where he says his whole persona is just like a character. Like Stephen Colbert was a character.
Yeah.
It's like, no, I think you're probably that crazy in real life.
I get that. Mine's been blowing up all goddamn day.
I got 3 random numbers call me yesterday in about the span of an hour.
You know, that same shit's been happening to me too, and I've been asking other people with Apple phones, and it seems to be a trend. Like someone's auto-dialing all the Apple numbers.
Well, this one's from Riceville Beach yesterday. Let's see.
Who's your carrier?
Verizon.
Okay, so it's not carrier related then, because mine's with AT&T, and I'm getting them too.
See, I just had one from Riceville Beach, which could be legit because I did live in Wilmington. El Monte, California yesterday. Little Rock, Arkansas yesterday. Anaheim, California yesterday. That number's called twice, actually. Let's see, on Monday, Pine, Pennsylvania. Vesta, California, Kansas City, Kansas, Bear Lake, California. Yeah, it's just totally random all over the place. Drives me crazy.
Sure, the Little Rock and Bill Clinton looking for you?
Mine's Bothell, Washington, Grapevine, Texas, the wrong Clarksville. This one's in Missouri, and then New Orleans. That was all yesterday.
You know, it pisses me off because I think they might be potential employers calling, and then it's like, nope.
But they don't leave a message.
Nope. That's how I know if they're legit or not, if they leave a message.
My phone sticks outside the garage so I can get internet with it. I don't fucking answer it. The old lady's like, why don't you ever answer the phone when I call? Because I don't fucking want to talk to you. Take your hint.
Hey, you know what's worse than that? I got my mom and dad, and I gave them my old iPhone 4S because it was like in mint condition. They never use it. I've been paying the bill on it for over a year. They've still never used it. They only used it like twice to call me. But it's like I'm trying to tell her to get in the habit of turn your phone on when you go out, at least. That way, if someone has to get a hold of you, like me or your brother, they can get a hold of you. She just got into the habit of doing that.
You know what I finally had to do to get my old lady to use the phone? Just get the fucking internet shut off so she didn't have any way to sit on Facebook or whatever the hell she wants to do. Now, if you want to use Facebook, you got to turn the damn phone on. I mean, I can't really bitch because I don't carry mine like I should. Because I don't give a fuck. I don't talk to anybody.
I used to have one of those little clip-on leather pouch things that would sit right about, or like a, well, just to the left of my right side pocket or whatever. So like, it was easy for me to carry my phone. But when I got this 6S Plus, it's so big that I've got nowhere to put it. So it's usually just in my work bag, or just like now it's sitting next to my desk. But it is kind of a tedious thing to carry around. It's like when I go to the bar, I have to I sit it in front of me like a billfold. I hate that.
I don't quite get the trend in getting so fucking big with the cell phone.
Well, because it's practically like a miniature computer in your hands. That's why I got it.
Yeah, I got the iPhone SE because I didn't want something super big because it is hard to carry.
Yeah, it's funny too because every once in a while I'll grab my old 4S and it feels like Tinker Toys inside.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck is this shit? When did I use this?
That's why I chose this Lumina 735 Windows phone, because it was the size of a fucking little smartphone. I mean,
Like, I got Trump hands, so I need a small phone. I can't hold on to a bigger one.
same here.
Did you guys see that old the Nokia meme? It's one of those old ass Nokia Sarah phones or whatever. It was impregnated in a blacktop road. Like you could see like this little hole in the blacktop, and you could see the buttons of a Nokia phone in there, and it was like modern day fossil discovered.
Yeah, right. Yeah, there's actually scientists are debating whether to start a new epoch based on like human activity, because we're starting to find trash as like a fossil record. Like there's a new type of rock, it's called like a plastoconglomerate, and it's just like a rock made out of like little bits of plastic and like rock.
I mean, like that big vortex of garbage out in the Pacific.
Yeah, Pacific garbage patch.
You know, they talk about it all the time, right? But I've never seen an aerial shot of it. Does it really exist?
I've seen pictures of it, and it makes sense because there's gyres in the middle of the oceans, and that's one of the bigger ones. So once it gets stuck in there, it ain't going anywhere. Like there's one, like part of the legend of the Bermuda Triangle is there's one in that area, like the Sargasso Sea. And like the myth was back then is if you went in there, your ship would just sit there because there wasn't any like trade winds to blow you to, you know, the Bahamas or Caribbean or whatnot.
Ooh, thank God for Evinrude.
Yeah, I like my Nokia phone. It did what it needed to do and wasn't distracting. And it had Snake.
I actually really like my Lumina, but more because I like Windows.
Fuck Microsoft, bastards. Like the first time ever I can say that. Gosh, they made all these bullshit check files that it can't reverse. It's like, you mean I have to go through every one of these things one at a time and try to find all my shit? So you didn't program it properly.
Yeah, it's funny. Like I think Nokia's bringing back that old style of phone for people who just want a phone.
Yep.
I thought they already had something like that for the older people.
Yep, I was just about to mention that. It's like prosthetic limb beige, and it's got just the numbers and a call button and an end button. They're gigantic buttons.
And big giant buttons at that.
Yep. gonna get one for my mom like that, but then I was like, no, she can have an iPhone. I want to put her into technological shock, which is cool because I gave her that laptop, and it's like I just left her to her own devices, and now she's like a master at it. So. It was hilarious though. One of her solutions to going full screen on YouTube, she didn't know about the little button at the bottom right corner of the YouTube feeds. What she would do is she would touch the touchscreen on the laptop, and she would manually zoom by pulling it open like an iPhone. I'm like, what are you doing? She's like, I want it on full screen. I'm like, you just have to hit that button at the bottom. She's like, what button? I showed it to her. She's like, son of a bitch. Yeah, I've been helping my buddy all morning trying to get his computer back up and running. He gave me this message saying that it had a hard drive disk fail error, and I'm like, you did plug power into the hard drive, right? And he goes, fuck, call you back. I got your quiz question yesterday, by the way. I don't think I got it fast enough because I was in the kitchen. When I finally answered it, someone on YouTube beat me.
Oh,
I was mad.
well, it's not just having the information; it's the first one that puts it into use.
I know. I think Snaggy robbed me. That's all.
That damn air gun.
Yeah.
Yeah,
good
that
one.
thing was tough.
Air gun.
That was a really good one.
The Whammo 22 something.
Yep. That's it. Okay.
Yeah, I think what threw a lot of people off on it was you said semi-automatic, but then that model kept coming up with the description of single shot. I'm like, well, is that the one or is that not the one? But then when you went to air gun frame, I was like, oh, I know which one he's talking about. Just too slow on the draw.
We're supposed to get severe weather today.
Oh, I had it yesterday. I had to peel my dog off the ceiling. It was hilarious.
It's actually a fairly pretty day here, a little chilly, but sunny
Yeah, it's
or
gorgeous
partly
outside right now.
It's been shitty here since Sunday.
Yeah, it's been shitty here for about a week.
What was really funny was last night, I went in the living room, I grabbed the dog, I walked into my room, I put him on my bed, right? My dad's getting ready to go to bed. And he walks into my room, and he goes, why'd you take the dog? And literally at that very moment, I put my finger up, I pointed up at the sky, and thunder hit, and the dog jumped from my bed straight into my lap and curled up into a ball. I'm like, that's why. I didn't even have to say it, I just showed it to him. Like I controlled thunder for that one moment.
I'll keep dreaming.
He was terrified.
I finally ordered my Wild West cards, so everyone else needs to chip in.
You say finally, like they've been available for years.
Well, I had to get paid first, Dano. I'm poor, remember?
When I get done paying bills here next week, I'm going to order some, I think. If I got enough money left. If not, I'll have to wait until middle of next month.
Damn it. Really? Seriously?
It's just funny because after I ordered them, it was like, we will not charge your card until the,
Right.
the fund's over. I was like, well, shit, if I would have known that, I would have done it last week.
Just like it violent.
How much is it for 4 decks?
Is it 60? I think 180 gets you 10 decks.
Single deck is 15, so
Yeah. Let's see. I was just there.
Man, you guys were all over freaking Bob last night. I thought that was hilarious.
Say $60 for 4 decks.
The only thing last night was missing was someone making fun of a high power. He would have went ballistic.
Well, in my
Come on, you guys, take it easy. Oh, Bob, you're gonna fucking kill him.
What do you mean you didn't hear me? I heard myself just fine.
Right.
I seen he posted his link for his potential new bunker, and it had CA in it, referring to Canada. And I thought, reading the link, it referred to California. I'm like, what the fuck? Are you out of your mind?
Who's
Did he
this?
post the link to his new place?
Bob did last night in chat, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's not bad, really. The one for 55 grand?
I don't remember. I didn't really look at it.
It looks like the house I grew up in, or one of them.
Seen the link, and I thought the CA meant California. And had a fucking tree moving from Canada to someplace that's even worse.
So Bob is buying? We're talking about the same person?
Apparently, now Bob is buying a place in Canada.
I thought he was coming to Arizona as a permanent resident.
Well, that's what I thought too.
Yeah, well, that's what you get to thinking.
Yeah, but you know, him saying it on the air and him doing it are two different things. He is a man of many ideas.
Well, if I were Bob and I could afford to, I would not stay in Canada just because I don't like cold winters, long ones.
I would think even the retirees have to go back to Canada once in a while for legal purposes.
Yeah, he likes the free medical that he worked his whole life for. And then I don't think they care about winter because they are freaking Canadian. They're used to it.
Yeah, the blood's thicker.
Yeah. As long as you don't mind the possibility of dying before you get that medical care, it's just fine.
That's not the VA up there.
He's not in the VA.
You said dying while you're waiting for it. It's not the VA.
He's in the CA.
The CA.
Yeah, he's in the CA, the Canadian health care.
Well, Bob's already,
Yeah. It
Bob's
might be
already-
free, but you
Bob's
might
already
die before you get it.
Tony's gonna shoot you soon.
Go ahead, Tony. All yours.
As Bob's already really fucking old, though.
That's true. So, Tony, aren't you and I about the same age?
Yeah, within a month or two, Daniel.
Yeah, I thought so. 61?
Hell, yeah, I was born in 61.
Right. No, not age.
No, that's 56, Dano.
Yeah, 56 is the age.
What month are you born in?
May.
See, I'm July.
So you're a youngster.
You
Fuck
can
yes,
say
kid.
that.
Well, I'm older than you, so.
Yeah, so is my wife's younger than I am, but Bob remembers 61, 1561. And she likes to bring that up every now and then. I said, well, you got to think, woman, I was born 2 months premature, so by the Chinese, you're older than I am.
I'm trying to slowly get the motivation to go over to Helga's. I don't quite have it yet. I think it may be another hour.
I got pretty good exercise. I toured 2 gun shops today.
Well, that's cool. Well, yeah, but you it's like Christmas in the summertime for you.
Yeah, well, one of them wasn't. I was just buying gunpowder.
Still, you get to walk in there and check it out.
I did. I walked in that one and walked around looking for 44 one-spired brass, and they got lots of freaking brass there, and really no freaking idea of how to put shit in any kind of order.
Yeah, did you have a Gander Mountain anywhere around you?
I believe the closest one to me is in Springfield.
Okay.
We have one. I think it's closing though.
Yeah, they're all closing.
I thought they were going to keep like 70 stores open.
They were, but in the last, let's say, 4 months, and it's not that they weren't true. It's just there's been a couple different directions it's gone. First, it was just going to close a small percentage of stores, maybe like 20% of the stores. Then it went to, what was the one in the middle? That they were all going to get taken over and rebranded, with some of them closing. It went to all of them being rebranded, and now it's finally all of them closing. And of course, they weren't telling the store employees anything.
Yeah, that's how it normally works.
I mean, they were literally given a week by week, okay, this is what you have for next week. Don't count on anything past it.
Yeah, I need their clothes to go on sale.
Yeah, in fact, I went there and I did get 3 pair of workout like shorts. Because all I had was like what I'll call 1970 style shorts for working out.
Hey
Not that
man,
I'm a fashion hog. It just I only had 2 pair.
they worked in the 70s. I don't know why they won't work now.
Hey, from the last time you worked out, Dano?
Did you get one of them stylish? Did you get one of them stylish shorts where it's really like
High cut.
Oh, where it's short, but it's really like one of them jumpsuits where you jump like a flight suit, except with shorts and then short sleeves.
No.
So
A
it's
onesie?
like a one piece, except it's got breeches and a shirt in it.
Oh, like Steve Irwin used to wear.
Yeah, you got one of those.
No, they're just they go from your waist down to about your knee. But I didn't have enough to make it through a laundry cycle. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I want to buy some like hiking stuff.
I actually bought a cowboy action outfit yesterday.
Ooh, dress up.
Yeah, and really fucking costly too.
I heard something the other day that I actually thought was quite funny. You know what they call assless chaps with an ass?
Chaps?
Pants.
I didn't buy no chaps.
No, pants.
Yeah.
I thought all cowboys wore some sort of leather chaps.
Nope. I bought the Wrangler 501 or Levi's 501s, a shirt, a vest, or waistcoat, whichever you want to call it, hat.
Is that button fly?
Yes, button fly.
No
The hat.
zippers back in the cowboy days?
No. And that's what the SAS said. You could use 501s. Just take the belt loops off. Like John Wayne wore a fucking belt.
Take the belt loops off. What the hell?
That's what they said.
How do you take hold your pants up then?
Hell, my suspenders, I reckon.
Oh, okay.
I'm looking at here. Looks like the patent for zippers, the first known, was 1851. However,
It took them a little while to get around.
the word zipper in the patent. So,
John Wayne wore a belt, so am I.
yeah, exactly.
And I bought
It's like saying, eyeglasses are not allowed.
I bought the full length duster too.
What's a duster?
Basically raincoat.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, those things. Okay,
It's
gotcha.
a leather foot length, or what do you
Trench
call it?
coat.
Length
Right.
windbreaker.
With the outer coat that the bad guys would always come into town on.
Like the
Right, but
bad guys would out be in the Badlands, so they needed something to break that wind.
I didn't get leather though. I got oilcloth canvas.
Oh, that's actually better. That's what cost all the money.
Nope.
Yeah,
You already have a hat.
You had a Felsen hat that was just waxed canvas. That shit was like $100.
Tony, do you already have a hat?
How much was that duster?
No. How much was what?
How much was that duster?
I think it was $100.
Well, I figured it'd be
Oh,
way
wow.
more. Than that.
The whole outfit cost me $320.
But the reason I mentioned Gander Mountain is because they've gone from 30% to a lot of things are 40%. But not everything is 40%.
Yeah, I already got the hat. I got a
Um,
regular wool felt cowboy hat.
Oh yeah, dusters only cost $100. I'll be damned.
But yeah, I was there just over a week ago, and ammo was at 0% off, and guns were at 10% off.
So they're 10% higher than everybody else.
So that's the thing. That's the thing I don't understand about Gander Mountain. It's like they pride themselves as being one of the largest firearms retailers in the country, yet they charge $600+ for a Glock.
Right.
It's a terrible business model.
Well, I mean, but there's a lot of people out there that don't want to shop around. They just want to go, well, let's go to the place that has them in stock. And that's all they're looking for. Who has them in stock?
Hell, Bass Pro sells a shitload of guns too, and they're high too.
Yeah, they
Yep.
are. Like I go to stores like that to like hold and get just touch the gun, and then I'll find it someplace cheaper at a gun store or on the internet and order it. Because even paying the transfer fee for ordering it is still cheaper than what they're going to charge you.
My local's doing really well about beating anybody I've seen. Because I checked prices on buds, and they're it's not much different, but by the time you pay a transfer fee, it's cheaper to buy the damn thing local, with the exception of paying fucking tax.
Yeah.
So I do pay a little bit more, but that's because there's 8% tax.
I try to buy local when I can, unless it's something like way overpriced.
But I mean, hell, they were. No, I ain't got no knife. I got a folding pocket knife, but that's it. I'm not a knife guy. I don't do well with sharp shit. They were about the same money as buds on the Vaquero, but they were cheaper on the 629 and the Burger Blackhawk.
Now, did you let your fingers do the walking before, or did you just drive from place to place?
I just drove to the one place where I usually buy shit at.
Oh, okay.
Whenever I bought a gun at another gun shop, it's just been a freaking whim that I seen it when I walked in there. Like my Blackhawk Hunter, my Range's gun shop actually had the son of a bitch sitting there, and I wanted one, so I just bought it. And my local didn't have one, and the Hunter's what I wanted, so okay. Oh shit! What the hell's Knives posting?
surprised it's not cake or chocolate related.
Probably is.
Firearm Policy Coalition.
Chocolate.
Hey, Knives.
I guess 2 anti-gun Nevada bills died, which is good.
Let us hope the one anti-gun Illinois bill dies here pretty shortly or gets vetoed. Either one, I don't care.
Here's one. Arizona doesn't need Gabby Gifford's kind of common sense.
Nowhere in America needs such.
You know, if I lived in Arizona, which I don't, I would be kind of disheartened that she gets as much traction in Arizona as she seems to get. Unless she's really not getting that much.
No, she does not get any traction. She didn't ever lived here anyway. She was whatever the hell she was, but she lived in Texas, and then she would come here long enough to be legal. She owned, or her family owned, some kind of tire company. They sell tires, like a chain. And then when she inherited it all, she lost it all, running for office and investing in property. So then when she ruined that, lost all those jobs for everybody, I imagine she felt guilty or was ashamed or embarrassed, and then she went to Texas. So she would come over here and lead us, and she was one of them kind of Republicans. And then that happened, and then all of a sudden, she gets respect and she's doing blah blah blah. But I can remember back when she was actually here, everybody was like, "What the fuck, lady?"
Yeah.
I thought she was a Democrat.
She almost is.
She was.
She's a Republican, but she almost is.
She's a liberal now.
Yeah, I think she was a Republican, but now she's basically a Democrat.
Well, she's also only half there.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just stating a fact.
No, you're right. She has diminished resources or diminished capacities, at least.
Yeah.
I'd say.
I ain't gonna say what I was thinking because it's actually really bad.
Okay. That's probably a good idea, Tony. Sometimes I have those moments and I catch myself, and sometimes I have those moments and I don't catch it until it's already out of my mouth.
Oh shit, they got a revolver now? Damn it, I wish they'd sell me that revolver for it.
Who?
They're posting links to those chocolate guns. And one time I was at a thing and they had the chocolate Glocks, right? So I got this chocolate Glock, and my friend got the chocolate Glock, and I conned him out of it. So I've had it in the refrigerator for taking pictures of, because it was a chocolate Glock, right? And the place who made it got sued by Glock, I guess, for making it because it's too realistic, and they don't like it. So they have to make other guns in chocolate, and they're dumb looking now. They're not Glocks or anything. They're just kind of weird guns. And anyway, so I always kind of pay attention to that company because I feel bad because they can't make their Glocks anymore, and they just
Hey,
post.
fuck 'em, make a stigma.
What?
I said, fuck 'em, make a Sigma.
Oh, I hear what you're saying. Well, they made a revolver. I just thought the revolver's pretty cool. It looks like it's made out of a cap gun or something, maybe.
Hey, Matt, is that your mouse clicking?
It's my. Yeah, I guess I can consider my mouse. I'll mute
It was
myself.
too slow to be a key.
He's punching a robot.
It's my MacBook little clicker pad thing.
Yeah. It's not a problem. I just was wondering what it was.
That place who you posted a link to that chocolate weapons place. They sent me a couple of bags of that zombie poop. It's basically just sugar with candy coating on the outside, like what's on the outside of an M&M, except in the inside it's just sugar. And then they sent me a Clinton head and a Trump head made out of soap because they won't give me chocolate. Well, they were like, I keep posting that chocolate Glock, and they're like, hey, that's great. And they're like, we'll send. They wanted to send. I wanted them to send me a chocolate grenade. I go, hey, send me a chocolate grenade, and I'll take pictures of it. And then they wouldn't do it because I live in Arizona, so they send me soap.
Hey guys, I'll be back shortly. I gotta make coffee.
It's heat racism. They claim that they can't send it down here because of the heat.
Well, maybe not for the price they're offering it. Now, if you're willing to pay for a nitrogen-charged capsule to keep it at temperature, then maybe.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they send pizzas down here. They send other frozen foods down here.
Yeah, but pizzas are not as sensitive as chocolate.
Do they not have a seasonal, like winter special, or is it always hot in Arizona?
Oh, no. They tell me they will in the winters, and then they never do. Knives, which is more sensitive, pizza or chocolate?
That's a hard question.
You know,
Nah, you're the foremost expert on both. Come on.
I don't think living in Arizona has anything to do with being an expert on the sensitivity of pizza or chocolate.
Being a
Hold
Ninja
on, let
Turtle
me check
makes
my
him
fridge.
The
He
expert of
lives in
both.
California.
Yeah.
But he's a Ninja Turtle, thus an expert on pizza. He
Yep.
doesn't talk about chocolate, thus an expert on chocolate. So he's
Gotcha.
nailed it.
It's like 12 degrees of separation.
Except 12 slices of chocolate pizza.
Why is there a serving spoon in my 2.5-pound can of honey roasted peanuts? I'm not intending to share this with anybody.
Well, at least they used a spoon.
All right. So, it's a little late today because my boss took forever to go get the hell out. Let's go into today in military history. Shall we?
Like, my boss never leaves the shop because he's convinced whenever he leaves, I quit working. So he finally left so I can quit working and do the quiz.
Exactly. That's exactly what's going down. This is the I'm not working right now quiz. Anyway, today in history, the Potawatomi massacre took place in Kansas. Now, while that doesn't sound important, the person involved is kind of interesting. John Brown, American abolitionist and horse thief, presided over the hacking to death with machetes of 5 unarmed pro-slavery border ruffians.
Yep, I remember that. Or
Yep.
hearing about it.
That was like medieval barbarism.
That was
yeah.
during Bleeding Kansas, right?
Yeah. In 1916, U.S. pilot William Thaw shot down the first German plane of Americans' involvement in World War I. Here's the big one. In 1941, the German super battleship Bismarck sank the British dreadnought HMS Hood in the North Atlantic. 1,416 people died, and there were only 3 survivors.
Shit, you can almost say it was blown out of the water and then sank.
Yeah, I mean it's almost as if they hit the
They hit the magazine.
hit the magazine directly, direct hit.
Yep.
No one had a chance to grab a life preserver, nothing.
Thin deck armor.
A year earlier, Igor Sikorsky performed the first successful single rotor helicopter flight. Now, this is a pretty funny one. Well, maybe not funny, but this is interesting. In 1964, then Senator Barry Goldwater, regarded as a serious contender for the Republican nomination for the presidency, gives an interview in which he proposes the use of low-yield atomic bombs to defoliate forests and the bombing of bridges, roads, and rail lines, bringing supplies in from communist China. During the storm of criticism that follows, Goldwater tries to backpedal from these drastic proposals, stating that he was just repeating suggestions made by military advisors. Johnson, on the other hand, will capitalize on the controversy and paint Goldwater as an extremist. This seems kind of like history repeating itself, but, you know. And in 1994, 4 men were convicted of bombing New York's World Trade Center, and each were sentenced to 240 years in prison. Also today, there were 12 Medal of Honor citations, but only one was awarded to Sylvester Antillac in 1944 in Italy, who single-handedly charged across 200 yards of open field with nothing but a submachine gun, cleared out a machine gun nest, killed 20 Germans, and refused medical service to advance further until he was hit in the head directly by a sniper.
I'd like to
Real
know,
American hero.
before he crossed the field, how much ammo was he carrying?
I don't know, but he got 20 of them bastards before he got pegged. That was today in history.
That's definitely going to slow you down.
All right. So today, I thought I'd hit you with quite possibly the hardest quiz I could find,
Don't hit me.
which covers the tanks of the Soviet Union.
Ooh.
I only
All
know
right.
one, the T-33.
Well, you at least picked an interesting one. I'm hoping this drives Angry crazy. All right, so this is going to be a 10 question, so we'll go through this pretty quickly, I'm sure. From what tank was the suspension of the Soviet T-28 copied from?
Now, it'd be too simple to do, just go down numerically.
Panzer.
From what tank was the suspension of the T-28 copied from?
German?
Nope.
To me, it seems like
Was
a
it
British
Panzer?
record. They won independent.
No pants, not 42. Good job. Angry got it with the British Vickers.
Ooh, very good, Angry.
Soviet T-28 tank shared many similarities with the British Vickers A1E1, and it also influenced the design of the Soviet T-35 tank. T-28 was generally not considered successful as it performed poorly in the Winter War of 1939 and 40. All right. Which of Okay, I guess name the main tank used during the name the Soviet tank that was mainly used during the Spanish Civil War.
T-34.
T-33?
Mm-mm. I'm softballing this one because it's a very specific one, but I'll take the beat around the bush model too.
I'm not going to Google it. I'll let somebody else do that.
You have to think of the era. Spanish Civil War. It's before some of the words you expect.
T-38.
Angry already got it. T-26 is correct. Dmitry Pavlov commanded 50 BT-5s and 300 T-26 as volunteers fighting for the Republican side. During the conflict, the BT-5 was shown to have superior performance in combat compared to the Panzer I and the T-26. 1933s were also seen as superior to Italian and German tank ends. Now this one here is going to be a trick question. What type of tank is classified, or what's the classification of the tank, the BT-7A?
Tank destroyer.
Yet.
9.
Yet. You're thinking of the original T-20, or you're thinking of the original BT-7, Angry. BT-7A. Yes, correct. And we got it again. BT-7A was referred to simply as the artillery tank. It was armed with a 76mm howitzer for close-range artillery support. Its guns could also be used in closer skirmishes and proved more deadly than all other variants of the BT-7.
I'd like to make an allegation for 100. That you and Angry are texting each other back and forth.
Nope.
Ooh.
All right, this ought to be pretty easy. Maybe not. Due to the installation of a flamethrower in the turret, the main gun of the Klimet Voroshilov Model 8 was reduced from 76mm to how many millimeters?
9.
Well, we know 9 is too small, according to some people. So we got a bottom end.
What's 44 Magnum in millimeters?
11.29, I think. Sorry, 11.18. From how many? Yes, Angry. The original KV-8 had a 76mm, but when they added a flamethrower as an auxiliary weapon on the turret, the gun was too big, so they had to downsize it to what size? This
30mm?
How many?
30?
Nope. Man, who the hell thought it was a good idea to honey roast pistachios?
37mm?
Yet, but you're getting on the right track.
Well, going along lines, big bore, 41mm.
That's closer. All right, I just got 2 phone calls in the last gap between this question from 2 different states.
Yeah, it's annoying.
Time's up. That took too long. Correct answer is 45mm. KV-8 carried the M1932 main gun, a near 30mm downgrade from the KD-1A. Despite this, the 45mm gun was camouflaged to look like a 76 to deter attackers.
I always suspected 45 was a downgrade.
What was the 1940 variation of the T-34 known as?
Tiger?
This is Russian tanks. Come on.
Yeah, those Tigers are Germans.
I don't know shit about tanks.
Damn. You won't be doing well today. Niet. I might have picked a quiz that was a little too difficult. Maybe
For
too
this
fun.
audience.
Well, the
This
boss
is-
sent it to me.
This is gun channels, not tank channels.
Hey, tanks have big guns on them.
Ba 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 boom.
Too
All
big a
right.
gun. Hashtag too big a guns.
Shit. Never enough caliber. All right. Time's
Hashtag
up.
too big a
Model
boy.
number T-3476. All right. So this one here, this is a question that actually is one of the reasons that Patton was put on edge and thoroughly dismissed afterwards. What was the last Soviet tank designed to enter production before the end of World War II? Like they were just getting ready to put this thing online.
T-48.
Say again?
So the T-48.
No. Matter of fact, just before the Cold War began, they put the world on notice by rolling these through Kremlin Square on live TV. And that's when we started getting scared.
It's called the tank.
I thought this one would be easy. That's way too new, Angry.
Is it the IS-5?
You're getting close. Really close. Yeah. Main gun was 125 millimeter D25T. It was nicknamed the Shuka, meaning pike. 29 of these were produced before World War II ended. Nope, that's an artillery piece, Angry. I'll give you another clue. It was named after somebody quite famous. Close. Keep going. I gave away a dead giveaway on the clue. The correct answer is the Joseph Stalin 3, the IS-3. Nicknamed Shuka because it had a piked front nose, which was a new concept of extreme armor angling.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at a picture of it now.
Pretty sexy. All right. Western analysts designated the T-72M main battle tank as which of the following? Oh, see, now he typed in IS-3.
It was a multi-choice question.
Yeah, I guess I can give you the choices. All right. So the choices for this one were T-72G, T-72E, T-72 Wilk, or the T-72S. Now it's just a matter of picking the right one. See that? I commied Tony right out of chat. That would be incorrect, sir. The correct answer was the T-72G. The M was a downgraded version of the original T-72 intended for export. Saw service with Poland and Czechoslovakia, with each country making further modifications to the existing tank. All right. What anti-tank missile did the T-62M carry?
And there was silence across the land.
I know. Maybe this one was too hard for you guys. Too foreign, too.
I wouldn't say it's too boring. It's just we don't know tanks.
No, too foreign. Too foreign.
No.
To someone else's stuff. Yeah, you got it. It had a pet name, but yeah, 9K111, or sorry, 118, the Shexna.
Was it angry again?
Yep. NATO
I'm
reported
telling
it.
you got
NATO
some sort of
reported the
text
weapon
link.
as the AT-12 Swinger.
You two guys are hot swapping answers and questions.
Well, I'd do the last two, but they're even harder than these, so we'll go ahead and kill that one off. I'll come up with something more familiar tomorrow. Moving right along.
Actually, twice that I can remember when I've done the tactical pop quiz, I was about to call the quiz over because no one was able to get the correct answer. And just as I was at that point, I was about to say, okay, we're going to throw it back in the hopper for a future date. Someone answered it correctly. So I haven't had to do it yet, but it's been close.
That's what communism is all about, right? Someone else's stuff. Yes, yes, Pants, that is correct.
What did he say? I don't have that window open.
Communist is all about someone else's stuff. He would be correct.
Yes.
All right. So I know I've used this before, but the movie of the day that I've chosen today for the historical significance of today is Sink the Bismarck, obviously.
We must.
Which
sink.
I believe was made in 1960. It's a black and white film. And it obviously details the days leading up to the Battle of the Denmark Strait, the sinking and destruction of the HMS Hood, and the subsequent ship hunt and ambush and destruction of the Bismarck. It's pretty well written. Edward R. Murrow is actually playing as himself in the movie, doing the news narrations, which I thought was kind of cool. And there is a side story to it that involves the Lord Admiral's son, who I believe was on the HMS Ark Royal as a rear gunner of a torpedo bomber, one of which crippled the Bismarck in an attack. Which leads up to the vehicle of the day, obviously, the battle cruiser HMS Hood. Bet you didn't see that coming. Yeah, right. Anyway, Hood was originally the flagship of the British Navy. It was originally designed as a solution to a battle that would no longer ever happen again. It was a response to the shortcomings of ships in the Battle of Jutland, and it was obsolete by the time World War II rolled around because the idea of a battle cruiser was rendered obsolete by larger caliber guns, faster ships, and thicker armor. She had 15-inch guns, 2 turrets fore, 2 turrets aft, ABXY arrangement, so it's your traditional 2 in the front, 2 in the back. And she did 31 knots on a speed trial, just almost 32 knots on a speed trial, but her average cruising speed was 28 knots. Obviously, she had really weak armor compared to the standards of World War II technology. The closest comparable ship at the time would have been either the Scharnhorst or the Gneisenau. And to give you an idea of its shortcomings of armor, it literally had half as thick armor as either one of those ships that could almost do the same speed. So she got into that battle completely outclassed, but British pride and history and tradition didn't let them believe it until something like 12 shells direct hit the ship exploding the magazine and sinking it within, I think, like 7 minutes. I mean, it just vanished.
Was the hood coal-fired?
Believe she was, no, fuel oil steam turbines, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
It was ordered in 1916, but it was built in 1918. And by then, you know, shipping companies like White Star and like Hapag and all of them, they were competing for a award called the Blue Riband, which is to create the fastest transatlantic crossing. And they kept fighting back and forth. So by then, they were deep into this fuel oil turbine wars.
Which again was a fighting for the future that would only last for such a short period of time.
Exactly. I mean, it was tragic because, I mean, this ship was designed in one war to go fight in another war. And it was to answer the questions of what was wrong with our ships in the first war. And it was completely outclassed in the second one. It would wreak havoc on cruisers, but it wouldn't do shit to a battleship. It had the big guns and it had nothing else to back it up. It was a glass cannon, essentially. And if I'm not mistaken, the 3 remaining survivors, I don't think any of them are alive anymore. I think the last one died either this year or last year.
Well, it was World War II, so that
Yeah,
don't
they
have
were
many
really
vets
young men
left
back then.
at all, let alone vets that were in key points when key things were happening.
So that would be the vehicle of the day. The gun of the day, which I don't know if this is proper to use, but the gun of the day, I'm going to select the 15-inch guns of the Bismarck, which were essentially more or less the same guns that were, well, I won't say the same. They were the same caliber of gun that was used on the hood. However, their aiming systems and I think their projectiles were far superior to what the British were using at the time. So they had the British had better radar, obviously, but the Germans had a better fire control system and an aiming system, which didn't do them a damn bit of good because one torpedo crippled the ship, locked the rudder, sent them northwest right into the attackers, which was the Rodney, the Dorsetshire, the King George V, several other destroyers, and they pumped that fucking ship full of lead for, I think, over an hour. I think they said that it was something like 1,700 shells hit the ship, and it still didn't sink, and they put something like 12 torpedoes into it. Rumor has it, from crew accounts, the ship was actually scuttled in defiance, but it was going to go down no matter what anyway, so it doesn't really matter at that point. You crippled the ship, you killed half the crew.
No, 12 torpedoes doesn't seem like that much.
One torpedo literally broke the Lusitania in half and killed almost everybody on it.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
when I say it doesn't seem like that much in regards to how many they should have been carrying.
Well, this was because the ship was constantly trying to maneuver to not get hit by them. Plus, the belt armor was so thick on Bismarck that it took several hits near it or around it to break them apart and punch holes through the ship. Like the main guns did more damage to that ship than the torpedoes did. The torpedoes were more like the coup de grace.
Yeah, you'd be surprised how many huge warships were lost just to one torpedo in the right spot.
Well, yeah, torpedoes are more of a sharpshooter sort of weapon. You have to hit it in the right spot because by its very nature, it's not going to be able to carry the same sort of powder charges that a above air weapon would.
That's true, but it also hits below the water line. So if you blow a big enough hole, it doesn't matter how much damage control you can do, it will sink the ship.
Yeah, most torpedoes were made to run actually underneath
Under
the ship,
and then explodes.
and use a magnetic detonator to blow under the keel, where there was
It
next
breaks
to
the
no
keel.
armor. Yeah. Rather than hit the belt.
That's where we get the phrase, I will keel you.
Silence, I kill you!
Not to be confused with keel hauling.
But you got to remember too. I mean, this was a time when nobody wanted to get in range of Bismarck's guns. You know, everybody thought, "Oh wow, you've got eight. I think it's eight 15-inch guns bearing down on me. You know, and I'm in a little destroyer that I can just get blown out of the water with any one of those shells." What they didn't realize was she also had 12 6-inch guns, 16 4-inch guns, and 16 1.5-inch guns. So even if the destroyers tried to get in close to fire torpedoes, they were getting lit the hell up by, you know, large caliber, like tank caliber guns. So they couldn't get in close enough. One ship fired 8 torpedoes and every single one of them missed because they were like, nope, 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 ain't getting that close. They would fire a spread and just hope for the best. Anyway, it was just an exciting time. Let's see. Dr. Robert Ballard did find the ship in 1989. He found no underwater penetrations of the ship's armored citadel, which is the region where the critical mechanical works of the ship are. So nothing punched that. They couldn't get through that armor. It was too thick. 8 holes were found in the hull, 1 on the starboard side, 7 on the port side, all above the waterline. So they didn't actually affect the sinking at all. One of the holes was in the deck on the bow starboard side, and the angle of the shape indicates that the shell created a hole that was fired from Bismarck's port side and struck the starboard side anchor chain.
I'm going to head to Helga's. You're going to be going to lunch after this?
I have already done lunch. Well,
oh, you've already done lunch. Okay.
Well, not really. I've been snacking during the quiz, but I'll be doing lunch probably within an hour.
Okay, let me just make sure there's a link I can get to on my phone.
Oh, I can send it to you again. It's not a big deal. Anyway, gigantic dents were shown all down the sides of the ship that showed that many of the 14-inch shells fired by the King George V simply just bounced off. Tell you what, I wouldn't want to be caught in that ricochet. Fuck no.
Well, you know, and that was a theme to be repeated throughout armored vessels, starting with the Monitor and the what was the other one during the Civil War? Monitor and the
Merrimack,
where they just literally bounced balls off each other.
Right, and the premise back then was you knew you weren't going to punch through, but you wanted to smack the same plate so many times that the rivets that held that plate in place would burst.
Right.
That was one of the reasons they did away with riveting tanks after World War I, because if a shell hit, it wouldn't penetrate, but it would shatter the rivets, and the rivets would turn into bullets inside the cab and kill, you know, the crew. That's when they started going to fully welded hulls.
Yep. Okay,
Big guns,
catch you guys
big
a little
armor.
bit later.
Alrighty. Anyway, I was just talking about the guns of the ship, and then I started talking about the wreck of the ship. Prove that the scuttling theory is accurate because he found no evidence whatsoever of any damage on the body on the hull of the ship that actually sank it. That pissed off a lot of British people when he said that too.
Yeah, British pride. Well, I think the Germans did that quite often. They did that with was it the Graf Spee?
Graf Spee, yeah.
The one that had the dark dock in Uruguay or whatever.
Yeah. Spee was an interesting ship too. It was basically Germany's version of a battle cruiser. It had the same main guns as the Scharnhorst, less of them. Had 3 in the front, 3 in the rear, but it was the size of a heavy cruiser. So the British nicknamed it the pocket battleship because it would just wreak havoc on their shipping, and it could get away from battleships that were chasing it down because it was smaller and faster.
I want to say, I'm not entirely sure, but I want to say that the USS North Carolina class was designed deliberately to try to take on ships like the Scharnhorst and the Graf Spee, like the German battle cruisers, because that's who we thought we would fight eventually.
Yeah, because the North Carolina was considered what it was called the fast battleship class, or it was fast battleship class. It was real narrow across the beam. It cut a really smooth line in the water. It had really big engines. And then After that, further development became the Alabama. I don't think it's Alabama class, but the Alabama was one of the ships of its class. And it was literally an Iowa class battleship like the Missouri, slightly shorter. And that proved to be far more successful because it was wider across the beam, so it was a lot more stable as a gun platform. We will talk about guns when we talk about ships, because that's all it is a ship full of guns.
I'm lucky enough to actually have been on the USS North Carolina several times.
I heard it's missing parts.
I'm sure it is. Like, you can't view the entire ship, but you can view a hell of a lot of it, like the interior, and you can
Just say it wasn't missing parts before all those visits.
yeah.
No. They literally took parts off the North Carolina to help rebuild the Iowa because it shared a lot of common parts.
Yeah, I think that's true. It might have been like the radar, and
I heard one of the engines too.
it could be.
And I think the rear turret, the guns from the rear turret, the barrels are still there, but they took all the breeches.
I was gonna say the rear turret you can actually go inside, and I can't remember if like any parts are missing, but I feel like I have read that they took parts off it to put on the Iowa.
Yep. Oh, and by the way, the saying "losing your ass," that actually came from German shipping. There's a joke in there, I'm certain, but Bismarck, Prince Eugen, Scharnhorst, and Gneisenau, every ship that was struck or sank, the tail end of the ship always broke off, and most of them sunk stern first. So they lost their ass.
It's like that story, the tin can battleship that fought against the whole fucking Japanese armada.
Oh yeah.
I like that story.
Yeah, I got into armored vehicles about 7 years ago. And then I just recently got into shipping about maybe 3 years ago. But they're pretty cool. Like the Battleship Texas story is really cool because it was built in World War I, but it served all the way into Okinawa in World War II. And the Texas had, I think, 14-inch guns. They used high explosive shells on Okinawa's beach before the invasion. And then once like the Marines and the Army landed, then they were shooting further and further inland. Unfortunately, it got to the point where the guns couldn't elevate high enough to hit the land targets without putting the soldiers at risk. So the captain of the Texas at the time said, open the, he deliberately flooded the port side of the ship so it would list to port. I think he said it listed 15 degrees to port so he can get the guns to elevate further so he can continue to fight. Isn't that cool? Like, sink the ship. I want to fire some more. And then after it couldn't get out of range, then he spent the rest of the day bilging all the water back out so he can get underway. I thought that was a really cool story, though.
Must have been quite an experience back then. Being on one of those ships.
The USS Samuel B. Roberts D. That's 3. I like that story. That shit's fucking badass.
The destroyer escort that fought like a battleship. That's kind of cool. It was built here in Houston. Holy shit. All right, so I've covered quiz, gun of the day, which technically it is a gun, many guns, movie, and vehicle. So it's now time to turn over to the czar of girl of the day and angry choose us a delectable something nice to look at for today. And yes, I did get my video yesterday demonetized because it had the words "nuke ISIS" in the title.
Well, that's what they need to do.
They caught that shit with a quickness.
Did you see Yankees video he posted this morning?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, he went on one of his anti-Islam rants. Pretty good, actually. He more so bashed liberal policies, saying like, "Oh, there's nothing wrong with Islam, nothing to see here."
See, that's what makes me think he's not as left as everybody says he is, you know? He finds a lot of common ground with us.
He's like me, like on social issues, I'm pretty liberal, like, but I'm conservative on, you know, taxes and gun rights and whatnot.
How far above angry? Oh shit, NSA pop.
Pow. Yeah, mega industry too.
Okay, yeah. Yes. To keep with the to keep with the pride of British Admiralty, we're Kate Beckinsale's today's girl of the day. Excellent choice. I think the best she ever looked was in Pearl Harbor. No, let me take that back. No, it's when the best she ever looked to me was when she was in Helsing, Van Helsing. God, that was awesome. With the accent, oh. Do we consider that a passable Romanian accent? Oh, yeah. That was a great choice.
All right.
Unfortunately, she's been oh, she's not. She's officially on the market. She's not. She is now on the market. She divorced that dude back last year.
There you go, partner.
Yeah. I'm good. I'm good with that. Like, she's 5 years older than you. I don't care. Yeah, she's the kind of girl that made Michael Shannon go, "Women, they cloud the mind." Love that.
Yeah,
she's pretty hot in Underworld too. You know what I think it was? Is she looked good in Helsing because of that outfit they put her in, and she had those big curls in her hair. I'm a sucker for that look. Like, I'm into light-haired colored girls like blondes and redheads, but that is the exception of all exceptions. Me gusta, for real. Cool. So we've covered all the bases for the
need a car.
meat of the bone. No, I changed it from car just to vehicle because there's a lot of military vehicles I like to cover. Tanks, ships, aircraft, whatever, you know? They're all relevant. As long as they're armed or armored in some way, I think we should keep it just... I mean, if you want to do a car of the day, then... I'll give you the video link of what I would choose as the car of the day.
But the Buick Grand National.
No. I gotta find it. It's only 4 minutes long. Was it the virtual tour they called it? Yeah, shit, it just disappeared. Ah, here it is.
Matt, you back?
Since I'm gonna have to pick a car, I'm going to pick the Dodge Demon because the MSRP was released yesterday, and
$80-something.
yeah, while it is expensive, compared to supercars, it's a bargain. $84,995. Yes, that's expensive. No, I'll never have one. If I win Powerball, I'm going to buy 2 of them. But here's the commercial.
I think they went back into the old days, like the '69 Super Beast.
Yeah.
It was just plain simple car with no carpet or nothing.
Well, you can build it. That commercial explains it right there. That YouTube video explains it right there. I can't tell you how many times I watched that.
Dodge went back to the roots.
Yeah.
Of drag racing. That's what they did.
I get excited every time I watch that. I'm like, God, I gotta have one of those. Like
Put
my
a
dream,
big ass motor in a small ass fucking car.
well, my dream is to take that chassis, that engine, that transmission, that rear end, that setup, the entire setup, peel the body off of it, and put a 1958 Belvedere body on top of it. Like, you know how the Ring brothers took a Cadillac CTS and or an ATS and they dropped a 1948 Cadillac on top of it?
Yeah.
I want them to do the exact same thing with the Hellcat Demon and put Christine's body on top of it. Oh, that would do it, man.
I want them to put an IRS in the rear again.
That would do it for me. That would be like a boner on wheels.
Have you done Bullet of the Day?
That would be the car of the day. Did you say a bullet of the day?
Yeah.
Since it's your idea, you pick one.
338 Lapula.
You missed a golden opportunity.
No.
No. I think you just missed an opportunity. You should have picked Travis P11's 338.
That. I never got to see that video.
Really?
Nah, I keep hearing about it.
Hang on, I'll see if I can find it for you.
I forgot what the name was about it.
Yeah, it's on his channel. He calls it the 338 Nerf Pua. It's pretty funny.
Nah.
All right, so that covers most of the goodies for the day.
Cool.
You know, now that I think about it, I was trying to look up another movie that would have covered the Battle of the Denmark Strait, and I don't think there is one. There was a documentary. So if there was any movie that could go for a redo or a retelling, it ought to be Sink the Bismarck with like modern day special effects and things. That would be really cool. I mean, they're doing Dunkirk next. Matter of fact, today in history, Adolf Hitler actually stopped the advance to Dunkirk. He just stopped the attack for whatever reason. And that's how they were all able to escape. Because for some dumbass reason, he was like, don't advance on that city. 9. That did actually happen today in history. I didn't want to really mention it because I didn't think it was significant, but that movie is coming out soon.
9. Yo, that Hellcat, I want those wheels.
I'm not big on the wheels, but I mean, I know drag radials are a nice touch. You do have to buy that. I think it's a $2,500 option. It's like they call it the activity pack. And it's a box with like tools, jacks, and 2 super skinny drag radial front wheels and tires. I'm surprised you haven't seen that one before, Angry. That is a epic video. He will take you on a virtual drag race. He'll tell you exactly what's happening when it's happening before he tells you how much horsepower the car actually has. Because he's trying to illustrate that you don't have to have some insane number to do something insane on the track, which is amazing. And I just love how he describes what happens after they registered and certified the quarter mile time. That's just the best part of the whole thing. They're like, you've done too much. You've gone too far. You've gone too far. You're bloody mad. You've lost your fucking mind. I don't know. All I know is I have to get a hold of the Rain Brothers the day I win Powerball. That's gonna happen. A Montana Cowboy Democrat? Does such a thing exist? How can you put those three words together? Montana, okay. Cowboy, yes. Democrat, what the fuck? Gesundheit. Knives, you should explain to those viewing what you're actually posting right there.
Yeah, Sean. Speaking of cowboys, have you heard of U.S. has those decks, the cowboy gun decks?
No, I haven't. Tell me more.
Okay, I'll tell you right now. The U.S. has something on Kickstarter called OS Guns, playing card deck. Right now, he needs some we need some backers so we can get the cards, man. Maybe in the U.S. today. They're gonna be just like the AK deck. Did you have one, Henry?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I do.
How did you like them?
Well, because they got Bicycle to make them, they came out fantastic, and I gave some away as gifts.
Yay! Oh yeah! Don't forget to go to gearwebsite.com for Gun Channel stuff, Gun Channel patches, Gun Channel T-shirts, and hoodies. Hey, don't forget to go to Kickstarter and GoodChannels.com, gearwebsite.com too. I messed that one up so bad, dude. Oh man, I gotta write that down, dude. Sorry, G-Webs. I gotta write it down, dude.
That's pretty good.
Dun, dun, dun. That was good, man.
Man. So, okay. Yesterday, I left work 10 minutes early because I thought it was Wednesday, because my mom goes to physical therapy. So I have to pick her up on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And to do that, I have to leave my shop a little early. Otherwise, if I get stuck in rush hour traffic, I pick her up half an hour late. She gets pissed. So I take 10 minutes out of my day on those 3 days, leave early, go there, get her. I did that yesterday, not knowing that it was Tuesday. I lost a day somewhere. I was pissed. Like my boss didn't remind me that it was Tuesday. I walked into the therapy place. They all looked at me funny. I'm like, what's the deal? She's like, it's only Tuesday. I'm like, what the fuck? The reason I mentioned that story is because Mondays at my shop on the phone are typically dead. And I think it's because everybody's going back to work. It's like the weekend hangover. And they're all trying to sort out what they've got to do to catch up from the weekend. So they don't have time to call me because I don't have time to field calls anyway. Usually Tuesday is what I call the industrious day because that's when I have things to do. That's when the phone explodes because everyone's getting settled in. They have things to do. And that didn't happen yesterday. Today, on the other hand, it happened. So I think I got my Tuesday back today. It's like every 5 minutes, someone's calling me. Like, I need this, I need that. You fucked up this, you fucked up that. It's like, Jesus Christ, give me a break. I wonder why I have a heart condition.
Yeah, Padre, why you fucking up shit?
Well, a friend of mine before I moved into this shop gave me a really cool thing to put on my desk. It was made out of clear acrylic, and I was able to slot my 500 Magnum into it. And it said a little plaque at the bottom. It said, please take a number. And I used to leave that right in front of my desk, but I hardly ever get walk-ins because we do most of our shit online. Now I just have a sign at the front door that says, no solicitors, no salespeople without a appointment because, some of my guys aren't here when they need to be here for that kind of thing. And at the very bottom, it says, you will be met with an armed presence because I just don't want to deal with these people if they should know better, especially guys that are just walking up and down industrial blocks trying to peddle shit. I hate that. It's like we used to have a problem at my old location where guys would roll up in freezer trucks and be like, hey, you want to buy some steak? I'd be like, hey, I got some tube steak for you, motherfucker. Didn't you read the sign? You don't have to be rude about it. And I'm like, you don't have to be fucking illiterate. And they would just walk out pissed off.
Yeah, how big is the steak though?
That's what's fucked up, man. Like you see these fucking freezer trucks pull up and they're like, hi, I'm from so-and-so butchery, yada, yada, yada. How would you like to buy $50 worth of steak for $4.99? One time I actually said, show them to me, right? And this dude pulled out they look like Jimmy Dean breakfast sausage patties inside. I'm like, you call this shit a steak? I can whip out my phone and I show him a 60-ounce porterhouse. I'm like, this motherfucker is a steak. And I was like, do you have anything that even resembles this shit in your truck? He was like, not for $4.99. I'm like, do you even have one in your truck? But no. I'm like, then we're done. We're done here. I was like, I am a carnivore. If I want steak, I want a real steak. What you're trying to sell me, that's fucking like a crouton. It ain't happening.
I never ate a real steak. All they keep giving me is fucking a fucking flat.
Like when it's time to eat steak, it's time to eat steak. I mean, it's gonna have a 1 liter dunkel of Lowenbrau or Hofbrau next to at least a 35 to 40 ounce steak with 2 heaping spoonfuls of what I call bowl. I'm about to lunch channel if you hadn't noticed, but I made this thing I call the bowl of baked potato because ain't got no time to pick apart a fucking potato. Fuck that. So I just take a bunch of potatoes and I make this big bowl of mashed potatoes and then I throw everything that you would put on a baked potato on top of that. So all you have to do is scoop it, drop it on your plate, and nom, Bowl of baked potato.
Gunchannels.
Yep. That's when I eat steak. Steak, that, 1 liter Lowenbrau in a mug. And the rest of the day off to digest it.
Oh yeah, nice beer.
Because it's if you can put all that shit down and the only thing you leave on your fucking plate is juice and a bone, you need to sit down. It's nappy time.
Hold on. You gotta suck up the juice with the piece of bread, you do. You gotta sweep all that stuff up.
Steak rolls. Fuck yeah.
Don't leave that shit right on the ground.
Well, the problem with the steak rolls is they sort of expand in you, which takes away from room for the steak. But I know what you're saying. I get it because I like those too.
That's why you eat them last.
Yes, Clay. This was the Steak Channel segment. I think my favorite cut of meat, bone-in ribeye. It's like, it's hard to do better than bone-in ribeye. It's the right size. You can get it cut the right thickness. It's super tender. I like a New York strip every now and then, but let's be honest, it's not the tenderest cut of meat. But it's a good size. Like, New York strip is a great lunch steak. It's just the right size for a lunch steak. It's like the size of a size 6 shoe, you know? About as thick as one, too.
Hey Rick, how you doing, man?
I think everybody who listens to this chat today is going to be like, no wonder that motherfucker has a heart condition.
He been around.
Do you like my color commentary on your show Saturday? T-bone. If I'm not mistaken, a T-bone is essentially is it a New York strip on one side and a filet mignon on the other? Is that how that works? It's pretty much what it is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you get a little bit of both. Porterhouse is just a bigger version of that, essentially.
A porterhouse is, yes, the New York strip, and the tenderloin or the fillet has to be a minimum of 1.25 inches.
There you go. I knew there was a definition for it.
That's what I am. I was a meathead before I got injured.
Cool. Yeah, my steak of choice is going to be a bone and ribeye like 9 times out of 10. I do enjoy a prime rib from every now and then, but like I make a mean 4-minute steak, so. Like I made one the other day just for my dad because I didn't feel like eating that day, but I made the marinade. I used Worcestershire, onions, garlic, Canadian steak seasoning, cayenne pepper, and I crushed a ghost chili pepper in it.
Well, that sounds good.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and then it's in a bag. You put it in a gallon Ziploc bag, and then you take all the air out of it, and you just throw it in the refrigerator for like an hour, and then you take it out and you leave it on the counter for an hour to get kind of back to normal temperature. And then by then your grill's like 700 degrees. You just drop that motherfucker right on there. Boom, seared in 4 minutes. Job done.
Yeah, what kind of beer would go good with that today?
What kind of what?
What kind of beer should go good with that?
Dark beers tend to go really good with steak, with beef in general.
Yeah, some Shiner.
Shiner will work. Shiner's okay. Celebrator's really good. I wouldn't go too strong though. Like a Saint Bernardus might be too much because that's like a 10.5%er. That might be a little too much.
For a steak?
For a beer.
Steak and beer.
Yeah.
They allow you to drink beer in California?
Zing.
We learn how to sneak it by.
Zing. He got you on that one.
Damn you, Rick. You're going to force me to say it, dude.
Nah, beer's organic. They can have that. I'm sure they make like a kale beer.
Kale.
Kale beer. A quinoa beer.
Zucchini beer.
Nah, it's funny because like I tell my dad, I'm like, yeah, I put a ghost chili pepper in the marinade. He's like, I don't know if I want to eat this, but what it really does is it's such a strong pepper that it really, really helps break down shit. I'm like, I didn't leave it in there. It was part of the juice. And he's like, oh. It was still hot as fuck though. He liked it.
That concludes Food Channel.
Yeah. You know, the only scam about bone and ribeye, which is, it's still my favorite beer, but when they weigh it, they count the bone as part of the weight of the steak. I'm like, no. Every time I talk to my butcher, I'm like, that ain't happening, dude. Like, I look at a bone and I can give you a rough estimation of what it weighs. I'm like, you're taking 6 ounces off that weight. And he's like, God damn it, all right. Because I always have them cut my steaks when I go to the butcher. Because, you know, the shit in the packages, they're like, what, 3/4 of an inch. If you're lucky, maybe 1 inch thick. I'm like, that ain't a steak. I'm like,
But
that's
that's
a
just straight.
chicken fried steak. A 3/4 inch ribeye, and I'm like, dude, that's what you beat into a chicken fried steak. I'm like, I don't think so. I'm like, 1.5 inches at the minimum. Party cut. Because you want to sear the top, or you want to sear the outside edges quickly with intense heat, so everything gets stuck in the middle. Awesome. And then when you cut into it, kind of looks like the end of a good date. You're like, I'm gonna eat that. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna elaborate on that, but I think you know what I'm getting at.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Wink,
Say no
wink,
more,
nudge,
say no
nudge.
more.
You look at the color and the succulence, and you're just like, I'm gonna eat that.
Voluptuous.
Hey, do y'all think it's worth selling a SIG SP 2022 to get a SIG P320?
Yes,
That upgrade.
yes, because you want the modularity. So for you,
Yeah.
yes, that is a take that with our blessing. You really want that
Is there any-
320, huh?
Is there any
Yeah.
truth in that rumor that the frames are cracking for the Army?
I don't know. Like after they announced it, I haven't really heard any more details about it. I heard the contract size and the unit cost, but other than that,
Well, I heard that Glock was trying to like stop it
yeah,
in
because
the
they're butthurt.
courts. Yeah.
It's like you can't sue the military for your own failure to abide by the rules. You know, we need it modular. They didn't do it. We need an external safety. They didn't do it.
Yeah. I'll say there's nothing modular about a Glock other than you can swap frames and slides.
I mean, they literally did their best impression of a Russian. They were just like, no change. Gun is fine. You take it like this. This is what you really want. Trying to do an impression of Triple G, but I think he's Ukrainian.
Although Glock, you know, when it comes to like parts,
Yeah.
34 parts, I think a SIG 320 has like 55, 57. And a lot of them are like tiny pins and springs. It's like reliability. You know, the Glock's got to win, but, you know, it's not modular at all.
I'm starting to like Clay's line of thinking here. He was about the beer earlier. And they were talking about quinoa beer and kale beer, and he was like, how about hemp beer? It's like, yeah, extra hops and extra hemp in your beer.
Yeah, I already got that.
We'll call it the Imperial High PA. Hell yeah.
The name's already taken.
IPA, really?
Yes.
Well, I'm gonna try that then.
Mexican Pale Ale.
IPA. Mr. Tao will be on the
Mr. Tally.
Tally will be on the label.
Just call it a Taliban.
Don't forget your towel.
I still want to get one of those towels.
So did you see Boston get obliterated last night?
Yep.
Sad. I had a bet with my boss. I was like, watch. I was like, Boston's going to take both games in Cleveland's yard. Cleveland took both in Boston's yard. Like, nah, they're only going to get one.
Angry says they should call it liberal tier beer.
Liberal tier beer. That would be a relabeled Rolling Rock. Which I swear is great on a hot day, but otherwise go to something else. Liberal tier beer.
Oh. No, what I really want is that new Galil rifle coming out, but I don't have $2,000 right now to drop on a firearm.
Does it shoot unicorns and money back at you and shit?
I wish.
Dropping things.
That's what I need right now.
Wait, what is that?
Because I've always liked the AK platform, but like to get a 5.56 AK, the mags for them are like $50 a piece. Whereas this Khalil takes any AR mags.
Damn, I gotta click on this, read this, and then go and plug my phone back in. Let's take a look.
Yeah, I want to pass a bill. The Snowman Safe Act. 2017. Sponsored by Mr. Knives. SB 42 FU. Yep. Kill the chat.
No, I'm just reading the story that Smeggy put up. Holy shit. What? 52 years?
Trying to set an example.
I mean, okay, I agree with the whole charged for leaving a firearm untended or whatever, right? There's got to be some degree of locking the shit up. But, you know, kids are going to be kids, and they're going to find a way to get to what they want. But if you have like a safe or something like that, they don't know the combination, I don't give a fuck who they are. They're not getting in that. They're not, this isn't the Italian job. You're not going to see an 8-year-old with a stethoscope and a drill. 52 years is a bit insane, though.
Shit, when I was growing up, I knew exactly where my dad's .22 rifle was. But I knew as soon as I touched that thing and he wasn't around, I'd get my ass kicked. And that's how it should be.
Damn, man.
It's like, that's what happens when you stop teaching firearm safety in school because it's triggering.
That's like touching the thermostat. Somehow they know.
Yeah,
I'm not sure about that time, though. That's crazy. 52 years.
Well, what he should do is go to prison and say he's a trans person and that prison is making him unhappy and they'll just release him.
And wait for like wait for Obama to commute a sentence.
Yeah.
Thanks, Obama. I don't know. Like, I don't know how I feel about it either. Now that you mention it, I mean, it's like there needs to be some punishment for negligence. Yes, he needs to have his children taken away from him. Yes, that is a steep sentence already.
Yeah, but I've seen people that have murdered people get less than 52 years in prison.
Right. I think that's too steep. That's ridiculous. Leaving a firearm unattended, even 10 years would be like pretty steep.
Yeah,
set
like,
an example.
Like even the guy that killed John Lennon, I think he's like eligible for parole, or he might even be out by now. He wasn't in there for 52 years.
Didn't the guy who shot Reagan get out?
Yeah, he's been out for a little while.
Yeah. Oh, I got a box. I've got to go get it. Gunchannels, yeah. Nom.
Yeah, I
modify that a little bit.
don't have any kids, so all my guns are in the safe except for my nightstand gun, which is not even loaded, or not loaded one in the chamber. So.
Oh yeah, we're going to lunch channel very soon. I gotta build these two machines first. They gotta go out the door today.
Yo, he was already a felon though.
Well, yeah, but he's a father too. Oh wait, what was the gun doing in the house?
Aren't gun laws supposed to stop that kind of thing?
Wasn't a background check supposed to stop that shit? Unless he had the gun before he had the felony. You ever wonder about that? What if you owned your guns before you were charged with the felony?
Well, I know in our state, if you have like a, CCW license, if you get convicted of something, the sheriff physically shows up at your house and takes your CCW license and any firearms, presumably you may or may not have.
Without compensation?
That I'm not sure of, because
That's pretty rough.
Because when you get put on probation, you're not supposed to have any firearms, because when the probation officer comes to your house, he has to look out for his safe being. So unless you ask the judge and he grants it, you lose your right to a firearm while you're on probation. And you have
What are you supposed to do with your safe?
give someone the key or give it to somebody that they're not going to let you have access to it.
Hey, buddy, I need you to bring a forklift and a flatbed over.
Yeah. But depending on what the charge is, you can ask the judge, say, hey, I hunt and yada yada, I have firearms. Is there any way I can keep my firearm rights? And if it's a misdemeanor or something, they'll usually give it to you, unless it's a violent misdemeanor. That's how it is in our state.
Yeah. Sir, I need that rifle that I pistol whipped the guy with because I'm park ranger.
It's like my roommate, he has his CCW, but he doesn't carry because when we moved from Wilmington to Durham, he never notified the sheriff, and you're supposed to do it within 30 days. So now he's afraid that if he calls the sheriff, he's going to lose it because he didn't do it within 30 days. He doesn't want to carry because technically his license is technically somewhat expired by default.
So is he just going to wait till he has to renew it?
I guess so. Or this concealed carry law gets passed, or the constitutional carry law gets passed. But that, even if that passes, it doesn't go in effect until December 30th this year. Yes, Maggie says you're required to turn them in without compensation.
That's like roadside robbery.
Yep.
Then again, you did fuck up and you got caught, so play stupid games, win stupid prizes, I guess.
It's like one of my dad's friends who lives in our neighborhood. He's a retired state trooper, and he has a gold-plated 45 that he confiscated off a guy that wasn't supposed to have it. And instead of destroying it like they're supposed to, he just kind of kept it for himself.
Yeah. He's like, no, I'm just going to take my time turning this in. We'll just move it 1 inch a year towards the station.
And my dad was like, yeah, they do that all the time. If they pull you over and you have a gun in the car that they really, really want, they'll just make up something to confiscate it and you'll never see it again.
Yeah.
Which is total bullshit in my opinion.
Guys, isn't this the pistol in G.I. Joe? As a matter of fact, it is. Did The Rock carry this? Yes, he did. Now I'm
mine. Yeah.
Yeah. I never get nervous, but every once in a while when I take my 629 out, I'm like, because it's a competition model, I'm like, I don't know, man. What if today was the day?
Yeah.
I did sell a car for this gun.
Well, it's when I go hunting, I'll take my shotgun. It's a Benelli, so it's not a cheap shotgun.
Right.
And the way our concealed laws are with vehicles, it's very like it's a gray area where the cop could be like, well, I couldn't see it from the outside, therefore it's concealed, and you're going to hand it over to me, or you're going to go to jail.
Be like, no, you're gonna call your sergeant on duty, and I'm gonna make you like a total asshole.
Yeah.
They hate when you do that.
Yeah, because they know they're in the wrong, and it's like, oh shit, I actually pulled over someone that knows something about their constitutional rights.
Yep. Like, oh shit, he knows his rights. I better hurry up and violate them before he acts on them.
Yeah. It's like
you see that video? Cop pulled over a dude on a motorcycle. He said, "Let me see your hands," but before he said hands, he shot the dude in the back and killed him.
Damn.
Yeah.
I saw a video today that it's a dash board camera video from a state trooper pulling over another cop because the cop was going 120 miles an hour down the interstate.
I've heard of those.
For like no reason.
Yep.
And like the trooper gets out of her car, gun drawn and everything. She's like, "Put your hands out the window," and she like disarms him and handcuffs him. He's trying to make up some excuse, and she was like, "You're going 120 miles an hour for no reason."
In his cruiser?
Yeah.
In uniform.
In uniform, with no lights on or anything.
Yeah.
Like it
Yeah,
took
because
her.
even if it was like a code 0 or whatever, where they don't radio it because they don't want to startle everybody, like she would have heard that.
Yeah, and it was like it took her like 4 minutes to catch up with him. He was going so fast.
And he fucked up because she caught him.
Yeah. And like she gets behind him, she turns her lights on. He keeps driving because, you know, he's probably thinking like, oh, she must be responding to a call or something.
Yeah.
And he finally like pulls over and she handcuffs him, puts him in his her cruiser.
The only police chase I was ever in, my friend had a 65 Mustang, and we were going down. It's 3 lanes in either direction. It's kind of a main road, but there's no houses in the area. It's like a field on one side that's owned by the Army Corps of Engineers, and a couple of commercial buildings on the left side of the street. And we're doing like 75. The speed limit back there used to be 70, but they cut it down because of street racers down to like 50. But we were doing 75 because, you know, that's what we remembered doing it all our lives. And this county sheriff was coming towards us, and all of a sudden he hit the lights, and he was getting ready to turn around as soon as he found an island to do it at. And my buddy was like, "Nope, not today." And he just buries his foot in the carpet. And this little freaking, it was a 302 and a C6 automatic. And I heard him wind that thing up, and it went from 75 to 145 in like no time flat. And then I'm like, "Dude, you're actually running from a cop right now." He's like, "Fuck it, I don't care."
You won't say that until you get caught.
He never caught up to it. He had no front license plate on this car. So it's like he didn't get a number. He never caught us. We got like a mile and a half down the road, and then we cut into a neighborhood. And just as he floored the brakes to cut into the neighborhood, he stalled it.
Huh.
And he's sitting there frantically trying to start the car, and it finally fires up, belches out black smoke, and we disappear into the neighborhood.
Yeah, my friend, he had a radar detector, so he always sped. And he was coming back from a concert, driving like his dad's Astro van, like the nice luxury model with like the seat, the bed in the back or whatnot.
Choo Choo Customs, hell yeah.
Yeah, and like he was going eastbound, and this trooper was going westbound, and you know the trooper had to find an island to turn around at, and he was just like, nope. And he just same thing. He just gunned it, and as soon as he found the first exit, he pulled off on the exit and just like parked at a gas station and waited for like 30 minutes, and then got back on the road and went back to Jacksonville. I was like, damn, you would have been fucked if you got caught though. He was like, yep, but I didn't.
I was really surprised that guy didn't come looking for us, because I mean, we were only like 2 miles from this dude's house. But we live in one county and the sheriff is from another, so he probably gave up. It's just when I saw the lights, I was like, "Dude, cop!" And he goes, "I know." Boom, foot to the floor. I'm like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I ain't getting pulled over today." I'm like, "Okay."
I heard a story one time that this cop had pulled over someone, and this was in like the 70s. He had pulled over someone for DWI, and as like he's giving this guy like the sobriety test, he sees a wreck maybe like a third of a mile up the road. So the cop's like, or it probably wasn't even that far, maybe a couple 100 yards or so. So the cop like takes off running to this wreck, and he was just like, "You stay right here. I'm not done with you yet. I need to check on these people." So the cop like runs off. Well, the guy was just like, "Well, fuck this. I'm going home." So he gets in his car and he drives home. Well, the next day he gets a knock at the door, and it's that same cop, and he's just like, "Hey, Mr. So-and-so." He was like, "Do you remember who I am?" He was like, "No." He's like, "Yeah, I pulled you over last night." He was like, "Oh, really?" He's like, "Yeah. I just stopped by to see if I could get my cruiser back." He had got in the cop's car and took the cop's car back home.
What?
Yeah, and the cop was pretty much like, "Yeah, this is pretty embarrassing, so we're just going to call it even."
Holy shit, he got lucky.
Yeah.
Pretty sure most of the cop cars in my area are GPS tracked now too.
You know, this is way back when technology was not there.
And it's gonna be some asshole on my phone. I can hear it already. It never ends with these people, and they always say the same thing. They all trying to like circumvent me in different ways. Like, dude, I've heard it all before. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. Be right back.
Pew pew pew. So you can do the trade or no?
Do what?
So you can upgrade or no?
Oh, the SIG?
Yep.
I don't know.
Temptation.
I know it's tempting.
Am I gonna eat pizza or am I gonna eat a cup of noodles?
Yeah.
That's the way I do it.
Like, I have enough money to buy it now, but I kind of want to, like, hold on to that and maybe try to sell something else first. Maybe try to find a cheaper one on, like, Arms List or something. I haven't heard about the frames cracking, though. I'm going to go Google that right now.
Uh-oh. Memness.
Well, I mean, that's a good thing about the SIG frame, though. If it cracks, it only costs like $35 to get a new one.
Oh, shit. I think I like from SIG is that Nightmare 1911. The first version.
Yeah. If I was going to get a 1911, I'd just get a Colt.
Might as well go high power. I knew you could do that.
Ain't nothing wrong with a high power. Best gun on earth, according to Bob.
Better than Superman. Waiting for that Spider-Man movie to come out.
Oh, Homecoming or whatever.
Yeah. I think that grandma's hot on that one.
And the Who looks hot.
The grandma.
Oh, Marissa Tomei.
Yep.
Yeah, she's still got it. I think it was his aunt. I don't think it was his grandma.
Either way, shit, fuck it.
I bet in that movie, I bet Tony Stark ends up like asking her out on a date or something at the end of the movie.
She know that shit for sure.
I ain't asking nobody for nothing.
Man, I'm talking to the guy just had a fucking happy birthday today.
Hey. Who the hell's birthday is it?
You did because you bought a gang of guns, man.
Do what?
It ain't my birthday.
Tony bought a gang of toys today.
Oh, firearms?
Yep.
Guess his check came in.
Just a couple.
What'd you end up getting?
Smith & Wesson 629.
Oh, nice.
Ruger Black Hawk. A Ruger Vaquero. Marlin 1894.
Still going.
And Davis & Sons shotgun.
Damn, you weren't flagged by like the FBI or something?
Bah, not yet.
I think yeah, it might be a federal thing. I don't know if it's just in our state or all states, but if you buy more than 2 or 3 handguns at one time, they send some extra form in or something to let the ATF know.
These ain't all on the same form still.
Oh,
The Vaquero is on a form all its own because I bought it afterwards.
The granddaughter hour is over, eh?
Yeah. But I wasn't talking dealing with granddaughter. I was paying some bills. She's on some sort of field trip today.
Hey, Tony, are you gonna get another paycheck and do the same thing next month?
No.
Well, that's it for the whole year.
Yes, that's it.
Come on, Tony. Temptation.
Nope, I pretty much got what I need except for a 1885 high wall.
Tell you what, if we ever get to super chat sessions, that would be awesome. Tony's top 5 of the month.
Well, it would have to be really super to pay for it.
Oh yeah. Super duper chat. Let's get that going. Like 10 super chats later, I'm like, I'm here with you today at the Barrett factory.
That's a big ass vibrator.
About to pick up my XM109 prototype for 25 millimeter Tuesdays.
this phone call's from Huntsville, Alabama.
Sweet home Alabama.
Hey, it turns out that Davis & Sons is considerably older than I thought.
Yeah.
Somewhere between 1887 and 1900.
Is it a smokeless shotgun or a black powder one?
It's smokeless.
Double barrel?
Yep.
Yep, side by side.
Davis made the first breech-loading shotguns in this country.
See, my dad knew a guy that he had someone make him a custom flintlock over-under shotgun. It was pretty awesome.
I had a flintlock side-by-side, it was cool for a novelty, but it wasn't all that great to shoot, especially the left barrel.
unhappy animals. Damn it, I'm all full of pistachios right now.
Oh, the pistachios.
I'm gonna be shitting green in a couple hours. Going green.
What bag? Did you go get that? What's that black bag?
Hmm?
What's those commercials they pass about pistachios?
Oh yeah. They're expensive, man. Cause like those and honey roasted cashews are fucking expensive.
Oh yeah.
Cashews are my favorite. They're so expensive though.
Yeah, it's like a 25-pound bag is over $100. I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Madness.
Every time I think of pistachios, I just think of that James Bond film, For Your Eyes Only. Like the guys like in the pistachio mafia.
Yes.
Stanzo or whatever the hell it
Yeah.
is.
Yeah.
That particular movie gets a lot of airplay here the last couple of days.
Well, it's consistently ranked one of the better James Bond films by like critics wise.
That's Carol Bouquet.
Yes, it is.
Oh yeah, she was hot.
Didn't Barbara Streisand sing the opening for that song? That movie?
I don't think so. I think it was a Nancy Sinatra. Did she sing some?
She sang one, but I don't think that was it.
I'll have to do some Google foo.
I could just go get the freaking disc if I wasn't so damn lazy. Actually, probably the best Bond movie of them all was Her Majesty's Secret Service. But
Sheena Easton.
Yeah, Sheena Easton.
Holy crap.
Yeah,
I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, I've been listening to iHeartRadio, and I was like, man, this is a good song. And they're all Sheena Easton songs. I forgot how much she sang back then.
See, tomorrow's Thursday, so we should do like a throwback Thursday edition of Good Morning Gun Channels.
How about that 4135 one?
only talk about guns made before, like, what, 1950?
Nah, I was thinking like I'd get copyright infringed by playing like Love Shack in the opening.
Well, hell no. Do Caddyshack. Let's make it up-tempo.
Hop in my Chrysler. It's as big as a whale.
It's about to set sail.
Well, now that kind of makes me think of Ghostbusters. We can do that one since how they already got busted for infringing anyway.
Yeah.
What is it with YouTube? You can't play more than 30 seconds of a song?
Nope, because I got copyright dinged for 2.5 seconds of a epic rap battle because Smeggy played it on the stream. 2.5 seconds and they caught it. I'm like, what the fuck?
Epic rap battle.
Like, I wanted to do the orchestral hit from Dr. No in the very beginning of the movie. You know, that's like, what, 2 seconds? I'd never be able to get away with it now.
Yeah, fuck YouTube.
2 seconds.
Night Strike?
Oh, it's the Night Strike.
It's the lunch strike.
Nope. It's the Night Strike. I already had lunch.
It's about time you roll your ass out of bed.
No, I've been doing stuff this morning. One of the trees in the backyard fell. It's the same tree that got struck by. It got struck by lightning 3 times, twice in 1 year and one in a prior year.
Dude, trees that get hit by lightning look so cool. Like I saw a pine tree get hit by it, and like the veins of the tree were glowing because all the sap inside was burning.
Yeah,
it's wicked looking.
But here's the thing: the basically the lightning on all times just literally it's sheared half of the bark off of the tree. It didn't burn it; it just sheared half of the bark off the tree.
See what?
And we fucking care.
What you need to do is go get a piece of that wood and make a bat and name it Wonder Boy and become a baseball player.
Make gun stock out of it. That might look good. Pine.
It's pine.
That's all right.
I wouldn't necessarily trust it to make a gun stock out of it.
Just don't beat it on shit. It'd be all right.
Get it. You warm it up a bit, it starts bleeding sap.
Yeah.
Just make AR furniture for it. Job done.
Yeah,
Seriously, it wouldn't
probably
get beat
better
up.
quality than what they use.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't get beat up by recoil.
There's something. But no, I went out there to go and try and cut it down with the chainsaws. Both of my chainsaws are broken.
Go get an axe. Do it the old-fashioned way.
I
gotta
tried that. I have to buy a new axe.
I gotta get out and get my fucking 2 chainsaws running here pretty soon.
So
you got
I went to take
Tannerite?
the chainsaws. I went to take the chainsaws to the repair place after I found out they weren't working because I'm not gonna wait a week to get the chainsaws repaired. And then it just started raining like a monsoon came in. It's like, what the fuck? Why is my day going wrong?
Yeah, we're gonna want them chainsaws for hurricane season too.
I like Matt's idea. Tannerite and a set me.
Well, see, I would just
The problem
44
is
Magnum
it's
the
in the
limbs off
city.
I need to go, but
It's on the city property.
that's all right. Fucking go ahead and just stomp all over me, asswipe.
Anytime.
So mad. So triggered. You should be nice to
Nah,
the
I
guy
ain't
who bought
triggered.
5 guns yesterday.
No.
5. He bought
3,
2 today.
2 today.
See? He's in stunned silence now.
4 of which
No.
are 44 Magnum.
It's like, what does Tony know about the globalist takeover about to occur? And he needs to stock up on guns.
It's in the back pocket of Big Smith and Wesson.
Yeah.
Ruger.
That
I got a lot
629
more
ain't got
Rugers
no
than Smith.
Phoenix on it.
And
Yeah,
here
but
I
there's
thought
only
he was
one
a
of
fan.
those.
I thought he
There's
was a
only one
fan
of
of
those,
Rock
I-
River Arms and Springfield Armory.
No. Nope. Ruger and Smith and Wesson and Marlin.
Yeah.
And J.B. Davis or J.M. Davis or Davis and Sons, whatever the fuck that is.
J.M. Davis. J.B. Weld.
Actually, the gun's labeled Davis and Sons, which is how you identify that it's older than I thought it was. And everything I've read says it's probably unsafe to shoot, which is great.
Just, next time Bob ever comes to visit, just let him test it out. He's old.
Hell, Bob may have had this when it was new.
Does it have like a maple leaf carved in it?
I don't know. It's hard to tell. There ain't much you can identify on it anymore.
Just take the butt plate off, the cover on the back, and between the butt plate and the wood, you're going to find like this old lithograph of like Bob's baby picture.
It's gonna be on some old parchment. No, it's just gonna be on like a rock, like a cave painting.
The thing kind of looks like they've attached the barrels to the end of the chambers. You know, like there's a seam right there. I don't know if that's the case or it's just they put decoration there for some damn reason.
Well, if there's a seam, it stands to reason that they like hot pressed it in there.
Bob likes to embrace modern technology, so it'll most likely be on some form of leather parchment.
I don't know what would have been modern back in 1880.
I think leather parchment would have been
Lithograph.
modern.
Those little
Yeah,
glass
lithographic
panes
tin type.
with tin type. There you go.
It's just gonna be on a bronze plate.
Actually, I just bought the damn thing because it's cool. Because it's the first time I'd run across one with 36-inch barrels in a long time.
That's long.
I thought, God damn, I want that.
Were you gonna make it like a wall hanger?
Probably. I was going to try to use it for cowboy action stuff, but if I can't shoot it, I'll just hang it on the wall. I didn't
What'd you
pay
buy?
nothing for it. I'm not telling you. I already said it just a few minutes ago. I'm not fucking repeating it again, just because you don't pay attention.
Shots fired.
Okay. All right. We'll just change the subject then.
Shots fired. He picks them up
To
on
be
fire.
precise, I bought a Smith & Wesson 629, a
Sledgehammer.
Ruger Blackhawk, a Ruger Vaquero, Marlin 1894, and a Davis & Sons side-by-side 12-gauge.
I didn't hear that part. So the David and Sons. All right.
You still make 12 gauges?
Yes, they do.
Of course they do.
Huh?
Not everybody's too wimpy to shoot a 12.
And we lost to Sean.
The
Nah,
NSA
he's
thing
back.
is real.
NSA pop.
Stop talking about him. He's back.
I don't know why you're talking bad about him, Nice Strike.
I would never say anything bad about Sean.
I made it to your show last night. I don't know if you noticed.
You didn't jump in though.
No, because it was almost over by the time I got there. Just hung out on the YouTube side for a little bit.
I am disappointed.
Hey man, I was playing my Battleship Hood for a little bit because Jeff was on. He was like, "Let's play the Hood." And I'm like, "We have to buy the Hood." He's like, "Let's buy the Hood." And I'm like, "Let's buy the Hood." Spent half the cost it would have cost. I spent half the money that I could have bought that Yugo M57 at Classic for. Whatever.
Ooh.
Son of a bitch, my bank account says it's empty.
Buy 5 guns and see what happens.
It wasn't the 5 guns, it was the couple
Pay the
thousand
bills and
dollars
see what
back
happens.
bills that I had to pay that emptied it out.
Yeah, that'll do it.
No, that's how mine is.
Yeah, well, now
good
I'm
bits earlier.
officially behind nobody and nothing.
All right. Well, I will foost Sean by ordering a Yugo M57.
Good job.
What, the little car?
No. Tokarev.
Tokarev.
Does Classic still have some in stock?
Oh yeah, they still got them for $199.
Sweet. I'd buy one, but I gotta freaking pay up my car insurance, so there goes that money for next month too.
I'm not sure I want to pay the $20 shipping on it though.
Well, you definitely want the hand select because that way you get the one with the Yugo crest.
No.
I
I just want a Tokarev. I don't care if it's beat up or anything. It's already used.
Yeah, like I'm the same way. I don't care about the Yugo crest. I just want the gun, but I want one in good shape.
So you're ordering it from Classic Firearms?
Yeah, all right. It's $199, but with tax and shipping, it's gonna be like $222.35.
Well, here's what you do. I'll go pick it up for you and do a little testing and evaluation for a little while, and then I'll meet you somewhere and give it to you.
Can you send it to me?
Be sure he supplies the ammo for the test.
No.
Testing is now trending on Gunchannels.
Matt, I'll let you go do that, and I will pay you for it.
Watching Night Strike squeal like a pig. Boy.
Hogzilla taken with a Tokarev.
No, I'd use the 308 before I used Tokarev.
That's a zippy round, man. They've
Yo,
got the
Smeggy.
surplus ammo over there. It's good for 1,800 feet a second.
Maggie says that's a straw purchase.
Straw and evaluate.
Yeah, I guess it technically would be since he lives in South Carolina and I live in North Carolina.
Yeah, would it be a straw purchase if I told Heavy B to buy the ammo?
I don't know. Y'all got some bullshit laws, so it might be.
Yeah, I ain't even gonna speculate on what fucking California thinks.
We should go on a crusade to answer California's gun law questions. Like we should start, for Ask Gun Questions. And what we'll do is we will belittle everybody who sends in a question from California, because that will motivate them to get off their ass and change their laws.
No, it won't.
Be like, hey, I live in California, yada yada yada. Can I do this? And be like, well, you should really seek the advice of somebody who actually gives a fuck about your state. Next question.
Hold on. Does anybody have a Heavy B's phone number so we can fucking make a new plan?
No.
Yeah, I've got his phone number.
What we need to do.
I've given it to you though.
I'm waiting for the idea.
Send him an
What
email.
we need to do is get every gun owner in America to rise up and say, "Hey, this is enough."
We can't even get one state to do that.
No shit. I'm gonna go out and smack a fucking bud.
No, I think most of us are here just for the free fish.
I figured you was here for the abuse.
Your word, Sean, not mine.
Thanks for the fish.
So long. Thanks for all the fish.
Actually, it's pretty funny because I was playing Warships yesterday with Jeff, and like for some reason I was up against a ship that could fire 15 torpedoes at a distance of 20 kilometers, which is like half the fucking map. And within 4 minutes, our entire team was destroyed. So I was like the second to last guy to die, and I'm seeing 15 torpedoes come right to the broadside of my ship, and I'm just like, well, I'm fucked. So right before I blew up, I was like, thanks for the fish.
You know, every time you open your yap and mention games, you lose big bore credibility.
No, dude, because my games use much bigger bore guns than these guns.
No, they're not. They're electronic pictures on the screen.
It's got a point there.
By are bigger.
Why the fuck that every morning I gotta hear about fucking Big Boy?
Because you don't have one, you can't have one in California.
You can have a 500 Smith & Wesson. It's on the list.
Is it on the list?
Yeah.
Oh shit! You learn something new every day.
Oh yeah.
I was genuinely
Hell not. You could go buy a freaking Cimarron or something for about $350 new.
Wait, can he have a?
Gun.
Can he have a 629?
Yep.
Or like a Model 29?
Most revolvers are okay.
Yep.
Honestly, when I bought the 629, I first picked up a 29. They had one there that were the same freaking money.
But you went with the stainless.
And I like the 629 better.
He bought the sledgehammer gun, which is awesome.
We need to get him the sledgehammer grips.
$129, and they're not laser etched yet. That's kind of the painful part.
Damn.
It fits my hand really well, which is why I like it better. I'm changing the damn grips.
Well, they're both square butt guns, but I think the square butt on the wood stocks on the 29 are a bit wide, side to side.
Yeah, it is. That's where it got me, is right up where the thing turned back out up at the top.
Yeah.
At the bottom of the hammer. And that was just really uncomfortable to try to get grip on. I thought, yeah.
What I probably will do when I get my Model 29 is I had the same issue with the grips. I'll take them off, but then I'll call like Aaron's grips and have them make me a custom set out of like maple to be more like the X-frame grip because it's narrower from side to side. That way it still looks sort of original. Oh, who do we got? Is that your mini you?
Yeah.
Super mini.
Loud mini. Hang on, I'm mute for a few minutes.
All right. Go do granddad things. It's pretty funny. One of these days, we're all going to have a Gunchannels get together, and we're all going to be the granddads. They're going to look at us, and all these kids are going to be like, these guys are crazy.
No, not yet. No.
Hopefully they know what a gun is.
Yeah.
So they'll all say that you don't need anything bigger than a 9mm.
I'm hoping they'll just have like blasters by then.
Yeah, this is the future. Where are all the ray guns and shit?
Yeah.
Sandra Bullock was fucking hot in that movie.
All right, Simon Phoenix.
I don't know. All I know is she was super hot in that movie. She's still pretty good looking for a woman that's like, what, 51?
Yeah, she's getting up there.
What was that movie she did in space?
Gravity?
Is that it?
Yeah.
She looked pretty good in that one, too, for an older woman. I don't know. I've got eclectic taste. Like, I'm all over the place.
Yeah, I feel the same way about Jennifer Connelly.
She's got like that good old wholesome look to her, you know?
Mm-hmm.
She's a freaking machine.
She's aged very well since The Labyrinth.
I just watched that the other day.
I love The Labyrinth. Even when I saw that, I think I was probably like 7 when I first saw that movie. And I just remember looking at David Bowie and being like, is it weird that he's wearing that? I feel like he shouldn't be wearing that.
Different time then.
Yeah.
I felt the same damn thing, to be honest with you.
And then it was like only later that I learned who David Bowie was and how crazy his outfits used to be. So that was quite tame for him as the Goblin King.
But if you think about it, you go back and watch the Clayton Moore Lone Ranger, and he's wearing the same damn thing. Wearing a cowboy hat.
Cowboy hat. There you go.
Yeah, I saw this, I guess it was a meme on the internet, and it was someone had printed out a sign of David Bowie as the Goblin King, and it said, unintended children will be left with the Goblin King.
I got a question. Legit movie question. The Magnificent Seven telling of the Seven Samurai, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. What would be an alternate telling of How the West Was Won? Is that the movie that we said that couldn't be remade ever again? No, Blazing Saddles. What would be an alternate telling of Blazing Saddles?
Ooh.
Like, can we do one with like soldiers in the Middle East or something?
Not anymore.
That stupid one that everybody likes with a bunch of jerks in it.
Hey, let's get the Muslim.
It's like half the movies out there today, G.
What's that one about Vietnam? It's like a comedy.
Oh, Tropic Thunder.
Yeah, that's like the new version of that one.
That shit was hilarious. Where's my Diet Coke?
Tug Speedman.
I don't know what it's
First,
called.
I need you to unfuck yourself.
Who's the grip? I want you to go over there and punch him really hard in the fucking face.
Guys, we gotta be a union. Suck my unit.
I got NSA'd.
God, I'm gonna watch that again tonight.
Now that was just Ponnery booting you for the hell of it.
No.
I honestly think that might be one of Tom Cruise's best movies.
I don't know what it's called. I just know the sound it makes when it takes another man's life.
I'm a lead farmer, motherfucker.
Son of a bitch, that could be me.
Just thought it was kind of cool that he looked like Raiden from Mortal Kombat. I'm a lead farmer, motherfucker.
Yeah, is that the part when it goes the dual M16s on them?
Yeah.
I like that part.
Yeah, that's some funny shit. We need a new version.
Can't move that.
Now,
Soldiers in Turkey or something.
Feel the need to point out here that if the weather stays reasonably dry between now and say Friday, I won't be anywhere near this place.
I figured as much. Today was one of those, waste one of the best days of your life kind of days outside. It's like 79. It's fucking perfect out there, and I should be on the range.
It's cold and muddy still here. It was a nice day. It ain't raining, but it's rained enough that it's going to be muddy, but I'm going to fucking wear my knee boots if I have to Friday. as long as it ain't raining.
Fucking 100 here. You can have it.
Summer has begun.
Nope, that's why I don't move to Arizona. I don't like that 100 shit.
We need
It's
to
a
get
dry
a big,
heat, though.
What do
we need to get a big ass tube, and when it's empty, when it's dry like this, we'll pump hot air to you people, and you can dry out your. And when it's flooding up there, you just pump the water down here, and we'll fill up lakes with it.
That's awesome. A great idea.
Just need to dig a canal from the Mississippi for a bleed off, because every spring we pretty much run trillions of gallons of excess water.
Yeah, but a canal or a trench would be the sucker bet, because everybody'd have to trip into it, and you have to watch, make sure dogs don't fall into it and children. So you make a tube. You can bury it if you want. Make a tube.
Oh, just like a pipeline.
There you go. Okay, I can go with that.
There's already some, I'm trying to think of the term of it. There's a problem with the Mississippi River already that if it goes in this channel, it will cut off New Orleans from the river, and their whole like trade industry will just essentially collapse because of it.
Yes, but their flood risk reduces dramatically.
Considering what
Yeah.
happened in New Orleans lately, I wouldn't mind that at all.
Yeah, no shit, right? Hey, I heard, you know what? That's a piece of news I didn't cover. I don't think anyone's mentioned it yet. Maybe Andalusia Armory did. We need to be proud for fucking Alabama.
Yeah.
They passed a set of laws to prevent their monuments from being taken out.
Just because
Yesterday.
they find, you know, a snowflake finds it offensive.
We should be proud that a state finally stood up to this bullshit.
The statues have been there for over 100 years. Offensive or not, it's a monument to history. You know, you take it down, you're trying to ignore history. Fuck you.
Hey, Andalusia Army is every Monday, every Tuesday, right?
That's it. It can only be a statue, dude. To suggest that it is all history is giving it more than it is. It's a piece of rock.
Well, it's just a reminder of this.
Yeah, it's a reminder of what happened. You take it down, people forget what happened.
People will forget about it.
Take down monuments all the damn time. All the time. People get sick of something and they take down a monument.
You don't see them taking down Mount Rushmore.
I'm just giving some time.
It's a different type of monument, but you're talking like a library or like a school that's been there for a long time. Gets in the way.
We're talking about statues. Statues.
So what? That's art, dude. Big freaking deal. People get sick of art because it's out of style and they put up new art.
These are not because they're sick of it. This is because they're being fucking snowflakes.
It's because it bothers them. So you put it up there, or you didn't put it up there, I know that. But people that put it up there to, what? To remember or to monument, to, what do they call it? Memorialize an event or whatever. And what if that event's bugging somebody? Then that's put up there to bug somebody, in their opinion. So
nobody's alive now from that time period with which it would
nobody
bug
gives
them.
it. So who's around to care?
The
That
whole
works both ways.
the whole Civil War and slavery thing is just a bunch of horse shit anyway. Lincoln specifically said that if he could end the war without ending slavery, he would gladly do it.
He did say that.
You know, the narrative has got so fucking focused on the slavery issue, which I'm not for slavery in any way.
Nobody
But
knows.
I don't know. My wife likes it.
Different kind of slavery.
But I don't know. I don't see the uproar of the stupid shit. You know, that would be like me rising up and throwing a fit over a Martin Luther King statue.
I mean, I can see it both ways. I can see it that a certain group of people that reminds them of slavery, whereas to another group of people it reminds them of like the righteous cause in their eyes. So,
but the thing with reminding them of slavery is they've never fucking experienced it.
and that's true as well. But I don't know.
You don't get to tell somebody what they feel like. That's like somebody coming along, I don't know what you are, and going, whatever the hell you are, like some instance in your path, in your past, doesn't bother you. It might bother you. People don't get to tell you what the hell bothers you. So yeah, I can understand when somebody's getting bothered and it bothers other people because they're pressuring people to make a big stink out about something. But you got to acknowledge that people can be bothered by something even though they weren't directly affected by it. You weren't directly affected by 9/11, but I suggest that everybody's got opinions on 9/11, and we're welcome to them, right? We have a right to our opinions on 9/11. We don't have to be in New York. I just don't want to see us be a country where we what do they call it? Idolize statues and shit. I mean, yeah, we got a cool country and stuff, but the reason it's cool is because we're not obligated. We're not forced to do nothing. So I don't get too worried if a statue moves.
I don't give a shit one way or another if the statue moves either. It affects me not one bit. I just do not like the politicizing of the whole damn thing.
That's kind of how I am. Like, I would hate for one day for they want to remove the USS Arizona Memorial because somehow it offends Japanese people.
Just another NSA problem.
Well, they'll remove the Arizona due to pollution.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if someone made a big stink about that.
Well, put yourself in
Pearl Harbor.
And depending on how the future goes, assuming we're still, the boss country and all that, and nobody's alive anymore, though, then what do we know about the War of 1812, the Spanish-American War? Trust me, there was all kinds of heroic shit and people that lost everything and gave everything so that, insignificant battles changed direction. There's all kinds of memorials and things that we don't give a shit about, we don't know about. We would give a shit. It's not like we're bad people. We would honor them. We just don't have the capacity to understand everything that's happened in all of history. That's a lot of shit. So at some point when the people aren't around anymore, the history becomes less significant. And even if it's like a regional or cultural thing, or if it's a whole nation thing, things change. We didn't always have stuff on the dollar bill. We didn't always have the same holidays. So I don't know. I think the fact that we're the country that can hang out together and be so different is better than having statues that remind us of instances in the past, especially instances that divide us.
War of 1812, the British burned down Washington, D.C., including the White House. Dolly Madison saved artwork from the thing, so she was a hero.
Technically, even though the British claim it, it was technically the Canadians that did it.
They're still under the ruling of the crown, though.
Yeah, I know, but technically it wasn't the British themselves that did it. It was the Canadians that did it.
Sure, there was an order handed down. Are we
Well,
just going to blame Bob? That's cool, too.
I'm not denying that, but, Bob always says, well, we burned down the White House. So. Try burning it down now. It's mostly concrete.
That's about the extent of what I remember about the War of 1812, with the exception of the stuff from the various songs of the day.
Bob is so old when he talks about they took the White House, he might have been there.
He might have, yeah.
He pillaged the silverware.
I think he wrote the order, just saying.
No, he was probably trying to abscond with one of the lady workers.
He was young, so he was still just part of the apology committee that drafted the apologies afterwards.
Bob slept with his slaves.
So it's Bob Jackson? Jefferson?
Yes.
Bob Jefferson.
Bob Jefferson. He slept with his slaves.
Well, whatever keeps him warm at night up there, right?
Oh, yeah. Yep, he bought a new house up there so he can have his Inuit harem.
Well, you know, in the wintertime in Canada, I would have a couple of slaves to sleep with too if I was in that boat. Not to make them do work and shit like that, just to keep warm.
At that point in time, everybody would.
Because I don't trust them hot coal pans stuff under fucking blankets.
I don't either.
I have tried the burying coals in the dirt and sleeping on it. It just worked for about an hour.
Got to use rocks. Throw rocks in the fire, and then when the fire is out, you just cover it with dirt and sleep on it.
I'm going to stick with taking a woman.
Well, you know, if you can manage one of those, that's always better, but
I ain't saying that I can manage her. No, huh?
like if I'm lost in the woods, I'm not going to be like, oh, I just need to find a woman to stay warm with.
Well, hell, I am.
I'm glad you clarified that, because for a second there I thought you were going to say bury her under the ground and lay on top of it. She'll keep it warm.
My old lady may be hot-blooded, but she ain't that fucking hot. But she's still better
Tony
than
looked
hot
around.
bread.
Tony looked around before you said that.
She's at work. I don't have to look around. Fuck, you think I'm stupid?
She could have bugged the place.
Nah. God, I hope not, because I wasn't aiming to tell her about these guns.
She marked down May 24th as the last day anyone ever saw Tony.
She's probably watching. You're like, son of a bitch.
She could be. Don't care. She told me specifically, as long as the bills are all paid, she don't care. Now, did she actually mean that? Probably not. But as long as I don't ask her for money, I don't got no problems. Angry says, just gut a bear and crawl inside.
Tauntaun style.
Okay.
Empire Strikes Back. That's how Han Solo saves Luke from freezing.
Slight problem here. We don't have no bears.
Y'all don't have any bears in Illinois?
Dude, you don't live that far from Oprah. You got bears.
No, we don't have no bears.
That's a big bear right there. He's also rich as fuck.
They say there's a bear down in the area I grew up in, eastern Missouri by, it would be about 75 miles south of St. Louis now.
I'm sure you could find some clubs in Chicago with some bear in it.
I ain't going to find myself in Chicago.
Well, I hope you
unless
want
it's running the bulldozer. Unless it's running the bulldozer to push that fucker in Lake Michigan.
I hope you wouldn't find yourself in one of them clubs either.
No, I was never a clubber. Even as young man, I hated going to bars and shit.
I thought the Roaring Twenties were pretty cool, though.
Damn.
I have no idea.
Come on, man. Boat tail speedsters and flapper skirts? Fuck yeah, it was a good time.
I came from the extremely straight-laced and boring 60s.
Can that even be said in a sentence synonymously together? Straight-laced 60s? Are you serious?
Straight
Yeah.
face.
What were you in fucking Nixon's bunker or something?
Hey, only the couple of years of the 60s was wild. It was just really fucking wild.
I'm not a crook.
It didn't get wild here in Flyover Turf.
I guess I can understand that.
You know, about 67 to 69, San Francisco would have been a nice place to be. But Illinois was still pretty boring from what I remember. I shit you not, back then, we get up in the morning and like on a weekend, we could run all day. And I'm talking at 7, 8 years old. Run all day as long as you was either A, home at supper time, or mom knew where I was at supper time, and then I had to be home bedtime. And hell, it was like that all the way through most of the 70s. After I started driving, it kind of don't count because I was fucking gone all the time then anyway. But I don't even let the kids play in the yard here by themselves.
Yeah, I feel like I'm the last generation that actually really played outside growing up.
Yep. Come on till the streetlights came on.
Yeah, my mom was like, I don't care where you go as long as you're back by supper.
That's because kids today don't play outside. They cash me outside. How about that? Did you hear that girl's going on a tour?
I heard she got arrested.
Why?
She's going on some lip-syncing concert tour. Like if people pay to be there, she'll roast them.
No, she got arrested.
No, this story broke yesterday.
Fill me in. I don't know who the fuck you're talking about.
I don't even know the chick's name other than the Cash Me Outside chick.
Okay, never mind. I don't care. I don't read anymore.
You just smacked the shit out of her.
Shit. Probably.
Yeah, if you would read why this chick's famous, your eyeballs would probably just melt outside your skull.
My mom would beat the living shit out of her.
You know, the thing is she's not really that unpleasant to look at either, if she wasn't such a bitch.
Too bad she's 15.
Right. Like someday she could have been something decent.
You say the hoes are laughing? Yeah. This morning there are a bunch of hoes. Yeah.
That man's not even a real doctor.
Take you outside. How about that? Take you outside? What does that mean? What I just said.
Remix. Yeah, the remix is pretty good though.
Now you know, Tony. Now you know.
You're talking to
Now you
somebody
know.
that doesn't have a command of the English language.
That's a product of Common Core math right there. That and fucking Wayne Brady's lunch program.
Oh, that shit fell hardcore.
So she was on the talk show that was, and then said that, and it became like an internet thing. So now she's famous because she said that the whole time on that TV show. So it's just one of those kind of things.
It's Kardashianism.
Mm-hmm.
Not even, it's just a It's a fly-by-night thing. It's one of those 15-minute ones, right?
I'm gonna go on Dr. Phil, take G-Webs. I can't control them.
I want
What a good
to
website.
Doctor.
I want my 15 minutes of fame for owning the most 44 revolvers of anybody ever. I got a ways to go. Sorry?
Start buying.
I have.
I guess.
Go on, Dr. Phil.
I actually bought 3 yesterday, or 2 yesterday, 1 this morning.
Damn.
But that'll end my buying for a year or more.
Hey, Tony, pay my bills, man.
No,
Help a turtle out.
I don't even pay my wife's bills, and I fuck her.
Shit.
It got real, Knives. It got real.
I don't roll that way, dude.
Better put on some turtle lip gloss.
Nope.
Nope, I don't sword
Nope.
fight. Well,
I don't
I
even-
give nice strike about bayonets. You know I don't sword fight.
Nope.
And I'm lying too. If she needs money, I'll give her money. But, you know, for the past 3 years, she's been giving me money.
I gotta go talk to my brother. Hey, dude, give me some money.
But she'll be happy because I paid all the past due bills today, and we're all good now.
Hey, don't you feel good when you do that?
No, because I had money in the bank. I could have bought a lot more guns with that money, but I would have been beheaded. Yeah, I do feel good because I owed a fair chunk of bills and several months of trash pickup service. Hell, 6. My phone bill is actually current, but the other stuff, my car insurance is current until July or August. But now everything's good.
What you drinking, Connery?
Water.
Is it
A
cold?
lot of it.
What the hell you want to drink that shit for?
Because I get really thirsty with these pills I take. I probably drink 8 20-ounce bottles of it a day, which makes my skin look good. I guess that's a positive.
Immense thirst, or unusual thirst, is one of the signs of diabetic issues.
Now, this pill specifically says a side effect is you're going to be a little thirstier than usual. I'm okay with that.
I can actually now, after been dealing with it for several years, I can tell by how I crave Pepsi if my sugar's high or not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sometimes I just know. I'm like, I need sugar.
Actually, it's kind of backwards because when I really strongly crave Pepsi, it's because my blood sugar is like 300.
Shit. When I have a sugar craving, I can get one of those Coca y Mexicanas. Those are fucking awesome.
The bottle Cogas.
Mm-hmm.
It's odd because I don't really have a sweet craving. It's just a craving to drink Pepsi because that's what I drink usually, aside from coffee. It's not like I want a candy bar, candy, or anything like that. I do have that when my blood sugar gets real low, but
Mexicoke is the best Coke.
When it's up,
Yeah,
I crave Pepsi because of the thirst.
Yeah.
Got that real sugar goodness.
Oh yeah.
Cane sugar?
Cool. One
Yeah, I
thing
think it tastes better too.
it does. They make Sprite out of it too, and Dr Pepper. I was like, holy shit.
Squirt.
Tell you, if you can find a Fanta with Mexican made in Mexico, those are really good.
Oh yeah.
Hell, I can buy Pepsi with real sugar uptown.
No. We're talking about cane sugar.
That's what it is. It says right on the bottle, made with cane sugar. Real cane sugar, I'm sorry.
You was like, I ain't part of that corn syrup conspiracy.
Not that I give a shit one way or another, because I don't.
The globalist corn syrup agenda.
I ain't eat corn syrup for years. Many years.
You've seen that meme? It was like some scientists, and it was like, we bombed Japan in 1945 with 2 atomic weapons. And it was like 1960 something, Japanese developed high fructose corn syrup, revenge taken.
Science says that your body don't know the difference, and my dietitian said the same thing to me.
Yeah, it doesn't know what to do.
Sometimes science is wrong.
My doctor told me the same thing.
If you drink enough of the damn sugary stuff, you're going to be fucking fucked up.
Doctor's been paid off by big corn syrup.
Dude, man, we've eaten K-Row for 56 years, man.
I'm just messing with you.
Corn syrup, that's not the same thing as high fructose corn syrup.
Oh, now you're splitting fucking hairs.
Hey, it's all part of the big globalist cornspiracy.
Yeah.
I don't think so. They rely on people to think, oh, it's from corn, so it's not a big deal. I mean, you don't have to give a shit about it. There's no imminent danger, but it's whatever. You can choose to buy whatever the hell.
It is 16 calories per gram. It's just the way it works.
We should ask that kid who died drinking Diet Coke and whatever else that shit was like 2 weeks ago.
Frappuccino or some shit like that. And
Yeah, that guy.
Monster Energy drink or some shit like that.
What a snowflake.
You really can't stand a few 100 milligrams of caffeine. What a pussy.
Natural selection.
Christ, I piss more caffeine than that. Granted, I'm taking 13 fucking pills every morning to keep my heart beating, but hey.
We're going to be part of, what was that? What was that movie? High Voltage?
Oh, is that the Jason Statham one?
Yeah.
He's got like electrocuted his heart or something.
Yeah, I got a little nephew that every time I see him, he's always eating a bag of Cheetos and a fucking soda.
Who?
My little nephew. He's like 12.
I was going to say, I don't run a camera. How the hell you know I eat Cheetos every day?
No, I told him you piss soda and you shit out Cheetos. Fucking hot Cheetos. His finger's always fucking red.
I do eat Cheetos a lot, but not many. I munch on a few here and there almost every day. But a bag will last me a couple days.
Give me a bag of Chex Mix. I'll be set on that shit.
Ain't that got that gluten?
I don't give a fuck about gluten. I don't drink soda though. I'm all about that natural chocolate.
They say dark chocolate's good for you, and wine, and even a certain amount of coffee.
You can't eat too much dark chocolate; it gives me a headache.
Chocolate.
I would have freaking some sort of sugar freak out. It may sound like I consume a shitload of Pepsi, but it actually amounts to about 8 ounces a day.
I try not to drink soda when I can. It should be treated like a reward for something, not everyday drink.
So I want to reward myself every day.
Well, you've lived a long time. You ain't got to worry about it as much as the younger people.
Well, now, before I was a diabetic, I was drinking 2 liters of Pepsi a day.
Whew.
Yeah.
That's a lot of sugar.
And wondering why my A1C was like 10. My doctor said, you really need to cut down. He said, I'm not going to tell you to completely stop, but, don't drink more than 1 can a day.
Well, like I've done diets where I stopped eating sugar and carbs as much as I could. For the first 2 or 3 days, it's actually pretty tough because your body's like going through the withdrawal. But after that, it's like I don't have any cravings for it anymore.
I don't have much in the way of cravings for any kind of food anymore. I literally have to remind myself to eat or I won't.
This concludes Health Channels.
Once in a while I get hungry, but it's not that damned often. But I take a freaking fistful of pills for breakfast.
Yeah.
Can we go back to talking about the greatest cartridge ever, the 44 Magnum?
Oh, shit.
Big bore revolver knives.
Big bore gloves. Hey, does my city shot count?
Hey, Pondry, did you hear me talking about looking at the 460 this morning?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you heard me mention that or not. I seriously entertained that thought for a couple of seconds.
You should have.
Rationale set in that I would shoot it one time and then it'd be something to look at.
Maybe. The world needs to know.
Hey, Sean, did you ever have your lunch?
Yes, I did.
Didn't you hear me eating a while ago?
I thought I muted that. Yeah, I nommed a little bit.
Ammo cans.
I got to looking up on the Ruger serial number lookup, and this Vaquero I picked up is from between 95 and 96. New.
Yeah, that was an ammo can. I was seeing how much 9mm I had. Just not enough.
That's what I was going to talk about. I'm glad you said that. You were talking about the greatest cartridge ever or whatever. I hate to tell you this, but throughout most of our history, the cartridge caliber of choice was right around 9mm. Caliber.
I still think
before the Civil War.
I think 22 is the because like anyone who ever starts shooting, what's usually the first gun you shoot? It's usually a 22.
45.
Well,
Mine's 45.
Not everyone can be Sean, so
No. I didn't like it.
My first shot.
I'll be honest. I did not like my first shooting experience. I was like, if it's all like this, I'll never find something I'd enjoy. So I stayed away from them for a long time.
First handgun I shot was a 45.
Let me clarify something. Me saying that the 44 Magnum is the greatest cartridge ever is just me being an ass. I don't really believe that. I would stand with you with the 22, to be honest.
Well,
by far the most
you're gonna get
useful.
mowed down by someone with a 36.
Don't give a shit. I still have all my 44s.
It's like I ain't standing next to nobody with only a 22. Nope.
Sound like Hawaii Volcano Squad now.
Yeah, 22 will kill you just as dead as a 44 Magnum. It just might take a couple more rounds.
I'm in the back pocket of Big 500.
I stand more of a chance of hitting you at a farther distance away with 22 than you will with 500. I promise you that. Granted, I may have to shoot it 17 fucking times, but
I feel like they did a Daily Gun show saying that 22s killed more people just because of the amount of volume of bullets ever been
I can
made.
believe that.
that's not
I can
true.
believe that.
That is simply not true. I've actually researched this, and 22 is number 4 on the list.
Yeah, number one's radical Islam.
Number 1 is the 7.62.
Oh, I'd believe that.
Number the 7.62 Number 2 is the 9mm.
Yeah, I guess if you take out warfare,
And
you add warfare in it, then yeah, that makes total sense.
And I think 3 was a tie between the 8mm Mauser and the 30-06, but I can't remember for sure. There was a tie in there between 2. Yeah.
It's not the RPG. Oh wait, you said the world, not just Africa.
No, it's in the world. But the 22 Rimfire was number 4 on that list.
Well, 7.62 makes sense because how many AKs have been made? Like 100 million? And they all have been used in war zones. So
You know how many? Not enough. Not enough. We're not saturated with them here yet.
7.62 by 39, you might as well have fucking 30-30.
A hard time arguing against that. Seeing as I have one.
If you're going to have 30-30, might as well up it to 32 special and have a thumper. And if you want a thumper, you might as well go for 45-70 and just be fucking done with it.
I was going to say 35 Remington.
I think it's too scarce, man.
Good intermediate cartridge.
Not like the 45-70.
That's
45
everywhere.
Yeah, and it can go from black powder-ish loads to fairly heavy thumper today.
Yeah, my Marlin can't take the what is it, the Model 3, I think it is they call it. Like there's a Remington rifle that's
nosing through my freaking reloading manual looking for the hot reload for a lead bullet for the 44.
Yeah.
And I started looking at the Hogden one online, and it's got 2 listings for the 44. Standard one, and then it's got the one for Ruger's.
Yeah, that's right. I've seen that with a
And
lot
I
of
exceeded both.
What?
I exceeded both.
Oh yeah. Not deliberately though.
Is this gonna be a 9 versus 40 jet?
Nope.
We've
By the
exceeded
way,
both.
that was a good chat.
I'll tell you what, all due respect to 40 guys, everybody out there is using fucking 9mm. Cops, Army. What the hell more is there to say than that?
Here's
No,
what
cops
not
is
using
40.
it. Here's exactly what there is to say to that. What is like 40% of their ranks made up of? Little tiny people.
Sampling of what's made up in America. I'm basically
Yeah,
a little
I'm
tiny
just saying.
people.
50% of the people are shorter than the other 50% of the people. That means 40% of the people are tiny people. And they're just like you're just saying, exactly like they probably are really close to the ratio of walking down the street. That's why the gun has to be a 9mm, because that same gun goes to everybody. So it has to go to the abilities and the whatever you call the physical characteristics of the physically smallest one. It's just the way it is. If it was like, look at the elite forces, which are typically your youngest, strongest males, and not necessarily the biggest, but just the most competent and the most physical prowess. They don't pussy around with 9s unless it's some requirement because everybody else has 9s and it's a logistic thing. But as soon as they're cut free from this typical chain of supply, then they go to something capable.
Well, I can't stand on the 9 side anymore because I'm going to 44.
G would be a very sad soldier in World War One. That's what he said.
Everything bigger than 4. Everything bigger than 4 is good. Everything lower than 4 is lower than 4. What are you gonna say?
So would a 357 SIG be
Lower than
like
4.
a compromise?
That's like one of the 9mm, like, put a lot of effort into buying some climbing gear, and they started climbing up, and they got really close, and they almost got a knuckle up over the edge, but they're not a 4 yet.
Just because you have a 40s powder charge doesn't make you over 4. Sorry. It is a pretty devastating round, though.
Because I've been toying around with the idea of getting one.
How about 327 Federal Magnum?
You know, that's an impressive load to look at the specs on. It really is.
I think Yankee just bought an LCR in that. Because it's the only one in a Magnum caliber that gives you 6 shots for the LCR.
Is that a study?
2.5 inch.
You see, it's not so much just physical capability, because anybody can be strong. You can be a young person and be really physically strong. It's the wisdom that comes with being above the 4 that really gives it the greatness.
So the oldest cartridge,
deep in
theoretically, the most wisdom of all is the what? 9mm.
22 short. 22 short.
Yeah, well, there is that, yeah.
But that's a little weakly old man. Little weakly
Are you
old
saying the 22 short's the village idiot?
No, it's a weakly old man cartridge for you. Give it to your old people so that they can have the old, like, crusty relic.
All right.
But of the modern common handgun cartridges, it's the 9 that's the old man.
9 is like the condom machine in a really bad bathroom.
Yeah, when you need it, you're really fucking glad it's there.
About it, exactly. It'll do in a pinch, but you don't want to talk about it, and you don't really want to bring it up in public. You don't want to talk to your grandma about it.
9's the creepy uncle that you really don't want to ask to help you move, but you're going to ask him to help you move anyway.
He's got a pickup truck.
Yeah, he's got a truck. It's called capacity.
This is why I'm switching to 44 Magnum, because it gets what I like about 9 and it gets what you guys like about 45. Big and not slow.
This is why I'm going to stick with my winter carry, because it appeases both 44 and 45. So yeah, I got you both.
This is why I stick to my slingshot. Just find fucking rocks on the floor and don't fight about fucking calibers.
Who's fighting about calibers? We're discussing.
Yeah.
Disgusting. Okay, shit.
We appreciate G's 45 just as much as we appreciate Tony's 44, which everybody still appreciates my 454.
To an extent, except I'm too big a pussy to have one.
It ain't that bad. It really ain't that bad.
Yeah, it is.
No, look at that video of the dude who was it? Look at the video of Heavy shooting. Sorry, I'm brain fog.
Jimmy's 454.
Jimmy's 454. He never held one before, and he totally loved it. He was like, "That's not that bad."
I guess I need to load him with some ammo.
You're just gonna have to try it, man.
Yeah,
Heavy's kind of a little guy. Never really been around guns much.
Sure. Heavy's a little guy. If heavy was a caliber, I think he would be 460.
I'm a little guy, and so's Jimmy. We're not far removed from being the same size.
Yeah, and he can handle it just fine. I know physical ailments differences, yes, but
All I gotta say is that fucking compensator must make a huge difference.
it does. It has to. The barrel length and the comp, or the porting, I swear
Porting,
it must make a
okay.
difference. Because mine is freaking violent. It's only 2 inches of barrel, half an inch of forcing cone.
Because
I love every minute of it.
my freaking Hunter more than his Taurus did.
Jimmy's got about 30 feet of barrel on that thing, though.
The barrel on mine's longer, I think.
On a 44?
Yeah,
No,
I got
his raging
7.
bull's a 6-inch.
Yeah, and mine's 7.5.
Yeah, that'll be.
He's got the.
Are you
got
going to
V
shoot that
porting.
just standing there, or are you going to put that on the sandbag?
I've done it both ways.
Yeah, that'd be a fun one to shoot.
With full house magnum loads, it's a friggin' handful, which shocked me
Yeah.
because it's heavy.
Yeah, it's just throwing a heavy gun at you instead of
Yeah.
a light gun at you.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with just momentum of the weight.
I can't wait to get to the range and shoot that much lighter Blackhawk.
You're not going to like that compared to the Hunter. I can tell you that right now. I mean, unless you shoot cowboy loads only in it. The lightness is going to work against you.
Most likely I am going to shoot cowboy loads in it on. That's all I bought the gun for.
Yeah, that Hunter's weight actually helps you a lot. Just like
Oh, you know what?
the-
I don't know if you guys are in the middle of something. I got another subject though. Whatever.
Go ahead, man.
So I was over at this guy's house I was helping him with a computer thing, and he was showing me some stuff. And speaking of 9mm, they make these BB guns now where they look like a revolver, and you open them like a Smith, where you push the little deal and the cylinder comes out. And there's a regular cylinder. It looks just like a gun or whatever. But then you put in this little cartridge-looking thing. But the cartridge is made out of like zinc or whatever, and has a hole through the middle of it where the primer would be, is a hole going straight through, and then where the hollow point would be, you stick a BB in there, and then you put that cartridge in, 6 of them, and every time, and then the CO2 is in the grip. So every time you pull the double action trigger on that fucker, it pops the air through the firing pin area, through the back where the primer would be, through the cartridge, pushes the BB out like if it was a projectile. Freaking awesome.
metal BBs or the airsoft ones?
What? No, regular
The
BB gun.
metal ones?
BB gun. Metal.
I got a couple of semi-auto BB guns that are they have a freaking magazine that you load in the bottom of them. It's not a full size, but it holds like 26 BBs. The Crossman version has a really good trigger, really accurate. They're a hell of a lot of fun to play with if you're in a position where you can't shoot a gun. And like I live in town, so they tend to frown on me firing off my guns here. But the CO2 cartridges last, probably 120 at least rounds, maybe way more than that. I haven't actually counted. But I bought them to teach kids with.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
had-
with a magazine. It looked like a Glock, and it fit in Glock holsters and stuff, but it's not. And then the magazine had the CO2 thing in it and the BBs. So
Right,
you would
yeah.
put it in there. The BBs were like in front, and then you'd put it in there like a real magazine. It had all the controls were normal. It's just that it was a really short stroke on the slide because it's just a BB gun. But and then when you pull the trigger, the CO2 blows it back, so it has real blowback. The slide moves back and forth, even though it probably doesn't need to. And then I guess when the magazine is done with its BBs, it stays back, and then you pull the mag out, you put the next one in there, and then it sort of just keeps the pressure on the CO2, and you just keep loading up the BB part of it. And every time you insert it, it's CO2's in there. And whenever you take the magazine out, it's just inoperable. There's no CO2 because it's in the mag. So when you take the mag out, it's just the rest of the BB gun. It's kind of neat.
That's considerably more elaborate than what I got. The CO2's in the handle fixed, and then the magazine is 3/4 by about 3/8 of an inch by 4.5 inches tall.
More like in front of the trigger guard or in the mag?
No, it goes in and out like a regular magazine. The button's right behind the trigger guard.
Two in there.
But the slide doesn't move. It's just decoration, basically.
Man, you guys are wasting all those 12 grams. You could be doing whippets.
With CO2?
Yeah.
It'd be real fun.
Recreational passing out. I used to know people that did that. Fill up they pop a 12 gram or a 12 ounce into a balloon, and you would inhale the balloon. You know, it's like DJ screw your voice for a split second. And if you took in too much CO2, you'd like pass out in slow motion. I tried that once. Like I was holding the balloon and I inhaled, and my voice was like, yo. And all of a sudden they said I just kind of crumpled nice and slow in slow motion until I fell over and laid down.
I like to think I'm a lot smarter than that.
I was dumb back then. Some brain cells might have been put to sleep. Oh, what's this? Revised GOP health plan would shrink U.S. budget deficit by what? Shit, it disappeared. There it is. Shrink the U.S. budget deficit by 119 billion. About 23 million people would lose their coverage by 2026.
Now, they're not specifying how many of those will elect to lose their coverage.
It's Bloomberg News. It's going to be freaking slanted. They used to be able to they used to stay on target, like on focus, on point, and now they've gotten all into politics chats. So it got lame. Like I used to watch it all the time in college just for the financial news or whatever, and it was pretty good at that. Like back in the day, like Al Jazeera TV was really good for world news, surprisingly enough.
Oh, well, it's time for the old lady to get home, so I think I'm going to bail out of here, guys.
Not going to make the coffee.
Later, Tony.
Yep, you survived one day. You only got 2 more to go.
Yep.
Later, Tony.
You guys take it easy.
Later. See you tomorrow. That's got to be frustrating, man. Like, I can't envision that. Like, gun shows in Illinois must suck ass. Like, you show up, you find a gun you like, and you're like, ooh, I'd like to have that. Oh, come by my shop in 3 days. Fuck that.
California style.
Like, here's my money. Give me my gun. I was talking about the other day. I was like, in Texas, when we have a gun show, we have seasons because they're every weekend, right? And it's like vendors from all over the state come here. This one guy's like, I drove 10 hours to get here. I'm like, wow. To sell. Buyers come from all over the state too, but sellers come from all over the state. And it's like, if we had the same laws like they had in Illinois, and some dude had to drive 10 hours to set up his booth, do you think he's going to get any fucking sales when he tells the buyer, oh, come by my shop in fucking Uvalde in 3 days? Like, fuck no. I like being able to take it home. The fastest I've ever been in a gun show was 4 minutes. Walked in, saw exactly what I wanted at the first booth, paid, and walked out. My dad was like, we drove 2 hours for this? I'm like, yeah. For 4 minutes? I'm like, I'll buy you breakfast.
How big was the steak?
Huh? No, it was breakfast, dude.
I don't think I've ever bought a gun at a gun show.
I buy lots of guns at gun shows.
I'm always too poor at the time.
Like my locals, they never would have had a Jetfire. I requested it, and this dude found it and brought it up to the show. He emailed me the day before. He's like, I got a Jetfire. I'll be at the show tomorrow. Like, I'll be there first thing in the morning. Sure enough, there it was. Of course, it helps that I bought 4 other guns from him throughout the years, so that I can make these special requests and he'll actually do them. He got me a 3913 one time, the Andrea gun, but what he was asking for it was too much for me. He's like, I found you one. I'm like, what do you want for it? He's like, $7.99. I'm like, I can't do it. $4.99. Now you're talking. $7.99. It's a bit more than I want to spend for a 9. I'll get one eventually. I missed out on a Savage Model 1907 for $250. I was pissed. Like, I saw it, and I was like, let me make the rounds, because I just got to the show in order to see what else was out there. When I came back like 40 minutes later, gone.
Yeah, that sucks. I've always wanted one of those Savage 99 lever actions, but like one an older one.
You know, after seeing that video on CN Arsenal, I wouldn't mind getting one of those Fromer stops. I think they're kind of cool looking. Action's a bit weird, but I'd like to have it for the novelty of it.
Yeah.
It's bad, man. That channel like scratches my nerd bug, my nerd itch. Like, look, you gotta have that one and that one and that one and that one. A couple of those. Like the Enfield episode for Kryptonite. I was like, I gotta have all of them.
That's how I feel like every time I get on Instagram. I just scroll through people I follow. It's just like, man, I want that gun and that gun and that gun.
Oh, you don't want to add P226 nut to your feed then?
I think I already might have had. Cause I was following him on YouTube like years ago.
His Instagram is like the devil's playground.
Oh, I know. He's got like every gun I've ever wanted. It's like a lot of it's Milsurp.
Yeah, like him, Life-Size Potato, and Yankee. Those are all like devil's playgrounds for guns. You have to wonder what Hickok 45's gun safe must look like. It must be just a room of safes.
Battery, they're all loaners from Bud's gun shop.
Most of them are, but like his earlier videos, they were all his guns or stuff he bought or whatever.
Yeah.
Hey, he goes up into that room. He's like, "Hey, John, you see my Uzi? I can't find it."
That shit with how not to shoot a 50, that was hilarious. Like where the pizza and the chips flew everywhere. I thought John was going to come back and be like, what happened to our lunch?
Oh, I saw that.
That would have been hilarious. See, I look at that, right? That blast, and I think that's a kind of a terrible compensator. Because, like, if you were in the desert, anti-material, and you fired a shot, you would kick up so much dust. People would just be like, that's where the shot came from.
So you say anti-material, that reminds me of a patch idea I had the other week. I was trying to like do just like a rough sketch of it in my mind. I was like, I don't know if that would sell or not, but it's kind of funny. But it would be like, it'd be like a chick decked out in 80s clothes, and she'd be like holding on to like a Barrett, and underneath it, it would say anti-material girl.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah. Or living in an anti-material world or something like that.
I think if I designed the brake on the Barrett, I would do it in a V pattern, straight up, slightly canted forward. Or sorry, slightly canted backward. So what would happen is it would go up and back towards you, but it would help push the gun down into the ground so it wouldn't hop after every shot.
Yeah.
But instead they have it just going straight out to the sides, and it like kicks up so much dust. It just doesn't seem like it doesn't seem like it should be that way. Then again, who's going to look for smoke clouds a mile and a half away? You know?
I'm going to be too busy trying to dodge the bullet.
Yeah. First shot. Everybody get on the ground. no.
It's like you can see the bullet, breaking the air right before it hits you.
It's pretty scary.
Yeah, I was just like listening to some 80s and that Madonna song came on. I was like, man, that actually would kind of make a cool patch idea.
So she's got to have teased hair.
Yeah, I envision. Did you ever play Grand Theft Auto Vice City?
It was my favorite one.
Well, you remember the game manual and it had pictures of like all the DJs? And it was like that one DJ that did like the pop station, and she had like the fishnet tights, like the short.
Yes.
Like I envision like someone like that, but she's leaning against or holding like a Barrett 50 cal.
Cyndi Lauper with a Barrett, basically.
Yeah.
Aquanet, Swatch watch, fishnet, pants over capri.
Yeah, I was like, see, it's a patch for the ladies, but some of the guys actually might buy that.
A Tiffany concert stub in the back pocket. Take notes, G.
Yeah, that's kind of why I mentioned it. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. It's like, I don't know if... And then I had an idea for a patch for the... Because, we talked about making up some kind of patch for the Daily Show Showdown winners. And I actually tried the design, and I still might try to do it, but it was essentially taking the gun barrel part from the Gun Talk patch he had already and putting it over like the tie-dye Instagram colors. And on the bottom putting like hashtag Daily Show Showdown or something. Or using like the old Instagram picture and just doing the same thing. Instead of a camera lens, it's like the end of a gun barrel.
See, my idea was too busy. I was going to take the seer from Vikings with a picture of someone licking my hand. Hashtag stump the Oracle. I never understood that hand licking thing.
Oh, like kissing the hand of the king or whatever.
Well, like, this dude had no eyes. So the whole top of his head was like scar tissue. And then he would see things. He was called the seer. And like these Vikings would come and he would have visions and tell him what he saw. And then as penance or payment, he would hold his hand out and you'd have to lick the palm of his hand.
That's interesting.
Which is kind of gross.
Oh,
but then
yeah.
when like the Viking queen did it, she was hot. And I was just like, oh my God. And she did it, and I'm like, that's kind of sexy. When the dudes did it though, oh hell no.
Yo, Sean, how much time you got, man?
About 45 minutes. You want to do the bump?
Yeah, what's today? What we got on the show today? On Gunchannels today, Sean.
Tonight on Gunchannels will be the Daily Gun Show, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 Central, followed by Never Enough Ammo's Guns and Politics Chat. And I think that wraps us up on Wednesdays. On Gunchannels tonight.
Hey, Sean, have you got those patches from Gear websites?
As a matter of fact, I have. Why don't you tell us about it?
And then he did it muted.
Fucked it up, huh?
Stand by, he's working up it. Yeah, you did it muted.
Got distracted by some chocolate.
No, my mom hit me on the fucking head again.
Why would, I was just about to say that. I was like, I bet his mom smacked him on the back of the head and hit the mute button. Why are you always hitting me?
Hold on, I'm good. Where we at?
You're going to tell us about patches and hoodies and all sorts of good stuff and where to get them.
Oh, yeah. We got patches, hoodies. The patches step your patch game up, man.
Where do I get
Hey,
these
Sean.
wonderful things?
Have you heard GUS has something on Kickstarter?
As a matter of fact, I did.
think they're playing cards, right? Why don't you tell me about those?
Yeah, they're old West playing cards. Little playing card, little deck. They have information, historic, about the ammo they used and the picture of the guns. They're pretty fun. Got a Kickstarter. Got a UWebs on Kickstarter, man.
Links are available in the Gunchannels lobby chat if you're watching from the YouTube side. Which brings us to the top of the hour. Woohoo. The final countdown. For any of you out there who have been thinking about doing one of these, hosting a show or just starting something with, us here over at Gunchannels, we encourage you to do so. If I were to give you a word of advice, be careful of the wording of your stream. Don't use the words like nuke or ISIS or Clinton or Obama in your description, because you will be instantly demonetized by YouTube's bots. Ask me how I know.
How do you know, Sean?
My video yesterday got demonetized before the stream even ended. It was like, oh no, this is not advertiser friendly, which is why today's is actually labeled as the advertiser friendly edition.
Oh no.
Which is fine. Mr. Guns and Gear broke the rules of YouTube yesterday just to prove a point. He listed the analytics of his 500 Magnum versus body armor video that he did recently. Now, I was trying very hard not to sound like a dick. I basically asked him, I said, is putting the body armor up against a box like that a good representation of the resistance of a body? Because what it looked like was when he shot it, it fell over in concert with the box. Like there was no resistance holding up the jacket. So, I was like, I don't want to sound like a dick. It was a genuine question. I was like, maybe it would have been better to put it up against something heavy. What I didn't realize, and I apologized for this yesterday in his other video, because he showed that. He was like, no, the box was full of sand. He was like, but I just wanted to show you guys that I couldn't keep doing ballistic gel tests because look how much this video actually made. It only made like $6. And he was like, I'm breaking the rules to prove this to you because everyone was harping on me about ballistics gel. And I was like, dude, I was like, I'm trying to apologize for this because I didn't know it was full of sand. I never saw the sand come out. I just saw the box fall over and was asking a question. So, because people were being snippy about it, and I was like, I didn't want to do that. I was curious. I was like, is that a fair representation? Because it didn't punch through.
Yeah, it's crazy what YouTube did. I feel bad for those guys. It's somewhat. Especially
it didn't happen to just certain people. It happened to everybody because all the advertisers backed out. So the ads aren't playing nearly as often.
Who was the newspaper company that fucking said something about that shit?
Mm.
I heard it was a news company that outed the YouTubers.
Well, to be fair, the reasoning behind why they did what they did, it sort of makes sense, right? Like, advertisers don't want their commercials playing before an ISIS training video or whatever. But then again, how come YouTube's bot couldn't sniff that shit out beforehand?
Yeah. It can sniff out your video, but it can't sniff out that.
Right. Well, I think the algorithms changed after the fact, so it's more stringent. But even then, it's like they should have been on top of these kinds of things. But then again, also, they're the first one in the industry to do what they're doing. So somebody has to learn from the mistakes of the first mistake, which is YouTube.
I'm kind of curious because I guess some YouTuber was talking about how I guess Facebook, you're not supposed to post pictures of firearms because it's deemed like, not good content or something.
Oh yeah, I stopped doing it like 2 years ago.
Yeah, so I'm wondering, since Facebook owns Instagram, if at some point posting pictures of like firearms on Instagram will like get you banned,
maybe,
or get your channel like deleted.
Maybe. Like the day I stopped posting pictures of guns on my Facebook page, because it's my personal page, it's not like we're a channel or anything. I'm like, okay. I said, I know some of you guys aren't into this. So I was like, what I'm going to do is I'm only going to post the pictures of these on my Instagram. So I was like, if you want to follow me there, here's my Instagram thing. And that's the only place where I post the pictures.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way because I reluctantly accepted my mom's friend request on Facebook. So I was like, oh, can't post any more gun shit because she hates guns. So it's mostly, I just mostly use my Instagram now when I want to post a gun picture.
The Mia Khalifa clickbait pictures, though, that's okay. Like, I got tricked by this one yesterday. I knew who it was because I recognized her face, right? And you know, on Facebook it says GIF, and you click it and animates. Well, I was like, what's going on here? So I clicked it, and what happened was another picture opened below with like a picture of Jesus peeking over to the side, and it says, I'm disappointed in you. Like, I knew it was going to be a joke, but I was like wanting to see what the joke was, and it was hilarious. I fell out of my chair almost.
Yeah, Jesus would probably have the hots for her. She's like Middle Eastern. He's Middle Eastern, or was.
She's probably the hottest thing that ever came out of Lebanon.
Yeah, probably.
Gal Gadot is probably the hottest girl that ever came out of Israel. That's just me, though. See, I told you, I've got
Wasn't
tastes
Natalie
all over the place.
Is it Natalie Portman? Wasn't she born in Israel?
Oh, yeah, she is. But you know what? Gal Gadot looks better.
Yeah, I was going to say, she's not nearly as hot as her, but I'm pretty sure she was born in Israel.
Way better.
She's got the smarts, though. She went to Harvard or something.
Oh. Does that make her like super lib?
I don't know. I think she's kind of I don't think she's as liberal as the rest of Hollywood because she is Jewish, and there's just this whole like,
dude, a lot of Hollywood's Jewish.
Yeah, it's just like for some reason they just don't like the fact that like the whole Palestine Israeli thing. Like they always seem to err towards supporting Palestinians, which is fucking crazy.
Right.
And it's like I listen to Ben Shapiro's podcast, and he's like every day he's just like, no Jew lives in Palestine because they would be killed almost immediately.
It's almost like no Swede lives in that one town full of refugees. The cops won't even go in there. Surprised is there's no like one nation that's been watching this for millennia or decades or whatever, and just says, you know what? If neither one of you can decide who can have it, neither one of you can have it. Wouldn't that be something?
Shit.
Then they invade and just take it over.
Well, the Egyptians and all them, they've tried, and they get their asses kicked every time.
Their asses kicked right back out of the Sinai.
Well, Israel, I was listening to something, and Israel has some kind of plan, and I can't remember what it's called, but it's like Operation something, to where if it looks like Jerusalem is going to be overrun, they launch all their nuclear arsenal at the countries that are attacking them. And it's like, it's no like command decision that comes down from the prime minister. It's like an order saying like, yeah, if they get within certain miles from Jerusalem, we're just going to launch our arsenal at their countries, just try to like almost like mutually assured destruction type deal.
Operation Hedgehog.
It's like, hey, if you're going to take us out, we're going to make sure we fuck up your country before we're gone.
Yeah, my dad. I had to show my dad the map of Israel was and all the fucking butt cheeks there are between it. Israel's fucked.
I don't know. The Golan Heights is pretty. Like, I'd love to visit, but I'd have to like be careful where I traveled half the time, which might not be very fun. Have a mitt be like, you see that place over there? Like, yeah. He's like, I put 50 tank rounds through that building last year. Holy shit, that's awesome.
At my mom's temple, they do these how you do these trips as a tour guide. Where you pay like 2 G's just to go. You enjoy your like the whole 7 days of being in Israel.
So it's like the Israeli version of Tony Barilla's Tours of Italy.
Yeah, probably.
I can't believe I remember that name. That's
Well,
how what is it? That's how or what's the word I'm looking for? Memorable. That's how memorable that whole skit commercial was.
Well, if you're Jewish, they'll pay for you to go to Israel as long as you do it before you're 21, and they like pay for most of it. Yeah.
Is it because they want you to come serve in the army?
No, they just want you to see the Holy Land. Like I have 2 or 3 friends that are Jewish, and they are like, "Oh yeah, I'm going to be gone for like 2 weeks." I was like, "Where are you going?" She was like, "Israel." I was like, "Oh, how are you paying for it?" She was like, "Oh, the government is." I was like, "Really?" She's like, "Yeah, if you're Jewish, and you've never been to Israel before, they'll pay for you to go over there to like see the West Wall and Golan Heights and all that jazz."
Yeah, just go see Ahmed.
Yeah.
Yeah, he lives in Haifa, I think.
Like, you visited me, now get the fuck out.
Yeah. Like, hey, welcome to Haifa. Have a cigarette. Get the fuck out. I gotta go to work in the morning. Some of us need our sleep.
One of my friends, she brought me back a t-shirt. It was an IDF t-shirt, but unfortunately I got too fat to wear it.
Too bad she didn't bring you the IDF girl that was wearing it.
Oh, no.
Damn.
Yeah, I was watching something on YouTube. It's like the reruns of like Tales of the Gun. And they were talking about like guns in Israel. And they're like, yeah, it's not uncommon to see a soldier walking down the street with a galil on his back getting picked up by a car because he's hitchhiking. And they're like, you would never see that in America.
What a damn shame, right? In the 1950s, maybe, like a hunter truck broke down, got to get back. That would happen.
Time to change, unfortunately.
I miss the days where you can. Those days, and I miss them. Like I saw them by proxy. I lived by proxy on the Andy Griffith show. Like, to a fucking hardware store while the sheriff's standing there with a fucking break action shotgun, just walking. What's up, sheriff?
Yeah.
Like, hey, you bag anything this morning?
Yeah, my dad's always like, yeah, when I was like 12, like me and my buddies just ride our bikes around town with 22s on our back. And like no one thought anything out of place about it.
You know what I've never asked? Are gun racks illegal now?
In cars?
Yeah.
I
never
don't
see them.
Well, it's because now people fucking break in your car and steal them.
Right. But I mean, even if that wasn't the case, I mean, I've never seen any of them anymore.
Put a gun rack for a fucking 500?
No, I knew you were gonna go there.
Well, they used to be popular here because if you had a gun rack, there was no way the cop, if you got pulled over, there's no way the cop to say, hey, I couldn't see your firearm.
Right.
Therefore, it's concealed. Like, no, you can see it because it's right there in the fucking window.
Yeah. I just remember, I think there was this one scene in the movie Christine, which supposedly took place in 1979. And they were in the parking lot. He was walking by a truck, and sure as shit, there was a fucking gun rack and 2 shotguns on it.
Yep.
At the high school, in the parking lot, not attended. I'm just like, oh, man.
Oh, yeah, my dad used to talk about that all the time. He was like, yeah, when we were in high school, like, we go hunting in the morning, and our guns would be, like, just laying in the back seat, and no one cared.
My dad was telling me sometimes kids would go to school, because he was in rural parts of Michigan. He was like, yeah, man. He's like, you'd have a shotgun or a rifle strapped to your back while you're standing on the bus stop waiting for the bus to come pick you up. Jesus.
I just remember it's a scene in that movie. I think it was called My Dog Skip, where this kid, for show and tell, brings in his grandfather's musket he used during the Civil War. And he's like waving it around the classroom, and like the kids are all ducking and shit because they don't know if it's loaded. And I was like, man, you used to be able to do that? My dad was like, yeah, you used to be able to do that back in the day.
Well, yeah, most toy stores carried toy guns too.
Yeah.
Oh, the best ones too. My dad told me about that shit back in the day.
Yeah, it's a really nice toy guns growing up. I wish I still had them. Like I had a Tech 9, I had a Beretta, I had a revolver.
I had a Tech 9, but it wasn't a toy.
And they looked real as hell too.
I didn't even ask the guy who gave it to me where he got it from. He was like, take it. I'm like, cool. Tech9, finally. Heard so much about you.
And I heard about the rapper, and that was it.
And then I gave it to a friend of mine. I was like, here, take it. He's like, where'd it come from? I'm like, I don't know, but I don't want to find out either. I remember when those things were like new. They were cool, man. I was like, oh, that looks awesome. Gotta have one. Now I'd rather have a, what was it, the old CZ Scorpions, the little 32 ACP ones?
Oh,
Yeah.
with the little wood grips?
The DZ, is it the 52 or something like that? I don't
Yeah,
remember.
the Clob from GoldenEye.
Yeah.
Oh, 64, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the gold good hit ones. I suck at that game, dude. I still suck at shooting games.
Dude, that's all me and my friends did. We'd have like GoldenEye tournaments.
Oh yeah, dude, that
on the
GoldenEye
weekends.
first-person shooters like into the mainstream.
Like
Shit, fucking Super Smash Bros. All day on that shit too.
Yeah, my mom asked me, she was like, "Why didn't you do marijuana like a lot of your other friends?" I was like, "Because I was playing GoldenEye."
I was doing both
instead of smoking weed.
I was doing both. I was smoking weed and fucking playing Doom. Quake was scary as shit when you were on laced weed.
Yeah, I remember the first violent video game I ever got. My dad got me Doom 2, like Christmas of like 94, 95.
Oh, that's right. I got a couple years on you. I was going to say, my first violent game was Wolf 3D. Or maybe Duke Nukem when it was a side-scroller.
My mom was like, "Are you sure that's a okay video game for him?" And he was like, "Yeah, it's fine.
It's just a game.
It's just a game."
All I had was Gran Turismo.
I remember one time my friend was playing it, and he was, it was like one of the boss levels where you have to face that big old cyber demon.
Yeah.
And my mom was washing some sheets. And you know how when you put a lot of stuff in the washer, like sometimes it'll get like off balance, it'll like start jolting
thumping
around. Yeah.
Yeah.
What started thumping when he's fighting this thing, and he was just like, "Holy shit, what's going on?" He was like,
It's
I thought
after you,
that,
dude.
he's like, "I thought that shit was real for a second."
It's coming to get you. Good times.
Yeah,
I got
that Wolfenstein.
I'll play that one too.
Now it's like
When you gotta kill Hitler.
Kids have it good these days. It's like now you got like Fallout with photorealistic terrain and everything. It's fucking incredible. Like I almost wish the world would go to shit so we can actually live through that. God damn it, they're blowing up my phone again. As if I didn't have enough calls today. I'll be right back.
Welcome to Gunchannels. The Fallout. I'm still in California, which is some bullshit. Hey, Matt, are you still thinking about it?
Oh, the SIG? Yeah, I'm thinking.
Come on, brother.
I'm thinking about it.
Show your face.
Although, G's trying to 9mm shame me. It's making me want to get a 40.
9mm. Every time I hear 9mm, what makes you want to say 9mm?
Well, if I got a 40, I would probably just get because I got a spare like lock frame. So I'd probably just buy a 40 slide for it. And get the SIG in 9mm or something.
I got an idea, but I'm gonna wait till Sean comes back.
This is a Bob chocolate.
Chocolate. Temptations, 9 millimeter. Hey, you know what I think about G-West every time he opens a box of 40, 45 ACP? When he opens it, he goes, ah, fucking sunlight comes out of nowhere. And he sees the fucking 9, he's all like, yuck. Ugh.
It's like the dark cloud of Sauron sweeps over the land.
The Eye of Mordor comes out of nowhere.
Or I would imagine it's like that when you go over and the price is right, it's like every time he opens the box of 40. Or someone tells him, oh, I got a Glock 19.
Do the heavy B in the DB chat right there. Just the middle of the aisle, just arguing at each other.
You fat inbred fuck, go fuck yourself. You're 40.
What he said, you hemorrhoid liquor?
Yeah. Fucking
heavy B comes out.
liquor.
Heavy B comes out like only when they bleed.
Yeah, like I couldn't tell if DB was just being really sarcastic or if he was being serious.
Yeah, I like watching. I was gonna ask Moon, you okay? Moon wasn't saying nothing. I was laughing. I didn't know if they were going at it for real.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what's kind of lame? I bought these Crimson Trace laser grips before, right? Or like add-on bits for laser sights or whatever. And every time I get one, they give me this card and they say, fill this out, mail.
Oh, lost Sean.
Damn, I think like fucking Crimson Trace is like part of the NSA or something.
And it's fake your ass.
Anyway, they give me this card and they say, fill this out, send it to us, and we'll send you a lifetime supply of replacement batteries once a year. I never see a fucking battery since. But they keep emailing me. They're like, hey, we have a flash sale on refurb shit. And I'm just like, I'm still waiting on fucking batteries.
Yeah.
Dicks.
Like, hey, speaking of flash, how about you send them flash batteries from Laser Light?
What the fuck? What's really funny is that they kept sending me batteries, and I don't have the laser anymore. I got rid of the gun that had the laser on it, so.
Yeah, I got an idea.
Does it involve chocolate?
That's what I said.
Does it involve Mia Khalifa?
No.
Try harder.
Find a truck with the biggest window and put a rack on it, a gun rack. Put an AK-47 with the yellow banana 40 rounders on it and just hang it right there and make people laugh.
No, like, you know what's really tragic? I do see gun racks in trucks, but they're like sticker cutouts that you put on the inside of your tinted window to make people think you have one.
God.
Man, I'm looking at my local radar right now, and it's just like this world of hurt heading this way.
Oh yeah, you're getting what I had yesterday.
Yeah, it's looking pretty bad. I like thunderstorms though, so.
You get to peel your dog off the ceiling.
Thundercat, oh!
What's really funny is, see, I had two schnauzers, and they both behaved differently because one was deaf and the other one was going blind. So, like, during a thunderstorm, my dog was indifferent. He didn't give a fuck because he couldn't hear a damn thing anyway. Now the dog that I've got left, I had to peel him off the ceiling.
Yeah, our dogs really don't, thunderstorms don't really bother them all that much.
See, and that's the thing. They weren't like that when they were young. They didn't care. Like, they would go out and do their business in the middle of the thunderstorm because they wanted to get wet. And now they're terrified of it. I told my mom, it's like, maybe they know that death is coming and that's the sound that it makes, because he's 9.
Like, I remember it's probably 4 or 5 years ago, we had a really bad tornado outbreak here, but me and my ex at the time were going to her cousin's wedding, and we had to like drive through the storms that night. And it was like the craziest shit I've ever seen. Like, it looked like the clouds. It looked like, Berlin, 1945, when they're getting bombed by like the RAF. Like, it was crazy.
I've seen
Like,
shit like that.
and she's like sobbing because she thinks she's gonna die, and I'm just looking out the window, and I'm just like, oh my god, this is awesome.
It is cool.
And it was like every 10 minutes, the radio would interrupt saying like, oh, there's been a tornado, and it either just gone through the town we had just gotten out of, or it's at the town we're about to go through. So we like dodged all these tornadoes and all this crazy weather, but it was
the deal.
Fun to look at.
Here's the deal. We're going to go to Oklahoma at the Tulsa show, and you're going to show up in a Dodge Ram, a red Dodge Ram, and I'm going to show up in a yellow Jeep J10 truck. Because I had one just like it.
Tornado and the cow fucking flying out of nowhere.
It's like, I know how to keep that Jeep running, even if you flip it over like hers was.
Instead of a cow, we can just get Flippy. Panda suit, cow, dairy cow, they kind of look alike.
Heavy.
Yeah, was that Flippy? No, man.
Yeah, it's like, Heavy B, I think that's the same Heavy.
No, it's not.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it is funny. I was at the Bass Pro the other day when I was selling that AR, and I was checking out their ammo, and I was like looking at the 9mm. So then I was looking at the 357 SIG, and I was like opening it and looking at the bullet and whatnot. And then I opened up the 40. I was like, man, this does seem like significantly bigger than a 9mm.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I figure 9 is what, 34 caliber or 35 caliber, something like that.
Yeah.
So it's 0.02 of an inch.
So it's like I'm slowly kind of want to be a 40 guy. But I feel like I'm only going to ever buy one gun in 40. It needs to be like a pretty cool gun.
Now, my question is, why the fuck does 40 get a lot of shit? It's beating in the middle. 40's beating in the middle. You got 9mm. You start out with the 9, then you go 40, then you go 45.
Yeah, but when
you graduate.
When it comes in terms of power, the 45 is actually weaker in general because it's not as a high pressure round.
Yeah, it's slow.
Big and slow versus fast and slightly heavy.
See, for a Mexican.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I still want that Rock Island 52,000. 10mm double stack 1911. Yes, please.
See, for a Mexican, it's 22, 38 Super, 45, and 7.62 by 39.
Really? 38 Super?
Yeah, 38 Super.
That's pretty cool, man.
We skipped 9.
That's pretty cool.
So what's like the top velocity of like the standard like defensive 40 cal feet per second?
After you're done shooting, you throw the gun.
About maybe 12 to 1400. Probably more like 12 to 1300. That sounds about right.
And that's with like what, the 165 grain or 160 grain or whatever?
I think that's with a 180.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Let me take a look.
That's kind of why I like the 357 SIG, because that fucker's hauling ass,
Hey, 38 Super or 40?
I like 38 Super.
Yeah, I wish the SIG used to make their 220 and 38 Super. You can find one out for a good price. I grab it because it's like a collector's item now.
Fucking Average Jones came out of nowhere.
180 critical defense, 165 grain. You're looking at an average of 1175. That sounds about right. I mean, it's moving. It's definitely moving. Faster than I'll ever go, you know?
Yeah.
If I ever get out of cattle, yeah, that's why I gotta give it for my dad. My dad wants a 38 Super. Really cold.
I was thinking about getting another 40. If I do, it'll probably be like an M&P 40C. But if not, I'll probably just go straight to that Rock Island. I know that sounds funny.
Well, see, that's kind of why I want that SIG, because like if I do get a 40, if I ever want to switch it to 9mm, it's not a hassle. Yeah, it's just either a new slide and barrel or just a new barrel in the magazine.
New barrel. Lone Wolf makes a conversion barrel, so it's got the outer diameter of the 40 barrel with the inner diameter of the 9, so it locks up tight.
Even for the SIG?
Mm-hmm. Wait, I don't know about the SIG.
I know they do for the Glocks, yeah.
Yeah.
Like I've got a Glock Gen 2 frame, like a Glock 22 frame.
Yeah, you should just build that.
Yeah, so I could do that as a 40 if I really wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
Like right now, I've got my 17 slide on top of it.
Yeah, that's probably a better spend of money too.
I do like the SIG for some reason.
Have you shot one yet?
No, but I've been like watching reviews, and they all say like the trigger on it's pretty good for a striker fired, and I kind of like that new FN 509, but it's not as modular. And
I'm not anti-SIG by any means, but the only one I've shot that I absolutely love is the 229 Elite. Oh,
yeah,
that wraparound wooden grip, it feels so nice in the hand.
And see, I like the SIG grip. Like I like it better than the Glock grip for sure. It's a hand better, and then you can tailor it even more because it comes in different sizes.
Holy shit! My new EDC. Classic Firearms has the Barrett M82 A1CQ for sale. Close quarters. I want to know a guy who runs in room to room with a 50 CQ. Holy shit. I would not want to piss that guy off.
No, definitely not.
There's a division in Mexico. They are a Barrett division. Like, they're all fucking sealed out, wearing black with black face camo and everything. They're all wielding Barrett 50s. I'm like, holy shit. They have to be muchachos, aren't they? It's machismo out the ass. Tell you what, though, I ain't gonna fucking piss that dude off.
No.
He might actually be able to handle that shit. Nope.
Say, Mexico's got some tough hombres because of the whole cartel situation.
Yeah, they gotta be tough.
Problem is, a lot of them are like paid off.
I told you the story about the base commander that my dad worked for in Fort Huachuca. It's an Arizona story.
I think so.
His company commander, or base commander, I don't know what he called it, but he had a brand new, it was a 56 Cadillac Biarritz. Huge car. One day it got stolen at a bar on the border.
Yeah, you told me this, and like the police stole it or something.
Yep. My dad actually took a leave down to Mexico with his wife and his kids, first marriage. They went down to Mexico, and they had this rule back then where if you wanted to cross the border with liquor, you can have one of their, like, I think it's like a 3-liter or maybe a gallon-sized bottle. They're huge, right? You can bring one back across the border for every person in your family. So he took all the kids in the car, took the station wagon, drove down to Mexico. So they got like 7 bottles or something. But when he was down there, the Federales police chief had a brand new 1950 or 1956 Cadillac Biarritz. And the only thing they did to it was paint like a star on the side of the door.
I would have been like, where are my old keys at?
He was like, Colonel, found your car. I'm like, where is it? He's like, the Federales have it. He's like, that's a fucking loss.
Yeah, I had some friends. They went to Cancun for spring break, and the hotel they were staying at, someone had planted a marijuana seed. So there's like a marijuana plant growing right outside their window. So they decided they were going to like smoke it. Well, the fucking federales show up, and they're essentially like, give us all your money, all your valuables, or you're going to go to Mexican jail. So they had to call their parents like 2 days into the trip to wire them like $500 a piece because everything had been stolen, and they just made up some story. I was like, see, that's why you don't smoke pot in Mexico.
That's why you go to Puerto Vallarta.
Yeah. Or Ixtapa.
Hey,
Stop
check out that lake, Fonry.
Ixtapa is beautiful, man. That, and they hold like the World Bikini Contest there like every year. Blow your mind.
Will that thing make me get in the big board club? That's what I want.
Let me take a look.
$7 grand. It's a lot of dough.
I gotta go over my other machine and look at it. Let's see. What did you select? I don't have any messages. Let me refresh the page. Oh, you put it there. Okay.
Side chat.
Yeah, I see it. My computer is having autism. Like, it won't give me the finger to click the link. I'm about to upgrade this computer to version 9.0. 9.mm. It's going to take all like 17 rounds to stop it, though. 9 shaming. Oh, it's the man of the hour.
Dude!
Shiny new P10C.
Nope, I'm P10C-less.
Damn. You have our sympathies.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, so if anybody's in the market, Classic Firearms has Barrett M82A1CQs for sale. Goddamn. It's like they just know I'm poor. It's like, hey, we've got $200 Tokarevs and fucking Barretts. You gotta come on down to my website. Like, I had to sign up for an American Express card.
Yeah, right.
Right now. Man, it'd be faster if I just typed this fucking link out before my computer unfucks itself. Yeah, I figured.
I always wanted one of those old Beretta Cheetahs too. Classic always seems to have some.
Oh, whoa, Jesus Christ, man. No, the Mjolnir, it won't let you into the big board club, but it'll definitely make you the diplomat of the cool gun club. Yeah. Be right back.
So, is Clay qualifying for a big bore club with his 10mm? I don't think so. The 45 is bigger, isn't it? I think Clay carries a 45. Carries a Glock 36 or something.
Nah, he got the 10mm. Well, that's all he talks about.
Well, yeah, he got that, but he carries the 36, that single stack 45 Glock. One that everybody hates. I never shot one. I'm sending out memberships for the tiny boar club.
9mm club.
9mm is like the biggest of our bores. We do like the 32 and the 25 and the 22 short, 22
We should
LR.
get, yeah, we should get a heavy and DB up in here. See what happens.
Stingers, CCI Stingers. They're like a little longer than regular 22s.
Does 5.7 count?
Oh yeah, that's a tiny bore.
What are we on polar opposites now? The little boar club?
Yeah, it's like the Bloods and the Crips.
Oh,
We'll
shit.
see who comes out on top.
Slow and heavy, fast and light. Huh?
Hey,
Manny
Tony,
Pacquiao versus Mike Tyson.
what do you think about it though?
What, the 5.7?
Nah, 238.
1%er's rifle? Come on, man. I like it. I'll probably never have it, but I like it.
Yeah.
No, I'd rather have like Scar Heavy CQC with the grenade launcher on the bottom of it.
I'm good.
I think the CQC only comes in light, so I would have to get like something custom. Like, you know that CQC Scar you guys make? Yeah, can you make me one in 308? Can you put that grenade launcher underneath it too? Yes, sir. Be on the way. Day one after Trump repeals the NFA.
Shit.
Send that shit my way. TNE forever.
There's a
Second.
meme going around about Trump being the first one to visit the Western Wall, first sitting president.
Yeah.
And everybody put together all these memes of all the other presidents doing it. And they're like, oh, he says he's the first. He's lying. But historically, he is the first sitting president to visit the Western Wall. Every other president wasn't in office when they did it.
Right. Liberal media will spin it as he's lying. That's why they said first sitting president.
That's where I actually found out the facts, was like Time Magazine and what the hell else? Some other mainstream news. It wasn't like NBC or CBS or CNN or anything, but then Snopes was like, kind of, well, I guess it's true. They're like reluctant about admitting it.
Right. Is he still in Italy or did he leave there already?
I think he left.
I wonder if he went to Manchester today. Like, he hasn't commented on it yet. I just think it's hilarious. Like, I connected all the dots.
Did. I thought he called them losers.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Like, you guys are losers.
Yeah. Not exactly the response I was looking for, though.
I like it better than
evil losers.
Better than he's right. When people call them monsters and all this other stuff and terror, that's like that's their calling card. That's what they want. But if you shame them and call them fucking losers at life, then that's like why people do all the pig stuff and the bacon and whatnot, because we're like shaming them.
Yeah.
Sending women in to kill them.
That does make sense.
Just shame them.
All I know is
shame them into not being losers.
He went to Saudi, then he went to Israel, and then he went to Rome. And the three things that they have in common is they all built walls on their borders to repel Islamic terrorists. And that's hilarious. And the thing is, the walls got progressively stronger at every country that he went to. The Saudi wall was the weakest one. The West Wall was stronger. the Vatican wall hasn't been penetrated in 700 years.
Yeah. Someone needs to tell Katy Perry. She's like, after this attack, we need to get rid of all the borders and coexist, everybody, y'all.
We need to airdrop her ass into Syria. Seriously, why can't we do that? Why can't we punish people for their?
She can't be that dumb.
She is.
Somebody's got to be giving her. Somebody's got to be paying her to say this. Okay, you're gonna say this, and we're gonna give you like 20 grand.
She is that dumb.
I heard she used to be conservative.
Yeah, she used to
when
have
she
a
was
brain.
younger.
Yeah.
Cue the
By
Moab.
rebelling against her parents, and then became a lib.
Yep.
Libtard, Hollywood libtard.
Where's Vince Vaughn to set her straight when we need him?
Yeah, haven't seen much of him lately.
Right.
They're like,
Maybe he's been NSA popped.
Suddenly we don't have any more movies for you, Mr. Vaughn.
Yeah, what's up?
Even Jon Favreau, his best buddy's like, libertarian.
Like you become pro-gun, and all of a sudden you're not getting movie roles. What the fuck? See, remember when they made Spike TV and they were supposed to be like, this is supposed to be television for men and everything, and then they all badged out after a couple of years because like sponsorship was crap?
Yeah.
They should make a new network, right? And it'll be run by people like Sam Elliott, Kurt Russell, maybe
Chris Pratt.
Chris Pratt, that's a good one. Bruce Willis.
Yeah, Bruce Willis.
Christopher, I can't put Christopher Tice, he's kind of a lib. Tim Allen. And then you can call the station.
Titus got weird.
Yeah, you can call the station Balls.
Balls, we got it.
Yeah. What's your station identification? WBLZ. Balls.
I think the only thing I watched on Spike was maybe like here and there I'd watch a couple of MMA matches.
Yeah.
But everything else was pretty much garbage.
Yep.
The only thing on Spike that I watched was the Power Block. They still do it every Sunday.
Right, now we've got Velocity TV that makes up all that shit now.
Was Spike the network that had like the movies for guys who like movies night or whatever?
Wasn't that El Rey? You know what they call that now? Movie for men, or television for men. They're gonna vag out too. You know it.
Yeah, I've been watching the same guys for a while.
Playboy magazine does nothing but like SJW articles now.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck?
Look who's running it now.
Is like Maxim and FHM like that stupid too?
Well, that's what they're saying now that Roger Ailes or the whoever, like when the guy who owns Fox News dies,
Ailes, yeah,
and his sons take over, they're gonna take it more left leaning.
Why do you think he didn't die, dude? He got taken out. He was like the last bastion of conservative media or whatever, and even he was infiltrated by liberal programming, so they took his ass out.
Dude, Breitbart would be fucking huge and legit if Andrew Breitbart stayed alive.
Yeah.
Wasn't he the guy that was killed like the day before, or he was found dead?
He was killed like the week after he broke the Anthony Weiner story or some shit.
Like, no, that's not a coincidence at all. No way.
Dude, that guy was so smart when he talked. And he like knew how to shut people down when they had their stupid talking points on fucking mainstream media.
You know who else was good at that back in the day? Morton Downey Jr. When he wanted to shut you down, he was like, shut up, shut your face, you're a slime ball.
See, I watched a documentary the other day. It's on Netflix. And it was about Roger Stone. And it was actually pretty interesting because he's like the evil genius behind Trump.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Somehow I like the real evil genius behind Trump. Fuck's that guy's name? Something Mercer. He's like a libertarian billionaire that hates government, wants to shrink it to the size of a pinhead. This is the guy that funded Trump from behind the scenes. Something Mercer. But he outcoked the Koch brothers. I think what's his face is like the pioneer of mudslinging or something. Negative political ads.
Could you imagine if Trump got Rush Limbaugh to be his new press secretary? The world would just implode.
You liberals actually need real questions.
Right.
Get off of my stage.
It's about to be the shortest interview in history. Or Hannity.
I'm only going to make one statement. You liberals suck.
Next question.
Bye.
Hell yeah.
I remember when I was growing up, like when me and my mom would drive around, when I was probably like 5 or 6, she was always listening to Rush Limbaugh. And I couldn't ever understand it because she's a huge Democrat. And I was like, well, why do you listen to Rush Limbaugh? She's like, I got to know what the Republicans are up to.
No, you know what? A lot of his fans are like that. And what's really amazing is when they call in and they said that they've converted. You for years, and I always try to find things against you. He was like, you know, the more I listen to you, the more you make sense. And I'm actually proud to say that I voted Republican. I'm like, wow, there's hope for you idiots yet. That's why he calls it the Institute of Higher Learning and Conservative Studies or something like that, because he's educating people.
I was watching Fox News today, and they had Herman Cain on there, and he was talking about, like, everyone on the left, they got TDS, or Trump derangement syndrome. It's like, man, I can't believe someone actually said that on live television. It's true, though.
I think the news channels are starting getting let loose pretty soon.
Yeah, there was some old guy, I forget who he was, but he was someone important back in the day, and he was even on like Fox. Maybe it wasn't Fox and Friends, it was an NBC show, because they had that fucking Zygmunt Brzezinski's daughter on it.
Was it Donahue?
The Daily Joe or whatever the fuck.
Oh, Morning Joe?
Yeah, the Morning Joe. He was on there he was like, you guys gotta like get rid of your Trump derangement syndrome. And they were like all agreeing with him. They were like, oh yes, I couldn't agree with you more. And then when he left, they went right back to Russia.
Yeah.
Trump. Wait till this big Seth Rich story blows open, if it ever does.
I'm not believing that until I see more evidence for it.
That's really funny how you said that, Moon, because it was like, I pictured a bunch of little terriers wearing bow ties going, Russia, Trump, Russia. Yep. Fuck up. Your Fox Chewbone.
This guy, Kim.com or .kim.com or whatever the fuck his name is in New Zealand or Australia, said he's got all the info and he needs safe passage to the United States and protection.
He's got the info on who? Trump? Or Seth Rich?
He's got the Seth Rich correspondence with WikiLeaks. And he said he didn't, I don't know if he said he might have evidence of who murdered him, but I doubt that. This is the same guy that also said he had like something that would blow Hillary out of the game and never delivered.
Yeah.
Isn't he still in house arrest?
I don't know.
You're not talking about Julian Assange, are you?
No.
Nah,
nobody
that
knows him.
Kim.com was under house arrest.
Oh, he was the guy who started Mega, the file sharing service.
Oh.
Anyway, it's about that time, folks. I'm going to have to shut down for the day. Stay tuned for the Daily Gun Show coming up in just about an hour. Until then, we'll see you tomorrow. Bye, Felicia.
Bye.
Bye.